Chapter 64: The Status of Talisman Masters. The Talisman Masters Association is a special organization in the Southern Territory. Compared to the six great powers, their members could be said to be pitiably few. Even though their members were very scarce, their strength is extremely formidable. Even if it's the Grand Sheen Empire or the Origin School, they wouldn't rashly offend them. Not only would they not rashly offend the Talisman Masters Association, the Grand Sheen Empire and the six great powers provided the Talisman Masters Association with all sorts of special authority. On the way to the Talisman Masters Association, Manan smiled as he explained to Yang Yi. Even though he was slightly curious about why Yang Yi would ask him about the Talisman Masters Association, but he didn't ask about it. Yang Yi asked curiously, "Didn't you say that besides the six great powers and the Grand Sheen Empire, it's another formidable power?" Manan nodded and said, "It can be considered to be a power, but it's very much unlike the other powers because its members have their own freedom. The members of the association can join the various great powers, but it wasn't permanent, and it was a form of a contract instead. For example, strictly speaking, the Talisman Peak in our sword sect doesn't belong to our sword sect, and it's only cooperating with our sword sect. It isn't just the sword sect. Even the Grand Sheen Empire and the various other great powers have Talisman Masters. These Talisman Masters are mostly contracted by various powers, and they don't belong to those powers. For example, after a Talisman Master joins a sect, even if that sect is annihilated, the Talisman Master would be fine because he belonged to the Talisman Masters Association. Anyone that touched him would suffer the revenge of the entire Talisman Masters Association." "The revenge of the entire Talisman Masters Association?" Yang Yi asked with surprise. Manan nodded and said, "The conditions to become a Talisman Master are extremely harsh. So, there are very few, pitiably few Talisman Master. Because there are so few of them, the Talisman Masters are extremely united. They had no choice but to be united because they were already few in number, and if they didn't remain united, then they would have probably ceased to exist since a long time ago." Yang Yi went silent when he heard up to here. In the past, he knew that the status of a Talisman Master was extremely exalted, yet had never expected that it would be so exalted. It was exalted to the point all the large powers had to give face to the Talisman Masters Association. Now, he finally understood why those outer court elders were afraid of offending Bauer's grandfather. It turned out that Bauer and her grandfather weren't members of the sword sect at all. Manan continued, "The status of Talisman Masters in the entire Southern Territory is truly aloof. For example, if Talisman Masters themselves commit any crimes, then the Grand Sheen Empire wouldn't punish them, and they would allow the Talisman Masters Association itself to deal with the Talisman Masters. Of course, the precondition is that the crime isn't especially severe." Yang Yi was shocked once more, and he said, "The laws of the Grand Sheen Empire are useless against Talisman Masters?" Yang Yi had grown up in the Grand Sheen Empire, so he was naturally clearly aware of how strict the laws of the Grand Sheen Empire were. The Grand Sheen Empire ruled the empire by law, and the law could be said to be the foundation of the empire. After all, even if the disciples of the Origin School or the other sects committed crimes in the Grand Sheen Empire, they would still be punished by the Grand Sheen Empire. Manan shook his head and said, "It's not useless, and it's a special privilege given to the Talisman Masters Association by the Grand Sheen Empire. Moreover, the Talisman Masters Association would usually not protect Talisman Masters that truly committed crimes. If a Talisman Master committed an extremely serious crime, then that Talisman Master would be stripped of his identity as a member of the association. Once that person's identity as a member of the association was stripped away, it represented that the Talisman Master wasn't protected by the Talisman Masters Association any longer and didn't enjoy the various special privileges provided to members of the Talisman Masters Association." "So that's how it is." Yang Yi nodded. This was comparatively normal and acceptable because the Grand Sheen Empire would absolutely not allow a power to stay above the law. Because in this way, not only would it cause the Talisman Master to become insufferably arrogant, the authority of the Grand Sheen Empire would be affected. So, how could the Grand Sheen Empire allow such a thing to occur? Manan said with a smile, "Even though there are still some restraints, the status of Talisman Masters is extremely aloof. With their identities as talisman masters, they're welcomed and highly valued throughout the Southern Territory. No matter where they go, others would have to be courteous to them. Yang Yi smiled and nodded. Now, he really desired to thank Bauer because it was Bauer who allowed him to become a talisman master. With the identity of a talisman master, he didn't have to worry so much about the things he intended to do this time. Without them realizing it, they'd already arrived at the branch of the Talisman Masters Association in Rising Sun City. The branch of the Talisman Masters Association in Rising Sun City was situated in the most flourishing area of the city, and the association's building itself was extremely luxurious and grand. As he gazed at the building that stood before him, Yang Yi couldn't help but sigh with emotion about how wealthy talisman masters were. Even a branch of the association had 6 levels, and it was even completely built from diamond. After all, a palm-sized piece of diamond had a value of 10 gold coins. Moreover, 10 gold coins were sufficient for an ordinary family to live for a year. When he noticed Yang Yi being shocked by the branch that was built from diamond, Montanan said with a smile, "Talisman masters are famous for being wealthy. After all, any random talismans of theirs can be sold for a few tens of thousands of gold coins." Yang Yi nodded, and then he looked at Ma Nan and said, "Brother Ma, I'll be going in to take care of some affairs. If you're not in a hurry, then please wait here for me." "Senior brother intends to go in?" Ma Nan was shocked, and then he hurriedly said, "Senior brother, we can only look at the Talisman Masters Association from the outside." Had originally thought that Yang Yi had come to look around the Talisman Masters Association, and had never imagined that Yang Yi actually wanted to go in. This had utterly exceeded his expectations. Yang Yi smiled. He was just about to say something when a carriage rushed over swiftly from the street on their right. The carriage was extremely swift and slightly reckless, and it terrified to the crowd on the street to the point of fleeing hurriedly to the sides. "Looks like the Shao clan's third young miss has come to take the exam to become a talisman master again." As he gazed at the carriage, Ma Nan spoke in a low voice. "The Shao clan?" Yang Yi was slightly curious. Ma Nan nodded and explained. "The Shao clan is a large clan that has just risen in Rising Sun City this year. The patriarch of the clan is a spirit realm expert, and this clan had a huge amount of authority in Rising Sun City. It's probably the Shao clan's third young miss who's sitting within the carriage. The reason the Shao clan was able to rise wasn't just because it possessed a spirit realm expert, and it's also because of this third young miss." As he gazed at the carriage, Yang Yi smiled and said, "This third young miss is a talisman master, right?" Ma Nan smiled and said, "Actually, she can't be considered to be one. She only possesses the qualifications to become a talisman master." "She possesses 5-element profound energy?" asked Yang Yi. Ma Nan shook his head and said, "No, it's a type of mutated profound energy. One can become a talisman master without possession profound energy of the 5 elements." Yang Yi interrupted Ma Nan and asked with surprise because Bauer had told him that only possessors of 5-element profound energy could become talisman masters. Ma Nan was already accustomed to Yang Yi's ignorance, and he immediately explained, "Actually, it isn't just possessors of 5-element profound energy who can become talisman masters. So long as one's profound energy doesn't disperse upon leaving the body, then that person can become a talisman master, and some mutated profound energy can accomplish this. Of course, it's much more inferior to the 5-element profound energy. So, no talisman master has taken this third young miss of the Shao clan as a disciple until now." Yang Yi nodded. Now, he finally understood that his profound energy that wasn't the profound energy of the 5 elements could allow him to become a talisman master because it was a form of mutated profound energy in the end. However, this mutated profound energy of mine seems to be more formidable than the profound energy of the 5 elements. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled, and then he said, "Brother Ma, if you have something else to do, then you can return to the inn first. They'll be going in now." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi walked towards the Talisman Masters Association. Ma Nan hesitated for a moment, yet he didn't stop Yang Yi in the end. Even though this senior brother Yang didn't know many things, he wasn't an idiot. So, since Yang Yi intended to enter the branch, then Yang Yi was probably not courting death and really had affairs to attend to. "Stop right there. Yang Yi was just about to walk through the door of the association when a young man obstructed his path. Yang Yi glanced at the man and was slightly surprised because the man was actually a First Heaven Realm expert. Moreover, such a First Heaven Realm expert was actually just a guard? Yes, the young man was a guard, and Yang Yi had directly overlooked the young man at the beginning. This is the Talisman Masters Association. Outsiders should leave at once. The young man spoke in a low voice. I want to take the exam to become a Talisman Master. Yang Yi spoke in a flat tone. The young man was stunned when he heard this, and then his expression softened slightly as he said, Do you have a letter of recommendation? A letter of recommendation? Yang Yi frowned slightly, and then he shook his head and said, I can't take the test without a letter of recommendation. When he heard Yang Yi, the young man's expression turned cold once more, and he said, Of course not. How busy are the Talisman Masters every single day? If just anyone could come to take a test, then would they have any time to study the Tao of Talismans? All right, I won't waste my breath on you. Quickly leave this place, otherwise, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Yang Yi frowned once more. Had never expected that this exam actually required a letter of recommendation, and he didn't know any other Talisman Master besides Bauer. That master of mine probably has the qualification to provide me with a letter of recommendation, but where would I go looking for him? Let him enter with me. Right at this moment, a clear, melodious, and pleasant voice resounded from behind Yang Yi. Chapter 65, Who's Your Master? Yang Yi turned around. He noticed a woman in a green-colored dress grinning at him, and there was a gray-robed old man following behind her. The woman was around the age of 17 or 18. Her appearance wasn't exceptionally beautiful, yet it was very pleasing to the eye, and her face that had an indifferent grin on it revealed a tranquil and gentle bearing. It was precisely this bearing that instantly and greatly improved the woman's charm. Yang Yi sized the woman up with his gaze, and in the end, his eyes stopped at the woman's waist. As he gazed at the woman's slender waist, a wisp of amazement flashed in Yang Yi's eyes. The woman's waist was extremely slender like a willow tree during its first spring, and a beautiful curve was drawn out from amidst its slenderness and gracefulness. The woman nodded slightly to Yang Yi, and then she brought the old man along as she walked towards the young man and said, I'm going to trouble Master Zhang anyway, so allow him to be tested as well. I think that Master Zhang would probably have no objections. The young man cupped his fists to the woman, and then he revealed a troubled expression and said, Young Miss Xiao, you ought to know that my duty. The woman nodded with a smile, and then she withdrew 2 energy stones and passed it to the young man before she said, Zhang Hong, I know it's difficult for you as well, but I hope that you can make an exception. The young man called Zhang Hong received the 2 energy stones while the troubled expression from before vanished from his face, and he said with a smile, All right, he can go and try. Right, young Miss Xiao, I hope you'll be able to pass the test this time. Thank you for your blessings. The woman smiled gently, and then she gazed at Yang Yi and said, Let's go in. As she spoke, she walked towards the entrance. As he watched this entire process, how could Yang Yi not understand that the reason the man hadn't allowed him to enter was that he didn't offer the necessary bribe? Actually, he knew of all these principles of conduct, but had never expected that the members of the Talisman Masters Association were like that as well. Yang Yi glanced at the 2 energy stones in the young man's hand, and then he followed the woman in a green dress. After they arrived at the main hall within the building, Yang Yi caught up to the woman, and he cupped his fists and said, Thank you for just now, young Miss Xiao. As he spoke, Yang Yi withdrew 2 energy stones and passed it to the woman. As she gazed at the energy stones that were being passed over to her, a strand of surprise flashed through her eyes. Energy stones were quite precious, and they were precious even to her. The reason he was willing to spend 2 energy stones to help this man before her was because the old man behind her had said that this man might be a member of the sword sect. So, she was willing to spend those 2 energy stones. The woman didn't take the energy stones, and she asked instead, Young master, are you from the sword sect? Yang Yi said with surprise, How did you find out? The woman smiled sweetly when she heard this, and she said, Uncle Lin and I saw you with an honorary disciple of the sword sect just now. When he heard the woman, Yang Yi instantly came to an understanding. Earlier, he was extremely puzzled by the woman's willingness to help him. Now, he knew that it was because he was a disciple of the sword sect. Yang Yi aroused a slightly good impression of the woman because of her frankness, and he immediately said, "No matter what, I have to thank you for just now. It was only a trivial matter." The woman smiled, and then she said, "Young master, you've come to take the test to become a talisman master as well?" Yang Yi nodded and said, "I've come to try." The woman said with a smile, "It's good to try. You'll be able to familiarize yourself with some of the processes of crafting talismans. Right, let me introduce myself, I'm Xiao Yuer." Yang Yi. After a short period of conversation, Yang Yi swept the hall with his gaze, and then he asked, "Young Miss Xiao, why is this place so deserted?" Xiao Yuer explained, "The talisman masters of the branch are either cultivating or studying talismans. Usually, unless the branch suffers an attack or someone comes to take the test to become a talisman master. Otherwise, these talisman masters would lock themselves in their own rooms and never leave." "They cultivate and study so desperately?" Yang Yi spoke with surprise. Xiao Yuer said with a smile, "Of course. Not only do talisman masters have to cultivate, but they also have to study talismans as well. Moreover, for the sake of purchasing materials to craft talismans, they even have to accept some commissions. It can be said that they're extremely busy. Everyone else knows that talisman masters have great power, prestige, and status. Yet they don't know that all of this was obtained through the hard work of these talisman masters themselves." Yang Yi nodded in agreement and said, "Indeed. The people of the world are only able to see the power and prestige on the surface, and they're unable to notice the hard work of others. Right, what sort of procedures are there during the test?" Xiao Yuer knew that it was the first time he was coming to take the test, so she immediately explained, "Actually, there isn't much of a procedure, and the examinee is considered to have passed so long as the examinee can craft a low-grade talisman. Crafting one type of low-grade talisman allows one to become a grade 1 talisman master, and if one can craft 5 different talismans, then one can become a grade 5 talisman master. Earth talisman masters that stand above grade 5 talisman masters need to be able to inscribe objects. As for even higher levels, there's no need for us to think about it now." Yang Yi nodded, and he thought in his heart, "It's just like what Bauer said. Since I'm already able to craft 2 types of talismans, then I can be considered to be a grade 2 talisman master." When he thought up to here, Yang Yi asked, "Young Miss Xiao, would we really still maintain our freedom after becoming talisman masters?" Xiao Yuer smiled and said, "Yes, the members of the association can freely join any power, and they don't have to stay within the Talisman Masters Association. However, they're bound by the rules of the Talisman Masters Association. After all, if the members of an organization weren't bound by its rules, then it would definitely lead to chaos. The profession of Talisman Master is truly an enviable and admirable profession," Yang Yi said with a smile. "Not only do Talisman Masters possess a lofty and extraordinary status, but they are also able to enjoy numerous special privileges, and they even have such freedom. It's too much better than the identity of a disciple in a sect." Xiao Yuer said, "At the bottom of it all, the reason this profession is lofty is because of the effect of Talisman Masters. Just think about it. If 2 people at the same cultivation fought, and one of them utilized a strength talisman or a strider talisman, then what would the outcome of the battle be? Any talisman a talisman master had casually crafted was often capable of allowing a profounder to turn the situation of the battle around." Yang Yi smiled, and then he glanced at the surroundings before he asked, "Young Miss Xiao, when will the test begin?" A wisp of a helpless expression flashed in her eyes, and she said, "We'll probably have to wait for a while longer. Master Zhang is probably inscribing something for his customer. But don't worry, Master Zhang is a man of his word. Since he said that he'd test me today, then he'll definitely make the time to test me." Yang Yi could only nod when he heard this. He hadn't returned directly to South B City and had come to take the test to become a talisman master because he wanted to obtain another trump card to utilize against the Liu clan. Because he was prepared to put a complete end to the enmity between his family and the Liu clan when he went back to South P City this time. 2 hours quickly went by. The two of them conversed rather happily. Actually, It should be said that Yang Yi had been constantly asking while Xiao Yuer was explaining. Even though Yang Yi could be considered to be a talisman master, he didn't know anything about the Talisman Masters Association, whereas Xiao Yuer was extremely familiar with it all. So, Yang Yi understood many things through this conversation. Xiao Yuer had a slightly good impression of Yang Yi through this as well, because even though he was a disciple of the sword sect, Yang Yi wasn't proud at all. Moreover, he asked as soon as he didn't know something and modestly asked her for guidance. He hadn't acted like he knew something when he didn't. This caused her to answer all of Yang Yi's questions. After chatting for almost another 2 hours of time, a slightly slovenly old man appeared in the hall. The old man seemed to be in an extreme hurry, and he directly said to Xiao Yuer, "Little girl, come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't even look back as he walked towards the left. When he saw the slovenly old man, Yang Yi knew that this was that Earth Talisman Master, Master Zhang, that Xiao Yuer had spoken of. However, this Master Zhang's appearance was truly impossible to compliment. Xiao Yuer smiled at Yang Yi and said, "Brother Yi, let's follow him." Yang Yi nodded, and then the two of them hurriedly followed Master Zhang. The three of them arrived at a room, and besides an enormous stone table, there wasn't anything else within the room. There were numerous blank talisman papers and some white-colored jade bottles that contained spirit herb sap and the blood of dark beasts on the stone table. The slovenly old man disregarded Yang Yi and gazed at Xiao Yuer as he said, "Little girl, if you're still unable to pass this time, then you can't disturb me again in the future. You have to understand that I'm really extremely busy." Xiao Yuer bowed towards the slovenly old man and said, "They'll be troubling Senior Zhang." As soon as she finished speaking, she pointed at Yang Yi and said, "Master Zhang, he has come to participate in the test as well." When he heard Xiao Yuer, the slovenly old looked once more at Yang Yi, and he sized Yang Yi up briefly before he said, "Kid, who's your master?" Yang Yi was in a slightly embarrassed state when he heard this because he didn't know the name of Baoer's grandfather. Chapter 66 Test. Xiao Yuer shot a curious gaze at Yang Yi as well, and she wanted to know who his master was. After all, the Tao of Talismans was broad and profound, and it was utterly impossible to become a talisman master without the guidance of someone. Even though she herself didn't possess a master, she had still followed by the side of some talisman masters and studied it. Yang Yi was slightly troubled while being looked at by their curious gazes. Not to mention that he didn't know Baoer's grandfather's name. Even whether Baoer's grandfather would take him as a disciple was still unknown. If he used Baoer's grandfather's name here, and if Baoer's grandfather found out, then Baoer's grandfather would definitely not have a good impression of him. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi said, "Senior, my master prohibited me from mentioning his name to others. I'm sorry." When he heard Yang Yi, Master Zhang nodded lightly, and then he didn't spare another glance at Yang Yi before he pointed at the blank talisman papers on the table. He said, "Which one of you will go first? Never mind, for the sake of saving time, both of you can start at the same time." As soon as he finished speaking, he paid no further attention to the two of them, and he walked over to the side before withdrawing some scrolls and looking through them. Yang Yi and Xiao Yuer exchanged glances and smiled at each other when they heard this, and then both of them nodded lightly as a form of encouragement to each other. Yang Yi sat before the stone table, and then he took a deep breath before he picked up his talisman brush and started to craft a talisman. Yang Yi was extremely pressed for time. Since the moment he found out that this younger sister and mother were in danger, he seemed to be calm on the surface, yet he was burning with impatience in his heart, and he wished for nothing more than to immediately fly back to South Peace City. However, he didn't act in this way because he understood a principle. If he wanted to completely deal with the threat that the Liu clan posed, then not only did it require strength, it required status as well. The Liu clan could be considered to be a huge clan in South Peace City, and it was associated with all sorts of powers. Particularly, the Liu clan even had a slight relationship with the city governor of South Peace City. So, if he wanted to deal with the Liu clan, then merely his identity as an outer court disciple of the sword sect was insufficient. Only the identity of a talisman master was sufficient. Only the identity of a talisman master would allow him to disregard those powers that had a good relationship with the Liu clan. So, Had come to take the test to become a talisman master upon arriving at Rising Sun City. At the moment Yang Yi began, Master Zhang that was looking through the scrolls had raised his head to shoot a glance at Yang Yi, and then he shook his head. The crafting of talismans stressed upon calmness and being devoid of any distracting thoughts, but Yang Yi hadn't even concentrated and calmed himself before starting immediately. This was too hasty. So, he even wondered if Yang Yi really possessed a master. And even if Yang Yi did possess a master, it would probably be a lousy master. Master Zhang lost all interest towards Yang Yi, and his gaze moved towards Xiao Yuer instead. When he noticed that Xiao Yuer had sat cross-legged to concentrate, he nodded lightly. Xiao Yuer's natural talent and every other aspect weren't bad, and her character was practically perfect. Had wanted to take her as his disciple on many occasions. Unfortunately, when he thought about how she didn't possess profound energy of the 5 elements, had abandoned such thoughts. The accomplishments of talisman masters who didn't possess the profound energy of the 5 elements was extremely limited in the Tao of talismans. Perhaps it was fine at the beginning, but at the later ranks, some talismans couldn't be crafted without 5-element profound energy. What a pity. Master Zhang shook his head, and then he withdrew his gaze before he gazed once more at the scrolls. Time gradually flowed by. Yang Yi had already finished drawing the form of a strength talisman. He could be said to be extremely experienced in crafting strength talismans, so he didn't encounter any difficulty. In next to no time, he started to imbue spirit into the talisman. If Xiao Yuer and Master Zhang looked over at Yang Yi right now, they would notice that Yang Yi possessed the legendary profound energy of the 5 elements. However, both of them hadn't looked at Yang Yi. Xiao Yuer didn't have the mood because she was busy with her own affairs, whereas Master Zhang had disregarded him. Yes, when he saw Yang Yi hadn't concentrated before beginning to craft the talisman, had completely disregarded Yang Yi. After another 2 hours passed, Yang Yi had already finished crafting this strength talisman. Yang Yi placed the strength talisman aside and took another blank talisman paper, and he intended to craft a transmission talisman. He intended to become a grade 2 talisman master this time. Yang Yi didn't start in a hurry, and he glanced at Xiao Yuer instead. When he saw the state Xiao Yuer was in, Yang Yi's brows knit together slightly, because Xiao Yuer was in an extremely bad situation at this moment. Her pretty face was covered in swift while her ink-black brows were knit together, and her hand that held the talisman brush was trembling lightly. Yang Yi knew that she had definitely encountered difficulty. He withdrew his gaze and started to craft the transmission talisman. At this moment, he could only hope that Xiao Yuer was able to overcome the difficulty she faced. Xiao Yuer had encountered trouble indeed. She had crafted healing talismans at home on numerous occasions, and her success rate was already extremely high. It was exactly because her success rate was extremely high that Shed dared to come to take the test at the Talisman Masters Association. However, she was slightly nervous this time. Yes, she was extremely nervous. The reason she was nervous was that she was afraid of failure. Shed failed on numerous occasions in the past, but she couldn't fail this time because it was related to the safety of her Shao clan. The Shao clan had risen too quickly, and the Shao clan's patriarch, her father, didn't know how to restrain himself. Thus, conflict had arisen between the Shao clan and the veteran clans within Rising Sun City. Even though the Shao clan had a spirit realm expert, it was still insufficient when facing these veteran clans. Especially this time, the level of conflict between the Shao clan and these veteran clans had risen, and it had even caused the Shao clan to fall into a hopeless situation. The only way to resolve the danger that the Shao clan faced now was for her to become a talisman master. Only if she became a talisman master would the Shao clan possess the qualifications to negotiate with them, and only then would they accept her Shao clan's request for peace between them. Because there wasn't a single clan that was willing to offend a clan that possessed a talisman master. After all, a talisman master's network of relationships was extremely terrifying, and this was especially so for an accomplished talisman master. So, she couldn't fail today. Once she failed, then those veteran clans wouldn't have any worries, and at that time, it would be the moment of her Shao clan's annihilation. However, she had never expected that because she was thinking about too many things and was too pressured. It caused her to lose her usual calm. Thus, Some mistakes that shouldn't appear during the process of crafting the talisman had appeared. This won't do. I must calm down. I can't fail. Xiao Yuer stopped. She took a deep breath and waited for her heart to calm down slightly before she started drawing again. After another 2 hours passed, Master Zhan was leaning on the chair with his eyes closed slightly, and he seemed as if had already fallen asleep. On the other hand, the young man and young woman in the room were completely concentrated on crafting their respective talismans. After another 2 hours passed, Yang Yi withdrew his brush and lightly heaved a sigh of relief before he smiled. As usual, the Strength Talisman and the Transmission Talisman were both high-grade talismans. As for why he always succeeded in crafting high-grade talismans, besides being a genius, Yang Yi was truly unable to think of another reason. Alas! Right at this moment, Xiao Yuer suddenly sighed while she placed the talisman brush lightly onto the table, and her face was covered in a bitter expression. When he saw this, Yang Yi placed the 2 talismans on the table, and then he walked over and said, "Young Miss Xiao, what's wrong?" Xiao Yuer laughed bitterly and said, "I failed. I'm too nervous." "Brother Yang, did you fail as well?" "It's fine. You have 2 more chances. You can try again." Yang Yi glanced at that Xiao Yuer had failed to craft, and he was just about to say something when his gaze suddenly descended once more onto the talisman paper. As he gazed at it, he picked it up and pointed at the point where she began to draw on the talisman paper before he said, "Young Miss Xiao, you started to draw from here?" Xiao Yuer was stunned. She didn't know why Yang Yi asked this question, but she still nodded in the end. Yang Yi smiled bitterly when he heard this and said, "Young Miss Xiao, this method is wrong. I know of a better method. Right, it's like this. You start here, and then..." As she listened to him, Xiao Yuer's eyes opened wide. After Yang Yi finished, she said, "Can this method really work?" Yang Yi nodded and said, "You can try it, but I think that it will." Actually, Yang Yi felt slightly embarrassed at this moment. Now, he finally knew why his success rate in crafting talismans and the quality of his talismans were so high. It wasn't entirely because of his own natural talent, and it was mainly because of the 5-element talisman marking technique that Bauer gave him. Only now did Yang Yi realize how precious it was because that copy of the 5-element talisman marking technique was filled with the experiences and annotations provided by Bauer's grandfather. Yang Yi hadn't realized how extraordinary those experiences and annotations were in the past, and had only realized now. If he didn't possess all of that, then he would absolutely be unable to craft a strength talisman. With the experiences and annotations recorded within that copy of the 5-element talisman marking technique, had practically never taken a wrong path because the book had clearly recorded what he could do and what he couldn't. Should I capture a violet mink for Bauer in the future? As soon as this thought arose in Yang Ye's heart, the violet mink in Yang Ye's vortex Dantian shot a pitiable gaze at him. After he consoled the little fellow for a while, Yang Yi gazed at Xiao Yuer, who was still hesitating, and he said, "Young Miss Xiao, give it a try. They'll be watching from the side." When she heard Yang Yi, Xiao Yuer took a deep breath, and she stopped hesitating and said, "All right." She didn't know why she trusted Yang Yi. Perhaps she trusted Yang Yi because Yang Yi spoke with extreme confidence, or perhaps it was because she had no other choice. Chapter 67 High-Grade Talisman. From here. Right. Don't stop. Completed in one stroke. Yang Yi stood at Xiao Yuer's side. Just like Xiao Yuer, he was staring at the talisman paper with full concentration, and once Xiao Yuer showed signs of making a mistake or hesitation, then he would immediately guide her in a light voice. Yang Yi had a slightly good impression of this woman that had assisted him earlier. So, when he noticed that Xiao Yuer was in trouble, he didn't hesitate at all to help her. Yang Yi was such a person, and he treated others how they treated him. When Xiao Yuer first agreed to utilize Yang Ye's method, she still felt extremely perturbed in her heart. After all, this was her last chance, and she truly couldn't afford to fail. However, once she really started drawing, she noticed to her pleasant surprise that the method Yang Yi taught her was countless times better than the method she utilized before this. Especially when Yang Yi guided her from the side, it was simply like being provided with sudden enlightenment. Now, she finally understood why she kept failing before this. At the same time, She was shocked in her heart and wondered who exactly Yang Yi was because she'd never seen such techniques and methods in the past. Xiao Yue suppressed the shock in her heart and concentrated on drawing the talisman according to Yang Yi's guidance. Gradually, because Yang Yi wasn't paying attention to it as he guided her, the two of them grew closer and closer. Yang Yi was already able to clearly smell the fragrance that came from her body. However, Yang Yi's thoughts and emotions didn't run wild, and he moved towards the side instead. Had taken this woman to be a friend. So, since she was a friend, he would respect her. Xiao Yue noticed this tiny action that Yang Yi took, and she immediately glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. In her heart, she felt grateful, warm, and slightly apologetic as well. Because in the beginning, she thought Yang Yi was intentionally guiding her to get close to her and take advantage of her, so she couldn't help but feel slightly unhappy in her heart. However, now, Yang Yi's actions allowed her to realize that had done so unintentionally, and that caused her to feel slightly sorry. In next to no time, Xiao Yue withdrew her talisman brush and took a deep breath while a wisp of excitement surged onto her face. Under Yang Yi's guidance, she'd already drawn the shape of the Strider talisman, and all that was left was to imbue it with spirit. Take it slow and don't get nervous. Yang Yi smiled as he encouraged her. As she gazed at the grin on Yang Yi's face, Xiao Yue was dazed for an instant, and a strand of unusual emotions flashed within her heart. However, she quickly suppressed this sort of feeling and nodded to Yang Yi. After that, she took a deep breath, and then she took the spirit herb sap and dark beast blood on the table before she started to imbue the talisman with spirit. In terms of imbuing spirit, there were numerous techniques and methods within the 5-element talisman marking technique that Bauer gave him, but he wouldn't give this to Xiao Yue. After all, Bauer had told him that he couldn't allow anyone else to look through it. However, guiding Xiao Yue for a while should be all right. With the success from before, Xiao Yue didn't doubt Yang Yi's guidance this time, and she imbued the talisman with spirit according to the method that Yang Yi provided. At an unknown period in time, Master Zhang that was originally lying on the chair had appeared behind the two of them. As he listened to some methods and techniques that Yang Yi spoke off, Master Zhang's slightly drowsy eyes instantly brightened, and in next to no time, a book had appeared in his hand. Yang Yi sensed that Master Zhang was behind him, but he paid no attention to Master Zhang. Presently, it was the most critical moment for Xiao Yue, and at this moment, not a trace of a mistake could be allowed to appear, otherwise, all their previous efforts would be wasted. Time passed by slowly. After 2 hours had passed, Xiao Yue suddenly withdrew her brush at a certain period in time, and the Strider talisman instantly lit up. When she saw the Strider talisman light up, Xiao Yue instantly heaved a sigh of relief, and excitement and an overjoyed expression surged onto her pretty face. Because she was too excited, Xiao Yue suddenly hugged Yang Yi that stood by her side and said, I succeeded, I really succeeded, I really... Yang Yi's figure stiffened from being suddenly embraced by her. Right when he was at a loss for what to do, Master Zhang suddenly cried out from the side. It's actually a mid-grade Strider talisman, a mid-grade. When she heard Master Zhang, Xiao Yue returned to her senses as well, and she hurriedly released Yang Yi while a wisp of a blush appeared on her face. She was slightly afraid of looking at Yang Yi as she said in his heart, how embarrassing. I actually hugged a man on my own. There wasn't any unusual expression on Yang Yi's face, and he said with a smile, Young Miss Xiao, congratulations. Xiao Yue raised her head to glance at Yang Yi when she heard this, and she heaved another sigh of relief in her heart when she noticed Yang Yi's face was covered in a grin. After that, she gazed at Master Zhang, who was holding the mid-grade Strider talisman, and said, Master Zhang, my Strider talisman is really at the mid-grade? When he heard Xiao Yue, Master Zhang reluctantly moved his gaze away from the mid-grade talisman, and then he looked at Yang Yi. He was naturally not interested in this mid-grade talisman, and he was actually interested in Yang Yi's methods and techniques. He were clearly aware of Xiao Yue's ability, and it could already be considered as extraordinary performance for her to be able to craft a low-grade talisman. Yet now, by utilizing this kid's methods and techniques, she was actually able to craft a mid-grade talisman. If I'm able to obtain the complete methods and techniques from this kid, then... When he thought up to here, Master Zhang said, Kid, where's your talisman? Let me have a look. Yang Yi nodded, and then he passed the strength talisman and transmission talisman to Master Zhang. When he saw these two talismans, Master Zhang instantly froze on the spot. After a long time, he gulped down a mouthful of saliva and muttered while seeming as if had lost his soul. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? Both of them are high-grade talismans, high-grade. Master Zhang couldn't be blamed for this, because not only did they require extremely pure, profound energy, high-grade talismans also required extremely superior techniques and methods. Even an Earth Talisman Master like him found it difficult to craft high-grade talismans. Yet this kid before his eyes had actually crafted high-grade talismans successfully, and it was even two of them. Is he a monstrous genius? Is he even human? Xiao Yuer was shocked as well. She had never imagined that both the talismans Yang Yi crafted would actually be high-grade talismans. My God, high-grade talismans? Since Shed entered into the profession of talisman masters, Shed never witnessed a talisman master crafting a high-grade talisman. Yet now, these high-grade talismans had actually appeared right by her side. When he noticed their shock, Yang Yi rubbed his nose and said in a low voice in his heart, "Is there any need to feel shocked? Isn't it just two high-grade talismans?" If Master Zhang and Xiao Yuer knew Yang Yi's thoughts, they would definitely bash him up to death. After a short while, Master Zhang hesitated for a moment and asked, "Young brother, can you tell me your master's name? I don't have any other intentions, and it's just because you need to be recommended by someone in order to become a talisman master. Of course, even if you don't have a recommendation, you can still become a talisman master." When he heard these words, Yang Yi's heart shook. He knew it was very likely that this Master Zhang who stood before him was interested in his techniques and methods of crafting talismans, and the reason Master Zhang asked for his master's name was probably because Master Zhang was probing him. So, if his master wasn't a formidable figure, or perhaps he didn't have a master at all, then it was very likely that this Master Zhang would transform into a wolf. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi said in a low voice, "Master Zhang, am a disciple of the sword sect." The sword? Suddenly, Master Zhang's eyes opened wide, and he cried out involuntarily, You're Master Lin's disciple?" As soon as he finished speaking, he said with a bewildered tone, But doesn't Master Lin only have a single disciple? I saw his disciple from afar in the past. What was his disciple's name again?" Yang Yi's eyelids twitched, and he knew that Master Zhang was probing him again. So he immediately said in a composed manner, "Bauer is my senior sister." When he heard Yang Yi, Master Zhang sighed in his heart. He knew that this young man was really that Master Lin's disciple. Since the young man was Master Lin's disciple, then it was impossible for him to arouse any other intentions towards Yang Yi. When he thought up to here, he revealed a smile and said, "Right, Bauer. I never expected that young brother is Master Lin's disciple. But I don't understand something. Since you're Master Lin's disciple, then why didn't you head to the imperial capital to be tested?" Yang Yi frowned and said, "Master Zhang, am I considered to have passed or not? If I haven't, then he'll be taking my leave." If it was before this, then he would definitely not speak in this way, yet now, since he could utilize the name of his master to terrifying Master Zhang, he didn't mind doing so. When he heard Yang Yi, Master Zhang knew that had asked too much, and he immediately smiled and said, Of course. When he spoke up to here, he glanced at Xiao Yuer who stood slightly anxiously at the side. He hesitated for a moment before he said, "Yuer has passed as well. Right, I have a thought. Yuer, you don't have a master, and I still don't have a disciple. I intend to take you as my disciple. Are you willing to be my disciple?" An explosion could be said to have suddenly resounded in Xiao Yuer's mind when she heard this, because happiness had come too abruptly. She only recovered from her shock after a short while, and she immediately bowed as a disciple bowed to the master before she said, "Master." As soon as she finished speaking, she glanced at Yang Yi out of the corners of her eyes. She wasn't stupid, and she knew that it was probably because of Yang Yi that Master Zhang had suddenly taken her as his disciple. However, she didn't mind, because from today onwards, not only would the danger her Shao clan faced vanished, she would receive guidance in the Tao of Talismans. When she thought up to here, she glanced once more at Yang Yi, and she immediately withdrew her gaze when she saw him smiling lightly at her. Moreover, she seemed to have thought of something, causing her face to blush again. Chapter 68 Departure Fee? Yang Yi was slightly surprised by Master Zhang's sudden decision to take Xiao Yuer as his disciple, but he quickly came to an understanding. Master Zhang had probably done so because of him, or perhaps it was because of that master of his that stood behind him. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi felt every more curious towards this so-called master of his, because not only were the elders of the sword sect extremely fearful of his so-called master, even a earth talisman master was so fearful of his master. Could it be that he's a spirit talisman master? Or perhaps a heaven talisman master? Right when Yang Yi was contemplating, Master Zhang, who had left moment ago, had returned once more with 2 sets of dark golden robed and 2 small boxes. Master Zhang placed the robes and boxes on the stone table before he gazed at Yang Yi and Xiao Yuer and said, "This is the uniform and badge of our association. Remember, if you lose your badge, then you must get a placement as soon as possible, otherwise, the association and the Grand Qin Empire won't recognize your identity as a talisman master." As soon as Master Zhang finished speaking, Xiao Yuer hurriedly walked forward and opened the box that belonged to her, and she exclaimed with shock when she saw the small and round badge within the box, and, after that, she raised her head and gazed at Master Zhang as she said, "Master, this is the badge of a Grade 2 talisman master, but She really wanted to ask if her master was mistaken, but out of respect for Master Zhang, she hadn't spoken these words. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had opened his box as well. The badge within the box was round, around the size of 2 thumbs. In the front of the badge was inscribed with 4 characters. When he saw these 4 characters for the number 1, Yang Yi was slightly surprised because this was the badge for a Grade 4 talisman master. Moreover, it just so happened that he heard Xiao Yuer at this moment, so he gazed at Master Zhang with a puzzled expression. When he noticed their puzzled expressions, Master Zhang said with a smile, "I didn't make a mistake. Young brother Yang is a Grade 4 talisman master, and you're a Grade 2 talisman master, Yuer." When he noticed their expressions become even more puzzled, Master Zhang explained once more. According to the rules of the association, during the tests for those beneath the rank of Earth Talisman Master, if the examinee crafted a mid-grade talisman, then the examiner possesses the authority to raise the examinee's ranking by a grade. "Then what about someone that crafts a high-grade talisman?" asked Yang Yi. Since crafting a mid-grade talisman allowed one to be raised by 1 rank, then it caused him to feel slightly depressed because the treatment he received from crafting 2 high-grade talismans was actually the same as crafting mid-grade talismans. When he heard Yang Yi, Master Zhang smiled bitterly and said, "Logically speaking, young brother Yang is entirely capable of becoming a Grade 5 talisman master because even some Earth talisman masters are probably unable to compare to young brother Yang in terms of technique. The reason I only raised young brother Yang's rank by 2 grades is that I only possess the authority to give a raise of 2 ranks. If young brother Yang wants the badge of a Grade 5 talisman master, then I send an application to the association's headquarters. But it would probably take some time." When he heard this, Yang Yi said, "Thank you for your good intentions, Master Zhang. Grade 4 or Grade 5 isn't much different in my opinion, so I won't trouble Master Yang. Right? I still have affairs to attend to, so I'll be bidding my farewells first." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi cupped his hands to Master Zhang, and then he turned around and walked towards the entrance. After he obtained the identity of a talisman master, Yang Yi naturally didn't want to stay here, and all he wanted was to rush back to South P City. When she saw Yang Yi turn around and leave, Xiao Yuer hurriedly placed the clothes and badge into her spatial ring, and then she bowed to Master Zhang and said, "Master, Yuer is going to send Brother Yang off." As soon as she finished speaking, she didn't even wait for Master Zhang's reply before hurriedly chasing after Yang Yi. Master Zhang seemed to have thought of something when he saw Xiao Yuer running off in a rush, and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. He said in a low voice, "If the 2 of them become a pair, then wouldn't Master Lin and I become relatives? If I'm able to form a relationship with Master Lin, then wouldn't it be extremely easy for me to enter the headquarters in the future?" When he spoke up to here, Master Zhang's smile grew even more brilliant. He laughed on the spot for a long time before he seemed to have thought of something, and he suddenly slapped himself on the head with his right hand. He hurriedly ran out and he said while running, Master Lin's disciple appeared in this branch, so I have to quickly send news of this back to the headquarters. Master Lin has probably not left the headquarters to return to the sword sect. Outside the entrance, Xiao Yuer caught up to Yang Yi, whereas Yang Yi felt slightly helpless when he saw her catch up to him. Even though he really wanted to rush back to South B City, since Shed chased after him, it wasn't nice for him to just turn around and leave. Young Miss Xiao, do you need something? Asked Yang Yi. Xiao Yuer bowed to Yang Yi, and then she said with a serious expression, Brother Yang, thank you for everything. If it wasn't for Yang Yi, then not to mention being taken as a disciple by Master Zhang, it was very likely that she would have failed during the test. So, she truly felt grateful towards Yang Yi. Young Miss Xiao, there's no need for that. It was nothing. Moreover, if young Miss Xiao didn't help me get in earlier, then not to mention taking the test, I wouldn't even have been able to enter. Yang Yi spoke with a smile. In Yang Yi's opinion, all of this was truly a trivial matter. Of course, it was because he had a good impression of Xiao Yuer that had done all of it. Xiao Yuer shook her head and said seriously, perhaps Brother Yang's guidance from before was nothing to Brother Yang, but it was like the grace of rebirth. Right, Brother Yang Yi, you can call me Yuer in the future. It feels rather distant to be addressed as young Miss Xiao. Xiao Yuer was very clearly aware of how precious the methods and techniques Yang Yi taught her earlier were, and it was obvious from the fact that her master disregarded all shame and recorded it down with a notebook. Yang Yi raised his head to determine the time, and he noticed the sky was already gradually turning dark. So, he immediately felt unwilling to continue talking, and he said, Miss Yuer, I have other matters to attend to, so we'll be bidding my farewells first. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi left with swift strides. After he obtained the identity of a talisman master, Yang Yi was truly unwilling to waste even a bit of time. After all, the later he was, then the greater the danger his mother and young sister would be in. Xiao Yuer chased after Yang Yi again, and then she withdrew a jade ornament from her pocket and said, Brother Yang, after you've finished dealing with your affairs, I hope you can pay a visit to my Xiao clan so that I can thank you properly. Xiao Yuer was able to discern that Yang Yi really had affairs to deal with, so she abandoned all thoughts of asking Yang Yi to visit her Xiao clan now. Yang Yi didn't refuse. He received it and thanked her before he walked swiftly towards the distance. However, he hadn't even taken a few steps when he was stopped by Zhang Hong, who was guarding the entrance earlier. Kid, do you not know the rules? Zhang Hong's brows raised as he spoke. The rules? Yang Yi frowned as he asked this question. Had just come to the Talisman Masters Association, so how could he be aware of any rules? When he heard Yang Yi, Zhang Hong sneered and said, Kid, have you not heard of entrance fees and departure fees? You have to pay a fee to enter, so you naturally have to pay a fee when you leave. Don't waste your breath. Hand it over quickly. Even though Xiao Yuer was still at the side, he wasn't afraid at all. After all, he belonged to the Talisman Masters Association, so the Xiao clan wouldn't form enmity with him. Of course, if Xiao Yuer succeeded in passing the test and became a Talisman Master, then he would absolutely not offend Xiao Yuer. But unfortunately, Xiao Yuer hadn't succeeded. Zhang Hong thought in this way. Why did he think in this way? Because all Talisman Masters that passed the test would be wearing the uniform of Talisman Masters and the Talisman Master's badge when they left the association. Actually, his way of thinking wasn't wrong, but an unforeseen event had occurred this time. Because he had affairs to deal with at home, Yang Yi didn't have the mood to change his clothes at all. On the other hand, for the sake of bidding farewell to Yang Yi, Xiao Yuer hadn't changed her clothes and put on the badge as well. So, the young man thought that they'd both failed. When he heard Zhang Hong, Yang Yi's eyes narrowed, and he said, Are these the rules of the Talisman Masters Association, or your own rules? Earlier, Zhang Hong refused to allow him to enter because he didn't give Zhang Hong anything. Even though Yang Yi was displeased by this, had never thought of taking revenge for such a trivial matter. However, had never expected that this fellow before him had actually come to look for trouble with him again, and this caused Yang Yi to be slightly infuriated. When he heard Yang Yi, a cold glow flashed in Zhang Hong's eyes, and he said in a ghastly tone, Kid, Don't worry about whose rule it is. They'll only ask you a single question. Are you going to hand it over or not? Yang Yi was just about to say something when Xiao Yuer had already arrived before the two of them. There was no need for her to ask about anything before she knew what had happened, and she didn't waste her breath and handed 2 energy stones to the young man before she said, "They'll pay for him." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Yuer turned around to look at Yang Yi, and she said with a gentle voice, "Big brother Yang, you go handle your affairs. There's no need to waste your time for such trivial matters." When he thought about his mother and younger sister, Yang Yi suppressed the rage in his heart, and then he nodded to Xiao Yuer before he turned around and left. Right when Yang Yi hadn't even taken 2 steps, Zhang Heng spoke once more. "Stop right there." Chapter 69 Master? When she heard Zhang Heng still intended to look for trouble with Yang Yi, Xiao Yuer's black brows had knit together slightly. Obviously, she was angry as well. On the other hand, Yang Yi seemed as if he hadn't heard the young man at all, and he continued walking away with swift strides. When he saw Yang Yi disregard him, a wisp of killing intent flashed past Zhang Heng's eyes. He immediately moved forward and smashed his fist towards Yang Yi's back. Yang Yi had stopped moving at the exact same moment that Zhang Heng attacked, and his expression turned gloomy. He didn't hesitate to turn around and smash his fist towards the young man's fist. A wisp of a ghastly smile appeared on the corners of Zhang Heng's mouth when he saw Yang Yi's fist smashing towards his own. In these past few years that had been acting as a guard for the association, even the members of the large clans within Rising Sun City had been extremely courteous towards him. Yet this little kid before him had actually dared to disregard him. So what if he's a friend of the Shao clan? They'll make an example out of him today. When she saw Zhang Heng actually make a move against Yang Yi, a wisp of a cold glow flashed in Xiao Yuer's eyes, and she said to the gray-robed old man that had suddenly appeared by her side, "Senior Jun, save Yang Yi." On the other hand, the gray-robed old man shook his head instead, and he didn't make a move. He just stared at Yang Yi without blinking. When she saw him refuse to lend a hand, Xiao Yuer was instantly anxious. Unfortunately, it was already too late because their fists had already collided with each other. Crack! The sound of bones breaking resounded. Xiao Yuer's heart shook, and she was just about to make a move to rescue Yang Yi when Yang Yi's subsequent actions caused her to be stunned on the spot. "Shit!" Zhang Heng cried out in his heart when his fist collided with Yang Yi's fist, and he knew that had underestimated his opponent. Unfortunately, it was already too late, and the bones in his fist and wrist broke on the spot. Zhang Heng was astounded in his heart and hurriedly retreated. However, right at the instant that had just retreated, Yang Yi charged swiftly towards him, and then Yang Yi raised his leg and gave him a knee to the gut. Bang! The enormous force from this blasted Zhang Heng flying, and he smashed heavily onto the ground after flying a few meters away. However, right at the instant that had just crawled up from the ground, Yang Yi had suddenly appeared before him, and Yang Yi stomped his foot down towards Zhang Heng's dantian. Yang Yi had never held back when he faced his enemies. He killed those he had to kill, and he crippled those he had to cripple. When he saw Yang Yi stomping down at his dantian, Zhang Heng was horrified. Had never expected that the strength and speed of this young man would actually be so terrifying. Nor had he imagined that this young man would dare to cripple him right in front of the Talisman Masters Association. Could it be that he isn't afraid of the Talisman Masters Association's revenge? At any rate, he was a first Heaven Realm expert, so the young man quickly recovered from his shock, and then his left hand slapped out to defend against Yang Yi's lethal strike. Bang! Zhang Heng was dragged a few meters back on the ground from the force of Yang Yi's kick, and then he collided with the stone steps behind him. As if had sensed something, the young man disregarded the astonishment in his heart and hurriedly stood up. Unfortunately, it was still too late because Yang Yi had appeared once more before him, and just like before, he kicked towards Zhang Heng's dantian. "Don't you dare!" Zhang Heng's eyes almost split apart from fear and rage. A wisp of disdain suffused the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. He didn't argue with Zhang Heng about whether he dared or not, and he increased the strength he exerted with this strike instead. Right at this moment, a gray-robed old man suddenly appeared between Yang Yi and the young man, and then the old man utilized his foot to block Yang Ye's strike. When he saw the gray-robed old man appear abruptly, a strand of bewilderment flashed past Yang Ye's eyes, yet he was already unable to withdraw his attack at this moment. So, he could only allow his foot to kick towards the old man. Bang! Yang Yi took over 10 steps back while the gray-robed old man stood on the spot without moving at all. Obviously, Yang Yi had fallen into a disadvantageous position. As he gazed at the gray-robed old man that stood on the spot without moving and sensed the numb feeling that came from his leg, Yang Yi was shocked in his heart, and he said in his heart, "What formidable strength! This old man is at least at the King Realm and might even be a Spirit Realm expert." Senior Jun gazed at Yang Yi as he said slowly, "Good strength and good speed as well. However, your control towards both of them is extremely weak, and weak control represents a weak ability to adapt to change. If I pressed forward at the instant you retreated just now, then the outcome you faced would be similar to this fellow behind me." Yang Yi pondered deeply for a short moment, and then he cupped his hands to the old man and said, "Thank you for the guidance." Senior Jun nodded when he witnessed Yang Ye's humble attitude towards this, and a strand of praise flashed in his eyes. Disciples of the sects were usually arrogant and haughty fellows, and he originally didn't intend to stop or guide Yang Yi. However, out of consideration for the friendship between Yuer and Yang Yi, he had no choice but to make a move. However, when he saw Yang Ye's modest attitude, he instantly arose a slight good impression of Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuer arrived before Yang Yi, and she suppressed the shock in her heart and said, "Brother Yang, it was I who asked Senior Jun to make a move and stop you. You can't kill you. Because once you kill him, not only will the Grand Qin Empire pursue the matter, even the Talisman Masters Association will pursue the matter. Perhaps nothing would happen to you in the end, but it'll definitely be troublesome." Yang Yi nodded slightly when he heard this, and then he glanced coldly at the young man behind Xiao Yuer. When she saw Yang Yi gaze at the young man, Xiao Yuer seemed to understand Yang Ye's thoughts, and she immediately said, "Don't worry, Brother Yang. Yuer guarantees that he won't appear in Rising Sun City again, and he won't appear in any branches of the Talisman Masters Association as well." When he heard Xiao Yuer, Yang Yi paid no further attention to the young man, and he looked at Xiao Yuer and said, "Miss Yuer, thank you. If I come to Rising Sun City in the future, I'll definitely pay a visit to the Xiao clan. I have other urgent affairs to attend to now, so until we meet again." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi nodded to her, and then he turned around and left. As she gazed at Yang Ye's figure that was moving towards the distance, Xiao Yuer said in a low voice, "In the past, I'd heard of Mortal Realm Profounders defeating First Heaven Realm Profounders. At that time, I thought it was an exaggeration. I never expected that there really are geniuses in the mortal realm that can defeat First Heaven Realm experts. I was truly ignorant in the past." The old man behind Xiao Yuer said, "He's very strong. Had only utilized his fist to defeat Zhang Heng earlier, and if he utilized a sword, then Zhang Heng would probably be dead right now." When she heard this, Xiao Yuer was shocked in her heart. Right, a disciple of the sword sect is only terrifying when that disciple holds a sword. But Yang Yi defeated Zhang Heng with his bare hands. No, I should say that he completely crushed Zhang Heng. Then what if Yang Yi didn't utilize his fists and used a sword instead? How terrifying would he be? "Yuer, have you really become a talisman master, and Master Zhang even took you as his disciple?" Meanwhile, Senior Jun seemed to be slightly anxious as he asked this question. Xiao Yuer restrained her thoughts and nodded before she said, "It was all thanks to Brother Yang. If it wasn't for him, then not to mention becoming Master Zhang's disciple, I might not have even been able to become a talisman master. I really wish to thank him properly. Unfortunately, he has urgent matters to attend to." "Because of him?" Senior Jun was puzzled. Xiao Yuer nodded, and then she gazed at the direction Yang Yi left towards and said, "He's a grade 4 talisman master, and his master is someone that even Master Zhang is extremely afraid of. Master Zhang took me as his disciple because he noticed I had a good relationship with Brother Yang." "He's a grade 4 talisman master?" Senior Jun was shocked. Xiao Yuer nodded. Tempestuous waves surged through Senior Jun's heart when he saw her nod. After a long time, he took a deep breath and said, "Yuer, you must make friends with him." If Yang Ye's strength from before had only surprised him, then Yang Ye's identity as a talisman master shocked him. What sort of monstrous genius is he? He actually possesses such formidable combat strength, and he's even a talisman master. Xiao Yuer didn't feel like talking about this matter any longer. She gazed at Zhang Hong that had already stood up and was walking slowly towards the association building, and she said, "Senior Jun, about my promise to Brother Yang just now. What do you think?" Even though Shed promised Yang Yi, she didn't have any authority in the Xiao clan. At the very least, she didn't have any authority now. Senior Jun glanced at Zhang Hong and said, "Well, make him vanish in Rising Sun City, of course." Even though Zhang Hong has some acquaintances in the Talisman Masters Association, it isn't much to our Xiao clan, and it's just a little bit troublesome at most. If Yang Yi wasn't a talisman master, then perhaps he would consider whether he should make a move to deal with Zhang Hong. But after he found out about Yang Ye's identity, he didn't have to consider it all. Xiao Yuer nodded when she heard this, and then she turned around and headed towards the Xiao clan's carriage. Yang Yi arrived at Happiness Inn and found Ma Nan, and then he asked Ma Nan to take him to the inner city teleportation formation. Ma Nan naturally didn't refuse, and he hurriedly led Yang Yi to the teleportation formation. Yang Yi had never expected that utilizing the inner city teleportation formation actually required a few of 500 gold coins and 10 energy stones. Fortunately, he had no lack of energy stones and gold coins, so Yang Yi handed over 10 energy stones and 500 gold coins under Ma Nan's shocked gaze. And then he walked into the teleportation that led to South Peace City, the imperial capital of Qin, the headquarters of the Talisman Masters Association. In a spacious hall, a few old geezers in dark golden robed were debating intensely. Right when these old geezers were locked in an endless debate, a young man walked into the hall. The young man walked over to an old geezer with fiery red brows, and then he passed an envelope in his hand to the old man before he said, "Senior Lin, this letter was sent to you from the manager of the branch in Rising Sun City, Zhang Yuan." A strand of surprise flashed in the eyes of that old geezer that the young man addressed as Senior Lin, and then the old geezer said, "Zhang Yuan? I don't know him. Did you make a mistake?" The young man hurriedly said, "No." Zhang Yuan stressed on having this pass to Senior Lin. Senior Lin frowned when he heard this, and then he received the envelope. He immediately exploded with rage when he read the content of the letter, and he slapped the table as he roared, "What a joke! My disciple? I don't have any other disciples besides my granddaughter. Which bloody bastard had the gall to pretend to be my disciple? Is he courting death?" Chapter 70, Taking a Disciple. When they noticed Senior Lin becoming enraged, all the other geezers instantly stopped their debate, and they gazed at Senior Lin while a white-haired old man that sat opposite Senior Lin said, "Old man Lin, what's wrong?" Senior Lin slapped the table forcefully once more, and then he said angrily, "A young man took the test to become a talisman master in the branch at Rising Sun City, and then that young man told Zhang Yuan that he's my disciple. Moreover, Zhang Yuan actually believed him. How infuriating." The other geezers frowned when they heard this. They'd never expected that someone actually dared to pretend to be the disciple of a senior member of the Talisman Masters Association. Could it be that he isn't afraid of being pursued by all the powers in the Grand Qin Empire? Moreover, they'd never expected that Zhang Yuan, who was in charge of the branch in Rising Sun City, had actually believed the young man. Immediately send someone to Rising Sun City to capture that fellow that's pretending to be my disciple. I want to see exactly who dared to pretend to be my disciple. Right, demote that Zhang Yuan to somewhere else. He was actually deceived by a young man. He really lived for so long in vain. Senior Lin instructed the young man at his side. Earlier, when he saw Senior Lin explode with rage, the young man was extremely perturbed in his heart. Now, when he heard Senior Lin's instructions, he immediately bowed, and then he hurriedly walked towards the exit. Wait! Right at this moment, the white-haired old man that sat opposite to Senior Lin said, "Old man Lin, this incident is slightly strange. I know Zhang Yuan, he was my disciple in name at one time, and I have quite a good understanding of him. He isn't a brainless fellow." "It's slightly strange?" Senior Lin said furiously. "What's strange about it? All of you are clearly aware that I only have a precious granddaughter. That young man obviously intends to utilize my name to gain benefits for himself. Actually, I slightly admire his courage because he actually dared to pretend to be my disciple. How audacious. Old man Lin, you really need to do something about this temper of yours. Meanwhile, a geezer on Senior Lin's left said, this matter is slightly strange indeed. If he really desired to obtain benefits from himself, then he wouldn't have gone to a branch to take the test. At the very most, he'd have utilized your name to deceive others. But since he headed to the branch, then he probably didn't do it to gain benefits for himself. After all, no one in the Southern Territory dares to offend our Talisman Masters Association. The white-haired old man that sat opposite of Senior Lin hurriedly said, Old man Huang is right. Moreover, Zhang Yuan is an Earth Talisman Master at any rate, so it's impossible for him to be deceived with ease. When he spoke up to here, the white-haired old man looked at the young man and said, Gather all the information related to that young man. The young man bowed to the white-haired old man and said, Elder Shinamo, all the information related to that young man and one of the talismans he crafted during the test are within the envelope. When he heard this, the white-haired old man called Shinamo looked at Senior Lin that was still angry, and he said, Old man Lin, look at the information within the envelope first. If you're sure that you don't know him, then you can issue an order for his arrest. When he heard the word warrant, the eyelids of the young man by Senior Lin's side twitched. An order for arrest. Moreover, it's even one from the Talisman Masters Association. In the Southern Territory, even the orders for arrest from the Grand Qin Empire and the Origin School wasn't as terrifying as the order for arrest from the Talisman Masters Association. Why? Because the orders for arrest from the Talisman Masters Association had shockingly high rewards, and it even obtained the support of the Grand Qin Empire and the 6 great sects. Under such circumstances, no one could escape the orders for arrest from the Talisman Masters Association. What's the point of looking at it? Senior Lin said, I can clearly tell you that I haven't taken any other disciples besides Bauer. If I did take a disciple, then wouldn't I have told all of you and asked all of you to take care of my disciple? When he heard Senior Lin going on without stopping, Shinamo waved his hand, and the envelope on the table appeared directly in his hand. He withdrew the letter within the envelope, and then he read it out loud. Yang Yi, 17, from South B City. A disciple of the Sword Sect. Senior Lin interrupted Shinamo and asked, He's a disciple of the Sword Sect? Shinamo nodded and said, The letter says he's a disciple of the Sword Sect, and he just became an outer court disciple. Old man Lin, do you know him? Senior Lin shook his head and said, Even though I reside in the Sword Sect, but am not interested in the matters of the Sword Sect at all. Besides a few peak masters and that geezer Zue that has gone roaming somewhere, I don't have any interactions with anyone else, let alone a mysterious outer court disciple. When he heard this, Shinemo tossed the letter aside, and then he looked at the young man and said, Issue an order for his arrest. Besides that, remove Zhang Yuan from his position as manager and ask him to come to the capital. The young man bowed to Shinemo, and then he walked once more towards the exit. Right at this moment, a geezer that sat by Shinmo's side gazed at the talisman within the envelope. The geezer took the envelope and withdrew the talisman. When he noticed the quality of the talisman, he said with surprise, It's actually a high-grade talisman? It's even crafted from gold element profound energy. What pure profound energy? This technique is really similar to your technique. Old man Lin, when they heard this, all the other geezers walked over curiously to this geezer's side, and when their gazes descended onto the talisman, all of their gazes were unable to move away any longer. A high-grade talisman? It's really a high-grade talisman. This level of purity, even First Heaven Realm experts are probably any to possess such pure, profound energy. This technique is really similar to Old Man Lin's technique. It's just slightly green and stiff. However, it's already extremely rare to be able to attain this level of skill at such an age. When he heard all of them speaking successively, Senior Lin was unable to sit still as well, and then he looked at the talisman. When he saw that high-grade strength talisman, Senior Lin was first shocked, and then he frowned because this technique was really his technique. When he saw Senior Lin walk over to look at the talisman, Shinamo said furiously, "Old man Lin, you were saying that you don't know him? Just take a look. Isn't this technique yours? Let me ask you, is it really nice to play tricks on all of us?" When they heard Shinamo, all of the others gazed at Senior Lin as well, and the disdain and rage in their hearts were clear for all to see. Senior Lin laughed bitterly, and he said, "This technique is indeed from my line of inheritance, but I really don't know this young man called Yang Yi. Do I have any reason to use this matter to play tricks on all of you?" When he heard Senior Lin, a strand of bright light flashed in Shanmo's eyes, and then he feigned rage as he said, "Old man Lin, do you really not know this young man called Yang Yi?" Senior Lin nodded. The rage on Shanmo's face instantly vanished when he saw Senior Lin nod, and then he said, "Since he isn't your disciple, then I can take him to be my disciple. Right, in any case, I still don't have a disciple." How shameless. I don't have a disciple as well. I've taken a liking to this little fellow, so I've decided to take him to be my disciple. He'll fight anyone that competes with me for him. So what if we do? I don't have a disciple as well, and I want to take him as my disciple as well. Meanwhile, Shinamo said, all of you continue arguing slowly. I won't be participating in it. Right? I've also decided to disregard the matter we were debating earlier, and all of you can continue debating it. Right? I suddenly have some matters to attend to, so we'll be leaving first." As soon as he finished speaking, Shin-emo turned around and walked towards the exit with swift strides. All of the others were stunned, and then one of the old men said abruptly, "Shit, he's heading to Rising Sun City to look for that young man. That cunning old man Shun. He'll absolutely not allow such a promising young man to fall into his hands." As soon as he finished speaking, he hurriedly chased after Shinamo. The other geezers came to a realization, and they charged off in a hurry as well. In less than a few breaths of time, only another old man that had been silent since the beginning and Senior Lin still remained within the hall. Senior Lin was slightly stunned when he saw all of the others rush out, and his mind was in slight disorder. "Lin Shan, you were slightly silly this time." Meanwhile, the old man that sat at the seat of the host spoke. "Senior Ho, what do you mean?" asked Lin Shan. Senior Ho shook his head and said, "It wasn't because of the high-grade talisman he crafted that all of them were fighting to take him as their disciple, and it was instead because they thought highly of his natural talent and potential. He was able to craft a high-grade talisman at the age of 17, and a possessor of such natural talent can be considered to be a genius even in the headquarters of our Talisman Masters Association. Most importantly, it was because of his profound energy of the 5 elements. Of course, even gold element profound energy wouldn't cause them to lose their composure like that. But look at the purity of that 5-element profound energy. I haven't seen many with such purity even at the first heaven realm, whereas he's still only at the mortal realm. Do you understand now?" Lin Shan smiled bitterly when he heard this, and he said, "I understood when they left. However, I already told them that I didn't know that young man. So how could I possibly have the nerve to fight for him with them?" Senior Ho smiled, and then he said, "Look at this young man's technique. This technique is absolutely from our line. Our line only consists of my granddaughter, your granddaughter, you, and me. It's impossible for that little girl of mine to teach another, and even if she did teach someone, then with her disposition, she would definitely tell me about it. Moreover, you yourself are sure that you don't know that young man. So, there's only one possibility. It's very likely that this technique was passed down to him by that little girl of yours. Go ask that little girl about this." When he heard Senior Ho, Lin Shan was suddenly enlightened. "Right, how could I have forgotten that little troublemaker Bauer? With that little girl's fearless disposition, it's very likely for her to pass down the technique of our line to another." When he thought up to here, Lin Shan hurriedly utilized a top-grade transmission talisman to contact Bauer, who was far away in the Sword Sect. Right when all of them headed to Rising Sun City to look for Yang Yi. Yang Yi himself had already arrived at South P City. Chapter 71 Danger. When Yang Yi arrived at South P City, the sky had already turned dark. He didn't stop at all and strode quickly to his home. However, at this moment, there wasn't a single person in his home. Yang Yes' heart shook when he noticed that the stone house was completely empty. Could it be that they've already been captured by the Lu clan? When he thought up to here, Yang Yes' expression instantly became savage, and a strand of invisible killing intent erupted from his body. Who is it? Yang Yes' figure suddenly vanished from the room, and he appeared before a person that wore a black cloak that concealed the person's face. Right when he intended to smash his fist towards that person, the person had hurriedly said, "Brother Yang, it's me. It's me, Manzi." Yang Yi withdrew his imposing aura and stopped himself from attacking. As he gazed at Manzi, who had taken off his cloak, Yang Yi said, "Manzi, where are my younger sister and mother?" As he gazed at Yang Yes' bloodshot eyes, Manzi was extremely shocked in his heart because Yang Yes' strength was truly too terrifying, because he hadn't even clearly discerned how Yang Yi had arrived before him. When he heard Yang Yi, he hurriedly said, "Brother Yang, after that incident occurred, we were afraid that they would make another move against your younger sister and mother. So, we moved them to another place, and I was in charge of waiting here for your arrival. Come with me now to go see them." Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief in his heart when he heard Manzi, because it was fine so long as his younger sister and mother were safe. "Quickly take me to them." Manzi nodded, and then he wore his cloak before leading Yang Yi out of the house. There was an ordinary stone house in the south of South Peace City. Qing Hong stood at the door with a dark green longbow on her back while she held a pitch-black and shiny dagger in her hand, and her gaze was sweeping towards the surroundings while she revealed a vigilant expression. At a dark corner on Qing Hong's right, Xiao He similarly had a vigilant expression, and he held a pitch-black and shiny dagger as well. A young girl around the age of 14 or 15 sat at a stone table within the stone house with her head resting on her hands, and she stared at the candlelight that was constantly flickering before her while seeming to be in deep thought. A beautiful woman placed a large jacket on the little girl and tenderly rubbed the young girl's head while she said in a gentle voice, "Little Yao, go to sleep first. Your big brother will probably be unable to rush home today." The little girl lied down sideways and leaned into the beautiful woman's embrace before she said in a light voice, "Mother, will Big Brother really come back?" The beautiful woman smiled, and then she said, "What do you think? If Yer finds out that Yao's in danger, then he'll definitely rush back home, even if he has to give up being a disciple of the sword sect." The little girl smiled sweetly when she heard this, and then she said, "Little Yao knows that. Big Brother dotes on Little Yao the most. But will Big Brother be able to defeat those scoundrels from the Lu clan? Oh, that Lu clan is truly detestable. Why do they keep looking for trouble with our family?" When she heard the Lu clan being mentioned, a strand of cold light flashed in the beautiful woman's eyes, and then she hugged Little Yao tightly as she said in a gentle voice, "Don't worry. Mother won't allow the Lu clan to harm you or Yer. I absolutely won't." Right at this moment, the beautiful woman suddenly turned her head and gazed outside, and she frowned. On the roof of a house not too far from this stone house, for black-clothed people were starting at the stone house where the beautiful woman and the others resided. One of the black-clothed figures said to a black-clothed figure in the lead, "Young master, I've already determined that Yang Yes' younger sister and mother are hiding within this stone house. As for those 3 people by their side, they're mercenaries from Green Mountain City. However, I don't know why they'd come here to protect Yang Yes' mother and younger sister." It was none other than Lu Qingyu who was in the lead of this group. When he saw Yang Yi ascend to the 20th level, he knew that he had to eliminate Yang Yi. Otherwise, with the enmity between Yang Yi and his Lu clan, not only would Yang Yi not spare the Lu clan, Yang Yi wouldn't spare him as well. On the other hand, if he wanted to deal with Yang Yi, then he had to lure Yang Yi out of the sword sect, and in order to lure Yang Yi out of the sect, he had to utilize Yang Yes' mother and younger sister. Lu Qingyu spoke in a low voice. "Deal with those 3 mercenaries later, whereas Yang Yes' mother and younger sister must be captured alive. Only by capturing them alive would Yang Yi be afraid and leave the sword sect." Meanwhile, another black-clothed figure said, "Senior Brother Lu, these 3 mercenaries aren't a problem. But once a battle begins, then the public security force of South Peace City will make an appearance. Once they make an appearance, then we'll probably achieve nothing like that last time." This black-clothed figure that spoke was a disciple of the sword sect as well, and he was even ranked on the outer court rankings. The reason Head come here with Lu Qingyu to deal with Yang Ye's family was that he had no other choice, because he usually followed by Lu Qingyu's side. So once Lu Qingyu came looking for his help this time, he was utterly unable to refuse. After all, Lu Qingyu had helped him do all sorts of filthy things. It wasn't that he was unaware of Yang Ye's potential, but it was only potential in the end. Yang Yi was only at the mortal realm after all. If Lu Qingyu really dealt with Yang Yi, and he hadn't stood by Lu Qingyu's side at the critical moment, then He'd have extremely difficult days in the sword sect in the future days. It wasn't just him. Even another black-clothed figure at the side was a disciple of the sword sect, and that person had similar thoughts as well. Lu Qingyu grinned lightly and said, "Don't worry, junior brother Qinfeng. The city governor of South B City has already agreed to help. In other words, the public security force of South B City won't appear in this area tonight. All we have to do is clear up properly after we're done." The black-clothed person called Qinfeng was shocked in his heart, and he said, "The city governor of South B City agreed to help? Brother Lu, your Lu clan probably paid a heavy price, right?" The corners of Lu Qingyu's mouth twitched when he heard this. Qinfeng wasn't wrong. For the sake of making the city governor of South B City help, his Lu clan had paid a heavy price indeed. However, it would have been worth the price if they were able to eliminate Yang Yi. "Brother Lu, since the guards won't make an appearance, then there's utterly no need for so many of us to deal with them. Just Brother Lu alone would be able to easily deal with them." Qinfeng spoke in a low voice. Lu Qingyu glanced indifferently at Qinfeng, and then he said, "Brother Chen, what you said does make sense. They'll make a move by myself later, and all of you only have to stand on guard at the side. I don't want any mishaps to occur." When he heard Lu Qingyu, Yang Yi cursed in his heart. "You sly fox. Lu Qingyu is hell-bent on tying us together." However, he was unable to refuse or object to it now. Otherwise, Lu Qingyu would definitely shed all pretenses with him. After a short while, Lu Qingyu raised his head to look at the sky in order to determine the time, and then he said, "All right, the guards in South B City have probably been dispatched somewhere else now. Let's make a move. Remember, those two women must be captured alive." Understood. As soon as they finished speaking, four figures charged towards the stone house where Qing Hong and the others resided. Lu Qingyu was the first to arrive before the stone house. As soon as he descended to the ground, a dark green arrow whistled towards him. A wisp of disdain arose on the corners of Lu Qingyu's mouth when he saw this dark green arrow, and the arrow instantly vanished with a swing of his hand. After that, his figure flashed as he kicked at Qing Hong's stomach. Qing Hong was shocked in her heart. She wanted to dodge, but Lu Qingyu's speed was truly too swift, and she was utterly unable to avoid his attack. Right when Lu Qingyu was about to hit Qing Hong, a figure appeared like a shadow behind Lu Qingyu, and then a wisp of cold light swept towards the back of Lu Qingyu's neck. When he noticed the dagger that assaulted him from behind, dense disdain still hung on the corners of Lu Qingyu's mouth. He withdrew his leg that was kicking towards Qing Hong, and then he turned around and kicked Xiao He. Bang! Right when Xiao He's dagger was only a few centimeters away from Lu Qingyu's neck, his figure was blasted flying and smashed heavily on the ground. On the other hand, Qing Hong had already retreated to the front of the stone house while she aimed an ink-black arrow at Lu Qingyu, and she was bewildered in her heart at the same time. Why hasn't South B City's public security force appeared yet? Yes, if a battle between profounders erupted within a city, then the guards would appear at the first possible moment, and it was exactly like that during their last collision. However, they'd already exchanged a few blows, yet the surroundings were still completely silent, and not even the shadow of a guard could be seen. "Are you waiting for the guards?" Lu Qingyu walked slowly towards Qing Hong, and he laughed coldly. "They won't be making an appearance." Qing Hong's heart shook. In the beginning, Shed only suspected this, but now that Shed heard what Lu Qingyu said, that bit of hope in her heart had vanished completely. If the guards didn't make an appearance, then she would be utterly unable to resist these black-clothed figures before her. But so what about that? When she recalled the scene when Yang Yi gave her the high-grade strength talisman that day, Qing Hong took a deep breath and said, "You'll have to step over my dead body in order to capture them." Lu Qingyu revealed a wisp of a brutal smile on the corners of his mouth that was covered by the cloth mask he wore, and he said, "I will." As he spoke, his figure flashed, and he instantly arrived before Qing Hong, and then he smashed his fist towards Qing Hong's head. These few people weren't worthy of making him unsheath his sword. When she saw him instantly arrive before her, Qing Hong laughed bitterly. "The gap between us is truly too huge." Bang! A figure was blasted flying. Chapter 72, Flower Guard. It wasn't Qing Hong that was blasted flying, and it was Lu Qingyu instead. As he gazed at the beautiful woman that had suddenly appeared before her, Qing Hong's mind was blank. What the hell? A first heaven realm expert was actually slapped away with a swing of this beautiful woman's hand? Little Yao opened her watery eyes wide as well, and she gazed at the beautiful woman with an expression of disbelief. As for those few black-clothed figures that were standing on guard for Lu Qingyu at the back, all of them were dumbstruck, and they seemed as if they were petrified. Cough. Lu Qingyu disregarded the surging shock in his heart, and he stood up slowly while the gaze he shot at the beautiful woman was filled with terror. As a genius that was ranked at the 19th position on the outer court rankings, he felt that he would even be able to exchange a few blows with some outer court elders. Yet now, not to mention fighting back, he wasn't even able to see how Shed attacked. Is she a spirit realm expert? When he thought up to here, Lu Qingyu's body started to tremble. The beautiful woman glanced indifferently at Lu Qingyu, and then she raised her head to look at the moon in the sky and said faintly, "I only wanted to live a peaceful life. Just a peaceful life." Her tone carried an extremely obvious feeling of helplessness. Right at this moment, Yang Yi and Manzi arrived, and both of them were stunned when they saw the situation in the surroundings. But in next to no time, Yang Yi recovered from his shock. After that, Yang Yi's wrist twisted as a sword appeared in his hand, and he was prepared to deal with these black-clothed figures before him first. "Year, let them leave." Right at this moment, the beautiful woman spoke. Even though he was slightly unwilling, Yang Yi didn't dare to go against his mother. He immediately took a deep breath, kept his sword away, and then walked over to the beautiful woman. When they heard the beautiful women, Lu Qingyu and the other black-clothed figures recovered from their shock, and they didn't dare stay here any longer. They immediately turned around, and with a few leaps, they vanished beneath the veil of night. At this moment, the terror in Lu Qingyu's heart really couldn't be described with words. My God, my father actually wanted to marry a spirit realm expert as his concubine. When he thought up to here, Lu Qingyu's entire body broke out in cold sweat. This is like the stories of being audacious to the extreme out of lust. Fortunately, that beautiful woman merely wished to live a peaceful life. Otherwise, the Lu clan would have probably ceased to exist since a long time ago. Senior brother Lu, we brothers won't be joining you in this matter any longer. Farewell. Right at this moment, Chen Feng spoke to Lu Qingyu from the side, and then he turned around and flashed towards a different direction. Senior brother Lu, am bidding my farewells as well. The other disciple of the sword sect left as well. Lu Qingyu grunted coldly when he saw them leave. Even though he was slightly displeased in his heart, he didn't stop them. After all, they could be said to have offended a spirit realm expert. Even though this spirit realm expert seemed like she didn't intend to pursue the matter, but could anyone guarantee that she wouldn't change her mind? So, if they wanted to live, then they had to rush back to the sword sect, because they could only be unafraid of the beautiful woman after they returned to the sword sect. Young master, do you? The last black-clothed figure couldn't flee because he was a guest elder of the Lu clan. He was bound together for good and bad with the Lu clan. Even though he was unable to flee, it didn't mean that he wasn't afraid because that was a spirit realm expert. Lu Qingyu said in a low voice, "It's fine. She has already said that she only wishes to live a peaceful life. You return and tell my father about this matter. My father will know what to do." "Then what about you, young master?" "I'm heading back to the sword sect. I must return to the sword sect because I have an agreement to battle her son. If she finds out about it, she might choose to eliminate me first. After all, her son is only at the mortal realm now, and I'm already at the 3rd rank of the 1st heaven realm." But what? Do as I say. All right. The imperial capital of Qin. Within a luxurious room, a beautiful woman that sat cross-legged on the bed suddenly opened her eyes, and then she said in a low voice, "You still fought in the end." As soon as she finished speaking, the beautiful woman swiftly stood up, and then she walked out of the room and said to another pretty young woman that stood outside the room, "Gather the flower guard. Feng Yu has made an appearance in South P City. Head immediately to South P City." "Yes, Elder Feng Yi." In the stone house, the beautiful woman stretched out her hand to touch Yang Ye's handsome face, and then a strand of a gentle expression flashed in her eyes. She said, "It has already been 2 years. I never expected that Year has already grown up into a man." Tears shimmered in Yang Ye's eyes. "After 2 years, I finally returned home. After a long time," he asked. "Mother, you're really a profounder?" Yang Yi was still unable to accept that his mother was an extraordinary expert. After all, they'd lived together for over 10 years, and the impression he has of his mother was one where she was gentle, virtuous, and never caused trouble. This change in her image was too sudden. The beautiful woman nodded, and then she pulled little Yao into her embrace. She rubbed little Yao's head and said, "They'll tell both you and little Yao everything about me." When they heard the beautiful woman, Qing Hong and the others who were sitting at the side exchanged glances before they swiftly withdrew themselves from the stone house. When she saw them withdraw themselves, the beautiful woman said slowly, "I was an outer court disciple of the Flower Palace in the past. I met your father by coincidence, and we fell in love. After that, I left the Flower Palace." The Flower Palace? Yang Yi was shocked in his heart, and he couldn't help but clench his fists together tightly. Even though Yang Yi didn't know much about the Flower Palace, had heard of it. After all, the Flower Palace was an extraordinary power that was merely inferior to the Origin School. The Flower Palace only took female disciples, and it even had a famous rule. This rule was that once one joined the Flower Palace, then one was prohibited from love, romance, or getting married. Once a disciple violated this rule, then even if that disciple fled to the corners of the world, the Flower Palace's flower guard would capture that disciple and inflict extremely cruel punishment upon that disciple. So, when he heard that his mother had betrayed the Flower Palace for his father that had never met, Yang Yi couldn't help but become anxious. Little Yao asked in a light voice, "Mother, is the Flower Palace that power that doesn't allow others to get married?" The beautiful woman nodded and said, "Exactly. The reason I concealed my strength for these past 20 years was that I was trying to avoid being tracked and captured. Unfortunately, ID still fought tonight. I think that they're probably already on the way to South P City. So, Year and Little Yao, both of you must leave South P City as soon as possible. Otherwise, it'll be too late." Yang Yi stood up and said, "Mother, I've never asked you about father in the past. Now, I want to ask you about him. Is father still alive, or has he been murdered by the Flower Palace?" When she heard Yang Yi say the word father, the woman's figure stiffened while a pained expression flashed on her face. A cold glow flashed in Yang Ye's eyes when he noticed his mother's expression, and he said in a cold voice, "Mother, father really died at the hands of the Flower Palace?" Yang Ye's mother shook her head and said, "No, your father isn't dead. But just don't ask about it. Listen to me and leave South P City with Little Yao. In their objective, and so long as they find me, then they probably won't look for the both of you. Even if they want to find the both of you haven't cultivated Flower Palace's cultivation technique, so they have no way to find the both of you." Yang Yi shook his head and said, "If we leave, then we'll leave together. If mother doesn't leave, then I won't as well." Little Yao won't leave as well. Little Yao, who laid in her mother's embrace, spoke in a firm voice. "So, now that you've gained some ability, you don't intend to listen to me anymore?" The beautiful woman was slightly angry, yet she seemed to feel her tone was too heavy, and she eased it up and said, "Year, be obedient and take Yaoer to the Sword Sect. With Yaoer's natural talent, the Sword Sect will probably take her in. So long as both of you are at the Sword Sect, then the members of the Flower Palace will probably not head to the Sword Sect to look for trouble with the two of you." Yang Yi didn't say anything. A mother knows her son best. So, how could the beautiful woman not know what Yang Yi was thinking? She said, "Year, so long as little Yao and you're safe, Mother wouldn't have any regrets even if I'm taken back to the Flower Palace. But if you act on impulse and cause the deaths of little Yao and yourself, then even if I died, I wouldn't be able to die in peace." Yang Yi raised his head to gaze at his mother, and he said, "Mother, the reason I worked hard to become strong was to protect you and little Yao. If you're gone, then even if I become the strongest expert in the Southern Territory, it would still be meaningless. In short, I want leave. If they want to take you away, then they have to step over my dead body. Mother, I want leave as well. Little Yao wants to be with you, and Big Brother forever." Little Yao's immature face was covered in a firm expression. "Silly child, silly children." The beautiful woman embraced Yang Yi and little Yao, and her face was covered in tears. What a touching scene. Since all of you love each other so deeply, then there's no need to leave. All of you can stay in the Flower Palace's passionless cliff for a few tens of years. Right at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice that didn't contain any emotions drifted into the stone house. Chapter 73, Feng Yu. When they heard this voice, the expressions of both Yang Yi and the beautiful woman changed abruptly. Yang Yi swiftly stood up before his sword appeared in his hand, because if someone wanted to take his mother away, then that person had to step over his dead body. The beautiful woman laughed bitterly and said, "What's coming will come in the end." As soon as she finished speaking, she held Yang Yi and little Yao's hands and walked out of the stone house. 5 beautiful women that were light blue-colored dresses that were covered in flower patterns were standing outside the stone house. There was a gorgeous and lifelike flower of unknown name embroidered on their left chests. Under the rays of moonlight, it emanated a crystalline and dazzling glow. As he gazed at this emblem, Yang Yi knew that they were from the Flower Palace. On the other hand, Qing Hong's group of 3 that were originally standing on guard outside the house were lying on the ground now. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed they were still breathing and had just fallen unconscious. A wisp of a complicated expression flashed in the eyes of Yang Yi's mother when she saw the beautiful woman in the lead, and she said, "Feng Yi, I never expected that you joined the Flower Guard." A wisp of a cold smile suffused the corners of the beautiful woman called Feng Yi, and she said, "Yeah, it took you by surprise, right? All those years ago, your natural talent far exceeded my own, and if you didn't leave Flower Palace for a man, then your accomplishments now would have probably far exceeded my own. However, unfortunately, you who people called Fairy Feng all those years ago actually fell willingly and betrayed Flower Palace for a man. Because of that, you're actually only at the 2nd rank of the spirit realm now." Yang Yi was shocked in his heart when he heard this. This beautiful woman actually knows my mother, but it seems like there's enmity between them. This isn't good. Yang Yi's mother shook her head and said, "I don't want to talk about the matters of the past. Feng Yi, out of consideration that we used to be from the sect, let me ask of something from you. Let my children go. It was I who violated the rules of the palace, and it isn't related to them. So long as you let them go, then I'm willing to return to the palace with you." Feng Yi glanced at Yang Yi and little Yao, and then she said, "Feng Yu, do you think it's possible? According to the rules of the palace, they must return to the palace with you and be punished. As for whether you're willing or not, it isn't up to you any longer. They're innocent." Feng Yu spoke in a low voice. Feng Yi laughed coldly and said, "If they're your children, then they aren't innocent. Actually, I really don't understand what was so good about that man. You actually betrayed the palace for him. Don't tell me it was because of love. If he really loved you, then he shouldn't have gotten entangled with you, nor should he have brought you away from the palace. Moreover, don't tell me that he didn't know the Flower Palace's rules." A wisp of a painful expression flashed on Feng Yi's face. After a short moment, she shook her head and said, "I don't want to speak about the past. Feng Yi, out of consideration for the fact that we used to be disciples of the same sect, I beg you to allow my children to leave." "Impossible." Feng Yi spoke in a low voice. "My refusal isn't because I envy you. I admit that I envied you all those years ago, but when I saw how you are now, I don't feel envy any longer, because you're unworthy of me feeling envious of you. You ought to be clearly aware of the reason I refused. The rules of the Flower Palace aren't something that you or I can change or go against. They must return with you to receive their punishment. Feng Yu still wanted to say something, yet at this moment, Yang Yi gazed at his mother as he knelt on the ground, and he said, "Mother, there's no need to beg her again. Your son is useless. Even though I'm unable to protect you and little Yao, I can live and die with Mother and little Yao." Yaoer wants to live and die with Mother and Big Brother as well. Yaoer won't leave Mother. Little Yao held Feng Ye's hand tightly and spoke firmly. 2 rows of crystalline tears flowed once more from Feng Ye's eyes. She pulled Yang Yi and little Yao into her embrace, and then she said, "It's I who is useless. I don't have the ability to protect both of you. It's Mother that's useless." When she saw this scene, a wisp of a complicated expression flashed past the eyes of a few beautiful women at the side, but they quickly recovered their calm. Even though they pitted these 3 people before them, no one dared to go against the rules of the Flower Palace, let alone them. Feng Yi's expression was calm while the emotions in her eyes didn't fluctuate at all. Just as Shed said, she really had been envious of Feng Yu in the past, or it should be said that all the disciples of the Feng generation within the Flower Palace were envious of Feng Yu. Because at that time, Feng Yu was called Fairy Feng, and no matter if it was in terms of strength or natural talent, she far surpassed everyone else. So, no matter how hard they worked, they were unable to compete with her. At that time, Feng Yu ruled the younger generation of Flower Palace. Of course, at that time, even though she was envious of Feng Yu didn't dare offend Feng Yu at all. After all, the entire sect had placed emphasis on fostering Feng Yu at that time, and the sect had to rely on her to seize a position on the ascension ranking. However, unfortunately, this disciple that the Flower Palace fostered with all its strength had betrayed the palace for a man, and this utterly infuriated the palace master and the other elders at that time. It was precisely because of this that the Flower Palace was still hunting Feng Yu after so long had passed. When she thought of what waited for Feng Yu upon returning to Flower Palace, Feng Yi sighed in her heart. She couldn't deny that she had taken the initiative to pursue Feng Yu at the beginning because she wanted to lay eyes upon Feng Yu had fallen from her prime. Now, she had seen it. Feng Yu had completely lost the elegant demeanor she possessed in the past, and Feng Ye's strength was even much inferior to her. Logically speaking, I ought to feel happy from this sight. Yet not only do I feel no happiness, I feel a type of sorrow instead. Could it be that the rules of the palace are truly too heartless? When she thought up to here, Feng Yi's heart shook, and she hurriedly cleared her mind of these thoughts. After that, she looked at Yang Yi and his family before she said, "Feng Yu, let's go." Yang Yi turned around to look at Feng Yi. He took a deep breath before the profound energy within his body surged explosively. Yang Yi wouldn't stand there and allow himself to be captured, nor would he just watch as his mother returned to suffer whatever punishment the rules of the Flower Palace provided for. He knew that he wasn't a match for these 5 people before him, or it should be said that he wasn't a match for any one of these 5 people. But so what? For the sake of his mother and younger sister that were behind him, he would unsheath his sword even if he faced a Saint Realm expert. Your courage is praiseworthy, but you're overestimating your ability. As she gazed at Yang Yi who had unsheathed his sword, Feng Yi spoke indifferently. Perhaps. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure had already vanished on the spot, and his sword carried strands of whistles as it tore through the sky and stabbed at Feng Yi who was in the lead. Yang Yi didn't hold back at all, nor did he dare hold back. He didn't know Feng Yi's exact cultivation, but he knew that this woman's strength was absolutely not inferior to Bloodhand and Su Qingshi from that day. Moreover, he knew that he was doing something beyond his ability, and it was very likely that he would be directly annihilated in this exchange. But so what? For the sake of his loved ones, not to mention death, he wouldn't regret it even if his soul could never enter the cycle of reincarnation. Yang Ye's speed and strength caused Feng Yi to be slightly surprised. It wasn't just Feng Yi. Even the beautiful women behind Feng Yi and Feng Yu herself were slightly surprised, because by attaining such a level of speed and strength at the mortal realm, one would be considered to be an extraordinary genius even in Flower Palace. Pretty good speed and attack power. As soon as she finished speaking, Feng Yu swung her right hand at Yang Yi, and a strand of strong wind blew at him. Yang Ye's figure was instantly blasted flying. Yet the sword in Yang Ye's hand seemed like an arrow that had left the bow, and it transformed into a dazzling golden glow that directly penetrated through the strong wind and stabbed directly at Feng Yi. This time, Feng Yi wasn't just surprised, she was slightly shocked. She had never expected that Yang Ye's attack would actually be so fierce and sharp to the point of directly piercing through the strong wind she created. Even though this strong wind was something she'd create with a casual swing of her hand, she was an expert at the 8th rank of the spirit realm. Logically speaking, the casual attack of an expert at the spirit realm wasn't something that even profounders at the first heaven realm were unable to resist. As she caught Yang Yi that was blasted flying by Feng Yi, a wisp of shock flashed through Feng Yi's eyes when she saw Yang Ye's sword pierce through the strong wind created by Feng Yi. Obviously, she had never expected that Yang Ye's sword would be able to pierce through it. When she made Yang Yi head to the sword sect all those years ago, besides for the sake of allowing Yang Yi to have the ability to survive in the Southern Territory, she had also done it because of the Flower Palace's pursuit. However, she had never imagined that Yang Ye's strength would actually be so formidable now. He can't be allowed to be taken to the Flower Palace. In merely an instant, Feng Yu decided. Of course, she had never thought about allowing Yang Yi to be taken to the Flower Palace, and this thought just became even firmer now. After all, once they were taken to the Flower Palace, then even if Yang Yi was able to survive, his life would be controlled by the Flower Palace. She couldn't allow her son to become a slave of the Flower Palace. Bang! Feng Yi waved her hand casually once more, and Yang Ye's sword was instantly blasted flying. Moreover, it stabbed towards Yang Yi at a speed that was countless times swifter than before. When she saw the sword shoot over like a bolt of lightning, Feng Yi's beautiful brows knit together. Right when she intended to make a move, the sword slowed down instead, and under the astounded gazes of everyone, the sword's speed grew slower and slower. In the end, it arrived before Yang Yi as if it had strolled over. As she gazed at the sword that floated before Yang Yi, a wisp of a solemn expression flashed in Feng Yi's eyes, and as if she'd thought of something, killing intent flashed in her eyes. Obviously, Yang Ye's potential and strength caused her to feel that he was a threat. Chapter 74 Beneath the Sky and Above the Ground. As he utilized his will to control the sword before him, and Yang Yi was about to attack once more. Right at this moment, Feng Yi's voice suddenly resounded in his mind. "Year, you aren't a match for her. They'll execute a secret technique later and pin them down. You take little Yao with you and return to the sword sect. I know you're not afraid of death, and I know that you don't want to see me return with them and suffer. However, it isn't the time to act impulsively now. While there's life, there's hope. So long as you're still alive, then you'll have hope." Right when Yang Yi was about to say something, Feng Yi's scarlet-red lips parted once more, and she said via voice transmission, "If you refuse, then I'll immediately kill myself before you." Yang Yi's eyes turned red while he revealed an expression of pain, and it felt as if knives were slicing at his heart. He glanced at little Yao that was still holding on tightly to his mother's hand. Little Yao was still too young, so even though she didn't want to leave her mother, her little face was already pale and covered in terror. Feng Yu couldn't bear to see Yang Yi in such pain, yet she had no choice. She knew her son's character, and if she didn't force him like this, then he wouldn't leave her behind and flee by himself even if she threatened to kill him. Feng Yi frowned when she noticed Feng Yu was speaking to Yang Yi via voice transmission, and she said in a low voice, "Are all of you going to come with us, or should I take all of you away by force?" "Year, I won't be immediately sentenced to death after I'm taken back. So long as you possess sufficient strength in the future, then you can rescue me from Flower Palace. If you're captured by them as well, then I wouldn't have any hope at all. So, you have to survive for my sake, all right?" When she noticed that Yang Yi was still struggling, Feng Yu spoke once more via voice transmission, and she gave Yang Yi some hope. Yang Yi clenched his fists tightly, causing his nails to pierce into his palm, and his face had already twisted. He was filled with hate. He hated himself for lacking strength because if he possessed sufficient strength, then it wouldn't matter even if his mother had violated the rules of Flower Palace. But he didn't possess the required strength. When she noticed Feng Yu was still speaking via voice transmission, Feng Yi said with a low voice, "Capture them." The figures of the four beautiful women behind Feng Yi moved when they heard her, and they moved to encircle Yang Ye's family. Feng Yi's expression changed upon noticing this, and she raised little Yao who was by her side and threw her into Yang Ye's embrace. She said, "Take little Yao and leave. They'll be waiting for you to rescue me." As soon as she finished speaking, a strand of terrifying aura surged out explosively from within Feng Yi's body. After that, countless crystalline flowers formed from profound energy instantly appeared in the surroundings. When these flowers that were like snowflakes appeared in the surroundings, numerous strands of terrifying hissing sounds resounded through the surroundings. It was the sound of air being minced apart by them. Feng Yi's countenance turned ghastly pale when she saw these flowers, and she cried out involuntarily, "100 flower mutilation? Feng Yu, you actually executed such a forbidden technique. Have you really gone mad?" At the same time as she spoke, Feng Yi and the other women hurriedly utilized their movement techniques to retreat. Feng Yu paid no attention to Feng Yi, and she turned around to roar at Yang Yi who stood behind her. "Leave. Quickly. Do you really want me to kill myself in front of your eyes?" Yang Yi swiftly kowtowed 3 times to Feng Yu, and then he embraced little Yao who was choking with sobs before turning around and dashing towards the city gate. "Mother, wait for me. You must wait for me." A wisp of a smile appeared on Feng Yi's pale face when she heard Yang Yi, and then she madly circulated the profound energy within her body and controlled those crystalline flowers to surge towards Feng Yi and the others. Presently, all she could do was try her best to pin Feng Yi and the others down so that she could buy some time for Yang Yi to escape. The forbidden technique Feng Yu executed was too terrifying, and the commotion it created was extremely astounding. Thus, all the profounders within South P City were shocked by it. However, not a single one of them dared to come over and watch the battle. Moreover, even the guards of South P City didn't dare act in that way, because the commotion from the battle was something that would at least require a spirit realm expert to create. Experts of this level had strange tempers, so if they came to watch the battle, then these experts might casually put an end to their lives. After a long time, everything returned to calm. Feng Yu sat weakly on the ground with disheveled hair, and her countenance was ghastly pale and without a trace of blood. Moreover, there was even a wisp of scarlet red hanging from the corner of her mouth. Executing such a forbidden technique caused your foundation to be damaged. Not only will your cultivation fall, but you'll also never be able to advance in your cultivation for your entire lifetime. Was it worth it? Feng Yi gazed at Feng Yu who sat weakly on the ground and spoke in a low voice. A wisp of a strange smile arose on the corners of Feng Yi's mouth, and she said, "You'd know if it was worth it if you had children as well." Feng Yi grunted coldly and said, "I'll never have children in my lifetime. You, on the other hand, gave up your future by betraying the palace for a man. Now you've executed such a forbidden technique for 2 little fellows. Moreover, you'll have to eternally suffer the pain from the Yin Gale at the bottom of Passionless Cliff because of these 3 people. Is it really worth it?" Feng Yu didn't speak, and she just gazed at the direction that Yang Yi had fled towards. She really wanted to tell Feng Yi that there were many things in this world that didn't need to be worth it to be done, but she didn't speak about it, because she knew that a person like Feng Yi who had grown up in Flower Palace since a young age wouldn't understand. Presently, she was only concerned about whether Yang Yi would be able to return safely to the Sword Sect. As if she knew what Feng Yu was thinking, Feng Yi grunted coldly, and then she looked towards the direction Yang Yi had left towards and said, "Truthfully speaking, his strength and potential is really not bad, and it isn't inferior at all to some geniuses in the younger generation of Flower Palace. If he's able to grow up, then his accomplishments in the future would definitely be extraordinary. But unfortunately, I won't allow him to grow. So, I've decided to personally pursue him." Feng Yu didn't speak, and she just gazed at the direction Yang Yi fled towards. She had already done what she could, and now it depended entirely on Yang Yi's own fortune. Feng Yi said, "Restrain her, and then head to the city governor's estate. Go give the city governor an explanation. Tell him that it was an internal affair of our Flower Palace. I'll go pursue that kid. All of you don't have to wait for me." Return immediately to the palace after you've finished with the city governor. After she finished speaking, Feng Yi's figure suddenly vanished towards the distance. In the next moment, Shed already appeared over 100 m away. Outside South P City, Yang Yi held little Yao in his arms as he sat on the gray wolf and rode beneath the moonlight, and he made the gray wolf speed up to its limit. Yang Yi's expression was extremely gloomy while his eyes were completely red. At this moment, he was filled with extreme hatred. Besides hatred towards the Flower Palace, he hated himself for lacking strength. Because if he possessed sufficient strength, then his mother wouldn't have executed that forbidden technique for their sake. If he possessed sufficient strength, then he would be able to protect his mother and little Yao better. If he had strength. Yes, if he had strength, then everything would have gone according to his will. However, he didn't. He was only a profounder at the mortal realm, and he didn't even have the strength to resist those flower guards. I want to become strong. I want no one beneath the sky and above the ground to be able to control the fate of I, Yang Yi, and my loved ones. I want all the rules and laws in the world to be unable to restrain me and my loved ones. Yang Yi clenched his fists tightly and spoke firmly on the back of the gray wolf. From this moment onward, Yang Yi's target had become clear. In the past, his target was only to allow his mother and younger sister to have a good life. But the incident from tonight allowed Yang Yi to understand exactly how far and unreachable such a seemingly simple target actually was. If he wanted to accomplish this target, then he had to be able to disregard the rules of the Flower Palace. Otherwise, this target of his would only be a laughable thought. On the wolf's back, little Yao moved closer into Yang Yi's embrace, and she said timidly, "Big brother, will mother be fine?" The incident that occurred tonight was truly too shocking to her. First, her mother that Shed lived with for over 10 years had suddenly become an extraordinary expert of legend. After that, those experts of legend that Shed only heard of and never seen before in the past had come to capture her and her loved ones. This string of unexpected events caused her to be terrified and furious. Because in her impression, her mother was one that never got angry, and her mother was always kind and polite to everyone. Moreover, her mother never did anything that was against the rules or laws. So, she wondered why they wanted to capture such a good person like her mother, and on what basis were they capturing her mother. From this moment onward, a seed of hatred had been planted deep within the heart of this naive and innocent little girl's heart. When he heard little Yao, Yang Yi tightened his embrace on little Yao and said in a gentle voice, "Don't worry, mother will be fine." Mother told Big Brother that she'll be fine, and she said that she'll wait for Big Brother's strength to become formidable and rescue her. "Really?" asked little Yao. "Your big brother is telling the truth." Right at this moment, Feng Yi's voice appeared once more in the ears of Yang Yi and little Yao. Yang Yi was shocked in his heart upon hearing this voice, and he raised his head up and took a glance. He noticed that Feng Yi had suddenly appeared above them. Chapter 75, Let's Fight? Feng Yi floated in midair beneath the rays of moonlight, and there was a pair of wings formed from profound energy behind her back. Feng Yi's expression was gloomy, while her eyes stared fixedly at the nether wolf beneath Yang Yi, and the shock within her heart was at its limit. The nether wolf was only a 9th-rank dark beast. Logically speaking, a dark beast of such level shouldn't make her lose her composure. Of course, the precondition was that 2 humans weren't sitting on the nether wolf. Because of some special reasons, the relationship between dark beast and humans in the Southern Territory couldn't be considered to be adverse, but it could absolutely not be said to be friendly. To put it simply, they have no communication or relationship with each other. Of course, if a human dared to step foot into the interior of the Grand Myriad Mountains without permission, then the human would absolutely not be able to return. Similarly, if a dark beast dared to step foot into the human world without permission, then its belly would be split apart to retrieve his core. Yet now, a 9th-rank dark beast that should appear in the Grand Myriad Mountains had actually appeared in the human world, and it was even being ridden by a profounder at the mortal realm. At the same time that it caused Feng Yi to be bewildered, she was even shocked to the point her thoughts were thrown slightly into chaos. Feng Yi took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in her heart, and then a strand of killing intent flashed through her eyes as she thought in her heart. This kid absolutely can't be allowed to live. Otherwise, even if he's unable to threaten the Flower Palace, he'd definitely be quite a big trouble for the palace once he grows up in the future. Yang Ye's heart shook when he sensed the killing intent emanated by Feng Yi, and then he said to the violet mink that resided within his vortex dantian, "Little fellow, even though I don't know exactly what sort of existence you are, I know that your origins are absolutely extraordinary. So, flee yourself later. If you have the ability, then bring my younger sister along for me, and if you don't, then just flee yourself. With your ability, she would probably be unable to capture you." Yang Yi was confident in the violet mink's ability to escape. After all, that black-robed fellow from that day was countless times more formidable than this woman that stood before him. But that black-robed figure was unable to capture the violet mink, let alone this woman. The violet mink blinked within his vortex dantian. It didn't shake its head or nod, and only a light violet glow arose on its little claws. "You? Why do you want to capture my mother and us?" When she noticed Feng Yi that flew in midair, little Yao was slightly fearful, yet she still asked this question. Feng Yi didn't answer this question, and she looked at Yang Yi instead and asked, "Why is this 9th rank dark beast with you? Don't tell me that it's your pet." In the Southern Territory, some nobles like to keep pets, but those pets were mostly at the 5th rank or below, and they were those extremely meek species of dark beasts. She had never seen or heard of a pet being a 9th rank dark beast, and especially one that was extremely formidable in combat like a nether wolf. "What will the Flower Palace do to my mother?" Yang Yi ignored her question. Feng Yi didn't answer, and she gave him her conditions instead. "Tell me how you control this 9th rank dark beast, and I can spare your life and allow you to be a flower servant of my Flower Palace. Answer my question first." Yang Yi gazed at Feng Yi as he spoke. Feng Yi frowned, and she was slightly displeased in her heart. However, when she thought about Yang Ye's method to control dark beasts, she could only make a compromise. "Don't worry, the Flower Palace won't punish her to death, and she'd probably be imprisoned at the bottom of Passionless Cliff to be tortured by the cold gales and poison from the passionless flower. In the past, all who violated the rules of the palace suffered the same consequences, and it was done for the sake of making an example out of them. However, unfortunately, this method wasn't really effective. I wonder if the palace will use a different method this time." Yang Yi took a deep breath, and he gazed at Feng Yi as he revealed a savage smile and said, "I, Yang Yi, swear that if I don't die, then I'll definitely return the torture all of you give my mother by 100-fold. A wisp of disdain suffused the corners of Feng Yi's mouth, and she said, "Today, I finally understand what overestimating one's strength is like. Not to mention that you're only a profounder at the mortal realm who possesses a good natural talent. Even if you're an Exalt realm expert, you'd only be a slightly more formidable ant to my Flower Palace. The resources and reserves of my Flower Palace isn't something that you can imagine. All right, I originally intended to spare your life and allow you to just be a flower slave, but now it would seem like there's no need for that. Don't think that I'm unable to get the secrets you possess if you refuse to tell them to me. Then why don't you make a move, bitch?" Yang Yi revealed a savage expression as he spoke. Killing intent flashed in Feng Yi's eyes. Right when she was about to make a move, she suddenly frowned, and she glanced towards the surroundings while she said in a low voice, "Since you've come, then show yourself." A white shadow flashed, and then a woman that wore a white dress and held a green sword appeared by Yang Ye's side. The woman was none other than Su Qingshi, who Yang Yi had made an agreement with. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief in his heart when he saw Su Qingshi. He wasn't afraid of death, but he was afraid that little Yao would die with him. Even though he didn't know why Su Qingshi had made an appearance here, but it wasn't important any longer, because little Yao was safe. A member of the sword sect? Feng Yi frowned, and then she asked in a low voice. Su Qingshi glanced at Yang Yi, who still had a savage expression, and then she looked at Feng Yi and nodded before she said, "He's a disciple of my sword sect. You can't touch him." Feng Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as she said, "He's the son of a disciple from my Flower Palace that violated the rules of the palace. You ought to be clearly aware of my Flower Palace's rules." Clang. The green sword in Su Qingshi's hand suddenly struggled free from her fair palm, and it left behind a green afterimage as it shot into the sky and emanated a resounding sword howl. Then let's fight. A wisp of a solemn expression flashed through Feng Yi's eyes when she saw that green sword because it was actually an earth-rank sword. Her cultivation was roughly on par with the woman before her, so she was originally not afraid to fight this woman. However, this woman's sword was at the earth rank, whereas her dark treasure was only at the high grade of the profound rank. Even though it was merely a rank lower, the difference between them was extraordinarily great. This caused her to hesitate because when the cultivation of two profounders was on par, then it was dark treasures and techniques that were the key to victory. There's no enmity between my flower palace and the sword sect, whereas your sword sect has enmity with the ghost sect. My flower palace has always maintained a neutral position. So, do you really want to form enmity with my flower palace for the sake of a single outer court disciple? Feng Yi spoke in a low voice. The Su Qingshu circulated the profound energy within her body, and she said indifferently, whether enmity is formed or not, it isn't something a mere elder like you can decide. Don't waste your breath any longer. If you want to kill him, then make a move. As she spoke, a terrifying, imposing aura instantly enveloped down towards Feng Yi. Feng Yi was just about to speak when this imposing aura suddenly enveloped her, causing her expression to instantly turn grim, and she cried out involuntarily. Sword force, it's actually sword force. You're the sword sect's fairy Su? Yes, Su Qingshu admitted. When she heard Su Qingshu admit this fact, Feng Yi didn't have the slightest intention to fight any longer. After all, Su Qingshu was an expert that was ranked on the Hidden Dragon rankings. What was the Hidden Dragon rankings? Just like the Ascension rankings, it was a place where all the monstrous geniuses gathered. Even though her cultivation was roughly on par with Su Qingshu, she knew that even if Su Qingshu didn't possess an Earth-rank sword, she would still not be a match for Su Qingshu. Fairy Su, even though I'm not a match for you, the Flower Palace won't let this matter go. In the future, my Flower Palace will definitely head to your sword sect to ask for an explanation. After she spoke these words, Feng Yi turned around and left. At this moment, she felt slightly regretful. She regretted asking those flower guards to leave, otherwise, with the joint forces of all five of them, then Su Qingshu wouldn't be a match for them no matter how formidable Su Qingshu was. When he saw Feng Yi being scared off by Su Qingshu, Yang Yi muttered in his heart, "This is strength. This is strength. I, Yang Yi, want such strength as well. I, Yang Yi, want even stronger strength than this. Big sister, save my mother, all right?" Little Yao pleaded to Su Qingshu from atop the wolf. Even though she didn't know anything about their strengths and cultivations, she knew that this big sister before her was extremely formidable, because that woman who could fly was scared away by this big sister. So, she felt that so long as this big sister was willing, then this big sister would definitely be able to rescue her mother. Yang Yi looked at Su Qingshu as well when he heard Little Yao. He didn't have that feeling of male chauvinism or that baffling sense of self-respect. If Su Qingshu was able to rescue his mother and allow his mother to avoid suffering, then he would only feel heartfelt gratitude towards Su Qingshu, and he would feel that he was useless because a woman had helped him. When she noticed their hopeful gazes, Su Qingshu felt slightly unable to bear refusing them, yet she still shook her head in the end. It was very likely that saving Yang Yi would cause a conflict to arise between the Sword Sect and the Flower Palace, and if she rescued Yang Yi's mother, then it would be very likely but absolutely. With the current situation the Sword Sect was in, it was truly unable to bear conflict being aroused between it and the Flower Palace. Little Yao was about to say something else when she was stopped by Yang Yi, and he said, "Little Yao, don't ask anymore. Big Brother will save Mother. Big Brother promises that he'll definitely rescue Mother and allow our family to be reunited." Woo-woo, why did they capture Mother? Why? Little Yao turned around and hugged Yang Yi tightly while choking with sobs. In next to no time, Little Yao fell into a deep sleep in Yang Yi's embrace. "Do you resent me?" Meanwhile, Su Qingshu had her back to Yang Yi as she asked this question. She'd come over this time because she found out that Lu Qingyu and two other outer court disciples from the Sword Sect had come to South Peace City to harm Yang Yi. However, she had never expected to witness the events that had occurred just now in South B City. Yang Yi rubbed little Yao's head and said in a low voice, "I did resent you a little bit at the beginning, but I don't any longer. I'm very surprised and grateful that you were able to offend the Flower Palace for me and my younger sister. But don't worry, you wouldn't have saved my life for nothing because I'll work hard to ascend into the ascension rankings." When she heard Yang Yi, the green sword in Su Qingshi's hand trembled lightly while her lips moved a little, yet she didn't say anything in the end. Chapter 76 The Liu Clan. Yang Yi gazed at the woman before him, and a wisp of a complicated expression flashed in his eyes. He went silent for a moment before he asked, "What were you doing at South P City?" Su Qingshi didn't tell him the reason, and she just said indifferently, "Your ability to control dark beasts is too shocking, so it's better that you don't summon the nether wolf in the human world. Otherwise, you'll face endless troubles." When he recalled Feng Yi's shocked expression from before, Yang Yi nodded, and then he glanced at little Yao that lay in his embrace and said, "Can I ask something of you?" "Speak," said Su Qingshi. As he gazed at little Yao that was in deep sleep, a strand of a gentleness flashed in Yang Yi's eyes before he said, "Can you help me take care of my younger sister? My mother said her natural talent isn't bad, and she can cultivate. If it's possible, then allow her to cultivate by your side." Su Qingshi's beautiful brows knit together slightly, and she said in a low voice, "The Flower Palace's strength is extremely terrifying. Not to mention the other experts in the palace. Merely those flower guards from before aren't experts that you can go against. Moreover, those few people from before are probably just a small group within the Flower Guard, and their strengths in the Flower Guard is at the lower middle. If you go look for them now, then you'll be giving your life away. Understand?" Yang Yi shook his head and said, "I'm not that stupid. My mother paid such a huge price to allow me and my younger sister to escape, so I wouldn't be stupid enough to go give my life away. I asked you to allow little Yao to follow by your side because I want little Yao to become strong. After all, it's impossible for me to be by her side and protect her at all times. She must possess her own strength. Moreover, if she joins the Sword Sect and doesn't leave the Sword Sect, then I presume the Flower Palace wouldn't dare trespass into the Sword Sect to capture her." When she heard Yang Yi, Su Qingshi felt relieved in her heart, and then she nodded and said, "I can do that. Thank you." Yang Yi spoke in a serious manner. Su Qingshi waved her hand, and the green sword laid horizontally in front of her before she said, "Put the nether wolf away. It'll take you and your younger sister back to the Sword Sect." Yang Yi shook his head and said, "Take my younger sister back. I still have some things to deal with in South B City. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid." Su Qingshi glanced deeply at Yang Yi, and then she took little Yao and left. After he watched Su Qingshi and little Yao vanish into the horizon, Yang Yi turned around and looked at South P City, and he said with a savage expression, "Liu Clan, if it wasn't for all of you, my mother wouldn't have fought, and she wouldn't have been noticed by the Flower Palace. Let's get even for both the enmity of past and present." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi placed the nether wolf into his dantian, and then he dashed towards South B City. The Liu Clan. The Liu Clan's patriarch, Liu Nan, was over 40 years of age, and his figure was slightly chubby. After a long time of accumulation, he who possessed an extremely inferior natural talent had cultivated to the 9th rank of the mortal realm as well. The Liu clan was already a large clan in South B City, and coupled with the fact that his son, Liu Qingyu, had been recruited as an outer court disciple of the Sword Sect, Liu Nan was extremely distinguished, and even the city governor of South B City had to be slightly courteous to him. However, the words that guest elders spoke to him upon returning caused the distinguished and haughty patriarch of the Liu clan to be utterly terrified. He had already been pacing up and down anxiously in the hall for almost 2 hours. When he thought about how Head actually intended to make a spirit realm expert his concubine, he even had the desire to take his own life. It was a spirit realm expert, not to mention becoming his concubine. Even the crown prince and kings of the empire didn't have the qualifications for that. Right at this moment, an attendant ran into the hall. When he saw this person, Lunan hurriedly said, "What happened? What did the city governor say? Is he willing to increase the guards to protect my Liu clan?" Yes, after he found out that young Yes Mother was a spirit realm expert, Lu Nan was first terrified to the point his limbs went weak. However, after he recovered from his shock, Head hurriedly sent an attendant over to ask for the city governor's help. Even though he knew that the city governor would definitely not help him, he had no other choice and could only beg the city governor. Because only the city governor could ask for backup from the capital city of the state of Jing. The attendant said, "Patriarch, the city governor asked Lord Lu to not worry. Young Yes Mother is a disciple of the Flower Palace that violated its rules, and she has already been captured by the members of the Flower Palace. Moreover, those members of the Flower Palace have even gone to capture Yang Yi and his younger sister that have fled. So, our Lu clan is safe." Really? Lu Nan was overjoyed. Of course it's true. Ha ha. Lu Nan roared brazenly with laughter. After laughing for a while, he said with a smile, "So she was a disciple of Flower Palace. No wonder she was so beautiful, and her daughter was a true beauty in the making as well. Unfortunately, they just had to go against my Lu clan. This is the consequence of that." Suddenly, a sword light flashed. Along with a hiss that resounded through the air, the head of the attendant standing before Lu Nan flew into the sky in an arc. Lu Nan's laughter stopped abruptly while the smile on his face froze. As he gazed at Yang Yi that had suddenly appeared before him, he said with a trembling voice, Weren't you captured by the Flower Palace?" "You." Yang Yi walked slowly over to Lu Nan, and he said as he walked, "Are you very disappointed?" When he saw Yang Yi walking over, Lu Nan's legs started trembling as he said, "Yang Yi, what are you thinking of doing? We're within the boundaries of the Grand Qin Empire, and it's against the law to kill me. Aren't you afraid of becoming wanted in the Grand Qin Empire? How do you think I should kill you?" As he gazed at Lu Nan, who stood before him in terror, Yang Yi smiled as he spoke, yet his smile was slightly hideous. It was precisely this fellow before him that had frequently bullied Yang Yes family, and for the sake of making Yang Yes mother become his concubine, Head utilized the forces of the Lu clan to pressure Yang Yes family at all times, causing his family to be practically the most impoverished family in South P City. Yet now, it was also because of the Lu clan that his mother's identity was exposed, and it led to her capture by the Flower Palace. When he thought up to here, it felt as if blades were slicing his heart. "Guards! Guards!" Lu Nan roared madly when he heard Yang Yi. Even though he was at the 9th rank of the mortal realm, it was a cultivation that was accumulated through time, and he was a 9th rank mortal realm profounder that hadn't fought a battle. So, what he thought about first was to cry for help and not resist. There's no need to shout. Besides some servants, all the guest elders and members of your Lu clan are already dead. Yes, it was I who killed them. Now, only you remain. Yang Yi revealed a cruel smile. Lu Nan's eyes opened wide as he spoke with astonishment. You, my Lu clan's members that are over 100 in number have been annihilated by you. You devil. Qingyu won't let you go. The Grand Qin Empire won't let you go." Yang Yi said, "Don't worry, I won't let them go as well. They'll go down to accompany you very soon." As soon as he finished speaking, a sword light flashed, and then Lu Nan's head flew into the air. Yang Yi turned around and walked out of the Lu clan estate. After that, he gazed at the Lu clan estate that was already in flames, and he revealed a wisp of a cruel smile as he said, "All those that harm my loved ones, they'll return it to you by 10 times, no, 100 times." Right at this moment, a group of troops from the Grand Qin Empire that wore black armor encircled Yang Yi, and then a middle-aged man that wore a luxurious robe walked over to Yang Yi and said in a low voice, "You're an outer court disciple of the Sword Sect? I'm the city governor of South Peace City." If he knew that Young Yes Mother was a spirit realm expert, then he wouldn't have accepted the Lu clan's bribe no matter what. However, there was no medicine for regret in the world. So, since Head already offended Yang Yi, then he had to eliminate this potential trouble. So, when the servants of the Lu clan reported this incident to the city governor's estate, Head personally led over 109th rank mortal realm guards over. He knew that disciples of the sects were usually able to fight others that possessed higher cultivations than their own. So, Head brought over all the guards in South Peace City. Over 109th rank mortal realm experts that had killed their way out of the army, so even a first Heaven Realm expert wouldn't be a match for them. When he saw this middle-aged man that stood before him, a wisp of a cruel smile arose on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth. If it wasn't because this middle-aged man had colluded with the Liu clan, then the guards would have made an appearance in time, and his mother wouldn't have exposed her strength. This fellow deserves death. When he noticed the killing intent Yang Yi emanated, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed, and he took 2 steps back before he said, Yang Yi, even though you're an outer court disciple of the sword sect, you don't have the authority to annihilate someone's clan within my city. You've already violated the laws of the Grand Qin Empire. Guard, seize him. Right when those guards intended to make a move, Yang Ye's figure moved and a sword light flashed. After that, the city governor's head carried a strand of blood as it flew up into the air. Everyone was extremely shocked. They'd never imagined that Yang Yi would actually dare to kill the city governor in public, nor had they imagined that his speed would actually be so swift to the point they weren't even able to determine how he's launched that attack. The city governor's eyes were wide open, and he truly died while unable to close his eyes and was filled with everlasting regret. Actually, he was right. Yang Yi was indeed unable to defeat over 100 experts at the 9th rank of the mortal realm. However, had been careless because he just had to get so close to Yang Yi. Of course, it wasn't just him. Even those guards had been careless. Or perhaps, it could be said that they'd never expected Yang Yi to kill the city governor right here on the streets. After they recovered from their shock, they immediately pounced towards Yang Yi. However, they hadn't taken a few steps before they stopped, because a badge had suddenly appeared in Yang Ye's hand, and it was the badge from the Talisman Masters Association. Chapter 77, Is It Worth It? Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he saw them stop moving. He knew that with his identity as a talisman master, these guards wouldn't make a move against him. When he faced those members of the Flower Palace just now, Yang Yi had thought about revealing his identity as a talisman master, but he didn't in the end, because he was afraid that death would arrive even sooner if he did so. When they saw the badge in Yang Ye's hand, one of the guards that seemed to be the leader said in a deep voice, "You're a talisman master?" Yang Yi nodded. The leader bowed to Yang Yi and said, "They'll report what you've done in South Peace City to the Talisman Masters Association. Please let me know your name and rank." Yang Yi, Grade 4 Talisman Master. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. He knew that this was the rule. If he concealed it or refused, then these people had the authority to capture him. The leader cupped his fists to Yang Yi, and then he turned around and shouted to the others, "Dismiss." The status of a talisman master was even loftier than nobles in the Grand Qin Empire, and even some nobles that were conferred titles of nobility had to bow to talisman masters. So, since this person that annihilated South B City's Liu clan and the city governor was a talisman master, this matter wasn't something that he could interfere in, and the people above him in ranks would get in contact with the Talisman Masters Association instead. When they heard this, all of them didn't hesitate to turn around and leave, and in less than a few breaths of time, all of them had vanished beneath the night sky. After he watched them leave, Yang Yi gazed at the Talisman Master's badge in his hand, and he said in a low voice, "It really is an awesome thing." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Ye's figure flashed and vanished beneath the night sky. In that stone house where Feng Yu and Little Yao were hiding before this, Qing Hong's group of 3 were sitting while facing each other. As she gazed at the candlelight that flickered indeterminately on the stone table, Qing Hong said in a low voice, "Big brother, do you think Yang Yi will be fine?" Manzi said in a low voice, "Little Hong, it isn't suitable for us to stay here any longer. We must leave as soon as possible. It's best to leave the city immediately and never make an appearance here again." Manzi still felt slightly fearful towards those members of the Flower Palace. Their strengths were utterly not something his group could go against. Yet the 3 of them were guarding the people those members of the Flower Palace wanted to capture. Fortunately, those members of the Flower Palace weren't bloodthirsty figures. Otherwise, the 3 of them would have probably been transformed into corpses. Qing Hong shook her head and said, "Big brother, let's wait a while longer. If Yang Yi is fine, then he'll definitely come looking for us." As he gazed at Qing Hong, who remained stubborn, Manzi sighed and said, "Little Hong, big brother knows what you're thinking. Brother Yang is outstanding indeed, but we're people of 2 worlds. Even if he isn't captured by them, it's impossible for the two of you to be together. After depending on each other for over 20 years, how could Manzi be unaware of Qing Hong's thoughts? He was originally extremely supportive of this because Yang Yi was truly too outstanding after all. So, if Qing Hong was able to be by his side, then she would definitely not have to live such a dangerous life. However, after he found out that Yang Yi was someone the Flower Palace intended to capture, Head changed his mind. It wasn't because he was a despicable fellow that only cared about personal gain, and it was purely because he didn't want his younger sister to be mixed up in the matter between Yang Yi and the Flower Palace. Because enmity of such level was utterly not something little mercenaries like them could endure. Qing Hong's face turned slightly red from being exposed by her older brother. However, she didn't refute it or conceal it, and she asked instead, "On what basis can we not be together? Big brother, haven't you heard of that saying? Love is irrespective of strength, age, or sect. So long as two people love each other, then nothing is a problem." Xiao He, who's remained silent all this while, glanced at Qing Hong, and then he shook his head and continued playing with the blade in his hand. Manzi puckered his lips and said, "Little Hong, do you yourself believe those words? All right, even if those words are true. But do you and Yang Yi love each other? Only a silly little girl like you would fall in love with him after just meeting him once. My dear sister, both of you've only met twice since you've known each other. How could you have fallen in love with him?" Qing Hong glared at Manzi and said, "A fellow that only knows how to visit brothels like you wouldn't understand. I'm not going to waste my breath on you any longer." Actually, Qing Hong only had an unusual feeling towards Yang Yi at that time, and it was far from being able to be called love. The reason it had transformed into love now was that it was a transformation that had occurred while she lived together with little Yao and Yang Ye's mother. Shed found out about Yang Ye's past from little Yao and Yang Ye's mother. It could be said that Yang Ye's attitude towards his family and Yang Ye's spirit of being unyielding before difficulty had moved her. When he heard Qing Hong expose his deeds, Manzi's face turned red, and he said, "My dear sister, listen to your big brother's advice and forget Brother Yang. Let's continue our lives as mercenaries. Even though it's slightly dangerous and arduous, we feel at ease in the heart. If you want to leave, then leave. In any case, I won't be leaving." Qing Hong puckered her lips and spoke in a slightly angry manner. Manzi laughed bitterly, and then he looked at Xiao He that had remained silent since the beginning. He said, "Xiao He, clarify your position, all right? Will you leave or stay?" Xiao He glanced at Manzi, and then he wrote a single word on the table with his dagger, "Stay." Manzi was instantly infuriated. Right when he was about to say something, Yang Yi walked into the stone house. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the three of them who sat before the table. He was just about to speak when a figure had already pounced into his embrace, and it caused Yang Ye's body to instantly stiffen. Qing Hong hugged Yang Yi forcefully and said, "You're all right. You're all right." Yang Yi pushed her away lightly. When he saw that Qing Hong's face was covered in tears, his heart softened, and he immediately stretched out his hand to wipe her tears as he said, "Big sister Qing Hong, thank you." As he spoke, he gazed at Manzi and Xiao He, who remained at the side, and said, "Thank you, Brother Manzi and Brother Xiao He. Thank you for protecting my mother and younger sister." Manzi smiled and said, "Brother Yang, there's no need to mention it. If it wasn't for Brother Yang, then the three of us would probably already be dead. Moreover, Brother Yang even paid us. So, no matter what, we should try our best to protect Brother Yang's family. However, those people from tonight?" Yang Yi shook his head and interrupted what Manzi was about to say. He said, "I understand. Those people weren't existences that Brother Manzi and everyone else could resist. I don't blame all of you for this. I came looking for all of you today." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi withdrew a saber and dagger from within Bloodhand's spatial ring, and then he said, "Both these dark treasures are at the high grade of the yellow rank, and it's my compensation and thanks for protecting my younger sister and mother for this period of time." Manzi hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Brother Yang, what are you saying? The dark treasures and gold you gave us that day has already far exceeded the price to hire us. Moreover, the three of us weren't able to properly protect your younger sister and mother. So, How could we possibly bear to take these two treasures now? Xiaohei shook his head from the side as well. Yang Yi placed them on the stone table and said, "Don't refuse. This is my heartfelt intent. Moreover, these two dark treasures are nothing to me. Yet to the both of you, they're treasures that can improve your strengths." Manzi still intended to refuse. Yet Qing Hong said from the side, "Big brother, take it." When they heard this, Manzi and Xiaohei hesitated for a moment, and then they took the treasures from the stone table. Manzi cupped his fists and said to Yang Yi, "Thank you, brother Yang." Xiaohei cupped his fists towards Yang Yi as well in order to display his gratitude. After they took the treasures, Manzi and Xiaohei exchanged glances before they sensibly withdrew themselves from the stone house, and they left it to Qing Hong and Yang Yi. After she noticed that they'd left, Qing Hong looked at Yang Yi and said, "Did you hear everything I said just now?" Yang Yi was first stunned, and then he said with a slightly dazed expression, "Big sister Qing Hong, what do you mean?" Qing Hong didn't speak, and she just stared at Yang Yi without unblinking. After a short moment, Yang Yi couldn't keep it up, and he nodded. Actually, when Head just arrived outside the stone house, Head heard Manzi persuading Qing Hong to give up on him. At that time, for the sake of avoiding any embarrassment, Yang Yi hadn't entered the house, and he listened outside for some time. In truth, he was slightly surprised at that time because Head never imagined that this sexy and beautiful woman before him would actually like him. Even though he was slightly surprised, Yang Yi didn't have any other thoughts. What he desired the most now was to quickly improve his strength and rescue his mother. Qing Hong's face blushed slightly red when she saw Yang Yi nod, and then she averted her gaze. For a time, the atmosphere was slightly embarrassing. After staying silent for a while, Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before he withdrew a scroll and the crimson-red sword head one from Jiang Yuan, and he passed it to Qing Hong as he said, "Big sister Qing Hong, this is a yellow rank movement technique and a low-grade profound rank sword. It's for you." "Why?" Qing Hong gazed at Yang Yi as she asked this question. Yang Yi shook his head and said, "There's no reason. I like to give it to you, so I gave it to you." Qing Hong stared at Yang Yi for a short moment, and then she received the scroll and sword from him before she said, "I'll work hard to become strong, and I'll work hard to catch up to your footsteps. I'll wait for you to rescue your mother. I don't need any promises, nor do I need you to persuade me." Yang Yi's heart shook. After a long time, he sighed lightly and said, "Is it worth it?" Qing Hong gazed at Yang Yi and said, "It doesn't matter whether it's worth it or not. I like you, so I'm acting in this way." Yang Yi. Yang Yi left an hour later. As she gazed at the direction Yang Yi left towards, Qing Hong's left hand ceaselessly rubbed the pitch-black ring on a finger on her right hand. The ring was something Yang Yi had given her before he left, and it didn't just contain the movement technique and sword head given her. There was also over 1,000 energy stones within it. A long time later, Qing Hong muttered in a low voice, "I'll work hard to catch up to your footsteps." Chapter 78 Master Lin's Disciple. It wasn't long before Yang Yi's actions in South B City had been reported to the capital city in the state of Jing by that guard leader, and the vice-city governor of the capital city, Lu Rong, was immediately infuriated. Not only had Yang Yi annihilated a clan in South B City, but had even killed the city governor of South B City on the streets itself. This was utter contempt towards the laws of the Grand Qin Empire. Of course, most importantly, the city governor of South B City was his subordinate. So, he immediately sent someone to notify the Talisman Masters Association branch in the state's capital city, and he asked the Talisman Masters Association to severely punish Yang Yi. When the officer in the branch investigated Yang Yi, and when he noticed that Yang Yi was Master Lin's disciple, his intentions to arrest Yang Yi had instantly vanished. What a joke. Punish Master Lin's disciple? Indeed, he had the authority to punish Yang Yi, but to offend Master Lin for the Lu clan and a tiny little city governor that wasn't related to him at all? There wasn't anything wrong with his head. So, this officer started to play a game of Tai Chi. He said that Yang Yi wasn't within his jurisdiction, and he asked Lu Rong to head to Rising Sun City. Lu Rong almost exploded with rage when the branch officer gave him such an excuse. However, he didn't dare flare up to the members of the Talisman Masters Association, but he was unwilling to let the matter go and leaving it unsettled. So, he headed to Rising Sun City to look for the officer there. However, Lu Rong had never expected that as soon as he spoke about the reason for his arrival, the expression of this officer immediately turned icy cold, and the officer even asked him to leave. Sorry, I don't have the authority to deal with Yang Yi. He's directly managed by the headquarters in the imperial capital, so you have to go there. This time, Lu Rong wasn't infuriated. Since he was able to rise in the ranks to assume the position of vice city governor in a large city, he was naturally not an idiot. He knew that the origins of this grade 4 talisman master, Yang Yi, was definitely extraordinary. So, he immediately inquired about Yang Yi's origins from the officer. He's Master Lin Shan's disciple. As soon as he finished speaking, the officer walked back into his own room. When he heard these words, Lu Rong was stunned for a long time, and then he broke out in cold sweat. My God, I was actually trying to get Master Lin's disciple punished? Am I courting death? Not to mention a vice city governor of a large city like him. Even the marquis that controlled all the troops in the state of Jing didn't dare rashly offend Lin Shan. Yet had actually been going all around to look for someone to punish Yang Yi. This was no different than courting death. However, he couldn't just forget this matter. After all, Yang Yi had killed the city governor on the streets and annihilated a clan. If he didn't pursue the matter, then the Grand Qin Empire would definitely not spare him. And if he did pursue the matter, then the members of the Talisman Masters Association would definitely utilize their connections in the empire to deal with him. Moreover, he couldn't push the matter to the person ranked above him like those beneath him had done because he was already that person at the top. Even though there was another true ruler of the state of Jing, he didn't dare to push this matter to that person. Because he existed to deal with matters like this, and if he pushed it up to his superior, then it represented that there was no value in his existence. It was a problem to pursue the matter, and it was also a problem if he didn't. After he left the Talisman Masters Association, Lu Rong felt even more depressed and conflicted the more he thought about it. In the end, he couldn't help but curse. Motherfucker, a tiny little city governor like you and a lousy clan actually dared to look for trouble with Master Lin's disciple. It doesn't matter if all of you died, but don't fucking implicate me as well. Do you think it's easy for me to be a vice city governor? Even though he cursed like this, Lu Rong still headed to the Talisman Masters Association's headquarters in the capital city of Qin. This time, he didn't say he wanted to punish Yang Yi, and he just described everything Yang Yi had done in South P City. Of course, he didn't exaggerate as well, and as soon as he finished speaking, he waited silently for Master Lin's reply. After waiting for a long time, he raised his eyes to look because Master Lin still hadn't spoken after so long, and he was almost immediately infuriated to the point of leaping up with rage. Because Master Lin had actually fallen asleep, Lu Rong forcefully endured his rage and said in a light voice, Master Lin, about this matter. Lin Shan opened his eyes and glanced at the surroundings, and then he rubbed his drowsy eyes and gazed at Lu Rong as he said with a puzzled expression, You are? Lu Rong's eyelids twitched while a million curses surged through his heart. He took a deep breath and forcefully endured his rage before he described everything once more. After he heard Lu Rong, Lin Shan frowned and said, That kid actually caused such huge trouble in South P City. He's truly a bastard. Don't worry, I'll absolutely not protect him, and I'll personally bring him back here and teach him properly. How outrageous. That's all? Lu Rong was stunned, and then he said, Master Lin, according to the laws of the Empire. Lin Shan suddenly stood up and said with slight anger, Didn't I say that I'll punish him? What else do you want? Are you trying to get my disciple killed? Huh. As he spoke, a strand of fiery red profound energy surged from his body, and he seemed like a volcano that was about to erupt. Lu Rong retreated repeatedly and said, Master Lin, calm your rage. I didn't mean that. I really didn't. I just need to give my superiors an explanation. Lin Shan grunted and said, You don't have to explain anything. I'll go look for Minister Li Si to deal with this matter. You can leave. Lu Rong heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this, and he said, I'll be taking my leave now. As soon as he finished speaking, he hurriedly turned around and left. He really didn't want to deal with talisman masters ever again in his entire life. After he watched Lu Rong leave, Lin Shan laughed bitterly and said, "This fellow is just like Bauer. Both of them can't stay away from trouble." Even though Lin Shan hadn't met Yang Yi, had already taken Yang Yi to be his disciple. This wasn't entirely because of Yang Yi's natural talent, and it was also because Yang Yi had saved Bauer in the sword sect. In his heart, Bauer's value surpassed everything. So, even if Yang Yi wasn't a talisman master, wasn't his disciple, and was just an ordinary person, he would still stand out to protect Yang Yi, because Yang Yi had saved Bauer. After bidding his farewells to Qing Hong and the others, Yang Yi gathered a great deal of information about the Flower Palace in South B City. After wasting an entire day of time like this, Yang Yi didn't stay here any longer, and he utilized the teleportation formation to return to the Sword Sect. Upon arriving at the Sword Sect, Yang Yi thought about Su Qingshi and Little Yao. However, he didn't know where Su Qingshi lived, so he could only give up and head to Cool Breeze Gorge. On the enormous rock, Yang Yi called the little fellow out, and then he passed over the vermilion spirit fruit he won from Qingxue in the bet. He was very curious about what sort of profound effects this vermilion spirit fruit had, because it actually caused the little fellow to not hesitate to intend to seize it by force. When it saw the fruit, the little fellow hurriedly embraced the fruit in its arms, and then rubbed the fruit with its little head. Its little mouth opened slightly, and it was about to eat the fruit when it seemed to have thought of something. After that, it closed its mouth again and seemed to be troubled. When he saw the little fellow act like this, Yang Yi said with a smile, "If you like it, then eat it." The little fellow shook its head, and then it transformed into a violet ray of light that entered Yang Yi's vortex dantian. After that, under Yang Yi's astounded gaze, the little fellow placed the fruit within the pool of profound energy in Yang Yi's vortex dantian. "Little fellow, what are you doing?" asked Yang Yi when he saw the little fellow do this. The little fellow waved its claws a few times. Even though it was slightly difficult to understand, Yang Yi still figures it out in the end. He gulped down a mouthful of saliva, and then he asked, "You're saying that if that fruit is planted there, then there'll be numerous fruits in the future?" The violet mink nodded excitedly. Yang Yi was speechless. This little fellow is really too mischievous. However, he didn't stop it because so long as the little fellow was happy, then had decided to let the little fellow do as it pleased. Yang Yi paid no further attention to the little fellow, and he withdrew the sword chest that Bauer gave him. He gazed at the talisman markings on the sword chest and hesitated for a while before he poured his profound energy into it. As soon as his profound energy poured into the sword chest, the talisman markings on it instantly lit up, and the talisman markings seemed as if they'd come to life and flowed swiftly on the sword chest's surface. Suddenly, the 36 high-grade yellow-rank swords within it shot out into the air, and they transformed into numerous sword lights that floated in the sky above the forest in the distance. The 36 swords laid down horizontally in the air and formed a circle in the sky above the forest. After that, the circle they formed started revolving at high speeds. At a certain period in time, the tips of the 36 swords suddenly pointed downwards, and then they suddenly shot down towards the forest beneath them. Bang! 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 That expanse of the forest was blasted apart. The mountains and the earth shook while countless bits of trees shot into the sky. In the next moment, the 36 swords emanated numerous strands of sword lights as they danced about throughout the forest, and it wasn't long before that expanse of the forest had become a barren expanse of level ground. As he gazed at the barren expanse of level ground, Yang Yi gulped, and then he said in a low voice, "What a formidable sword formation." The might of this sword formation had truly shocked Yang Yi. He believed that even some high-grade profound rank sword techniques couldn't compare in might to this sword formation. In any case, his energy split sword technique and sword chi finger were absolutely unable to compare to this sword formation. However, this sword formation had a flaw, and that was the amount of profound energy it consumed was truly too enormous. During this period of time that had activated the sword formation, he had to ceaselessly pour his profound energy into the sword chest because only in this way could the sword formation be activated, and at this moment, utilizing it for this short period of time had almost dried up the profound energy within his body. Yang Yi hurriedly stopped pouring his profound energy into the sword chest. As soon as he stopped, the 36 swords that were flying about in the sky stopped moving, and then they flashed back into the sword chest. I can utilize this as a life-saving trump card in the future. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice as he gazed at it. A violet glow flashed, and then the violet mink appeared before Yang Yi. The violet mink pointed its little claw at Yang Yi's sword chest, and then it pointed at Yang Yi's stomach. You're saying that I should place this sword chest into the tiny vortex? Yang Yi asked with an astounded expression. The violet mink nodded. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and then he nodded. However, he felt slightly depressed because he didn't know how to put things into his vortex dantian. In the end, he looked at the little fellow and said, "Help me place it in there." The little fellow nodded, and then waved its little claw before entering Yang Yi's vortex dantian, along with the sword chest that was in Yang Yi's hand. Yang Yi raised his head to gaze at the glimpse of brightness in the horizon, and he said in a low voice, "I have to head to the technique pavilion to see if there are any body refinement techniques. I have to advance to the first heaven realm as soon as possible. Mother, you must wait for me." 1. The concept of Tai Chi is to disperse force by moving along with it and redirecting it away. Chapter 79 Techniques. Yang Yi didn't rest, and he went directly to the technique pavilion, and because of Yang Yi's accomplishments in the Sword Servant Pagoda, he could be considered as a celebrity in the sect. All along the way to the technique pagoda, all the outer court disciples bowed to Yang Yi and addressed him as a senior brother. Yang Yi felt slightly helpless towards all of this. However, since others gave him face, it was naturally inappropriate to make them lose face, so he replied to all of them one by one, thus causing the expression on his face to almost start twitching. Yang Yi had just arrived at the entrance to the technique pavilion when an outer court elder stopped him and said, "Kid, you're Yang Yi?" Yang Yi was stunned, and then he nodded and said, "Elder, you're?" The outer court elder smiled and said, "I'm the inheritance elder, Yin Su, that manages the technique pavilion. You're not bad, kid. You were actually able to ascend to the 22nd level. All those years ago, I lost at the 16th level. You're really not bad. Work hard and cultivate so that you can attain a good ranking for our sword sect during the ascension rankings." Yang Yi nodded slightly, and then he said, "Elder, can I enter the technique pavilion to choose some techniques?" Yin Su pondered deeply for a moment upon hearing this, and then he said, "According to the rules of the sect, outer court disciples have to pay in contribution points in order to choose techniques. However, since it's you, I can make an exception. It'll allow you to choose one yellow rank cultivation technique and one yellow rank combat technique on the yellow rank floor. As for the profound rank floor, earth rank floor, and heaven rank floor that resides above the yellow rank floor, those aren't places that are within my control." When he heard Yin Su, Yang Yi instantly had a good impression of this elder that stood before him, and he cupped his fists to Yin Su and said, "Thank you, elder." Yin Su smiled and said, "Go on in. Some of the yellow rank cultivation techniques and combat techniques in there are really good." Yang Yi thanked the elder once more, and then he walked into the technique pavilion. When he saw the scrolls that lay on the racks within the yellow rank floor, Yang Yi was extremely shocked in his heart, and he thought to himself, as expected of a sect, based on the number of scrolls here, there are no less than 100,000 yellow rank cultivation techniques and combat techniques here. 100,000 yellow rank cultivation techniques and combat techniques. And it doesn't even include the techniques on the 3 floors above me. How shocking would such a scene be? Yang Yi suppressed the shock in his heart and walked over to the cultivation techniques section on the left. He didn't feel like choosing a sword technique for now, because he hadn't fully grasped the Gale Steps, sword control technique, energy split technique, sword chi finger, and the reactive strike that Head created himself, so it was truly not suitable for him to learn other sword techniques. Yang Yi understood the principle of not biting off more than he could chew. Yang Yi directly disregarded those cultivation techniques that could improve the volume and quality of profound energy because that wasn't a problem for him at all. Especially in terms of volume, because if the tiny vortex cooperated, then it was simply inexhaustible. And even if the tiny vortex didn't cooperate, the golden profound energy that tiny vortex gave him was already sufficient for his current cultivation realm. He wanted to look for a cultivation technique that could improve his physical strength like the basic body refinement technique. Obviously, in this age where emphasis was placed upon profound energy and not the physical body refinement techniques were extremely rare. Yang Yi searched for almost 2 hours yet was unable to find a single cultivation technique that could improve the physical body. After another 2 hours passed and right when Yang Yi was about to give up, his gaze suddenly lit up, and then he walked swiftly over to a rock at the corner before he stretched out his hand to pick up a scroll at the very bottom. Yang Yi blew off the dust on it, and then he saw the words that were written on it. Body Refinement Technique, 100 Fortifications. Yang Yi was delighted in his heart upon reading these words, and he hurriedly opened it up and started reading it. The 100 Fortifications technique is divided into 4 levels. The first level, hardening of the skin. The second level, iron skin and stone bones. The third level, bronze skin and iron bones. The fourth level, steel body. Every single time the physical body is improved, physical strength and defense will obtain a qualitative improvement, and when cultivated to the fourth level, it would be almost impossible for ordinary combat techniques to harm the body. When he saw this introduction, Yang Yi was rather disappointed. Yes, he was disappointed because this 100 fortifications technique was slightly weak. Because his current physical body was around the level of iron skin and stone bones, and so long as he worked hard for a while, he would probably be able to attain the bronze skin and iron bones level. In other words, this cultivation technique wasn't really useful to him. However, it was better than nothing, especially because it provided explanations on the method to temper the body, and this was really good for Yang Yi. After he put the scroll away, Yang Yi was about to leave. Yet right at this moment, Yang Yi's eyes glanced towards a scroll that was placed by the 100 fortifications technique side. On it, he saw the words, High-grade yellow rank sword technique, Heaven Ren drawing technique. Yang Yi was stunned because had never expected that there would be a combat technique in this section for cultivation techniques. However, he quickly understood the reason for this, and it was probably placed in the wrong section. Yang Yi was driven his curiosity and picked up this scroll, and as he gazed at the word Heaven Ren on it, he said in a low voice, "What a name." As soon as he finished saying these words, he started looking through the scroll. Heaven Ren's sword technique. A high-grade yellow rank sword technique? As he read and read, Yang Yi's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and an excited expression appeared on his face. After around an hour, Yang Yi rolled the scroll again and said, "It's really good. Fortunately, I didn't let it slip by." The Heaven Ren drawing technique achieved the same goal as the reactive strike he created, but through different means. It stressed upon being simple, succinct, and annihilating with a single strike. It didn't require any extra decorations or adornments. Of course, it sounded extremely formidable, yet Yang Yi knew that it was extraordinarily difficult to cultivate successfully, because it required the accurate and flawless merging of strength and speed in order to attain the effect described in the technique. Perhaps it was extremely difficult for others, yet it wasn't for Yang Yi because he already possessed a foundation in this. Moreover, he only had to utilize this technique to perfect his own reactive strike. In the past, when Yang Yi utilized the reactive strike, he felt that it lacked something, and when he saw this sword technique now, he finally knew what it lacked. It lacked a form of instantaneous explosive force. In the past, had never placed his sword in a sheath. It wasn't just he who didn't place his sword within a sheath. Most disciples of the sword sect didn't place their swords within a sheath, because everyone felt that it was troublesome. If one's sword was placed within one's spatial ring, then it would appear in one's hand with a single thought. How convenient was that? This sort of way of thinking wasn't wrong, but Yang Yi's reactive strike shouldn't be utilized in this way, because the reactive strike stressed upon searching for a weak point and then annihilating one's opponent with a single strike. So, in order to accomplish this, one didn't just need strength, speed, and discerning ability, one also needed explosive force. In other words, the force that the sword erupted with when it was drawn according to the Heaven Ren drawing technique. With the Heaven Ren drawing technique, Yang Yi was able to better perfect the reactive strike that had created, and this caused him to be slightly excited. Yang Yi took the 2 scrolls in hand and went downstairs, and then he arrived before Yen Su and said, "Elder Yen, I'll take these 2. When he saw the 2 techniques in Yang Yi's hand, Yin Su frowned and said, "A body refinement cultivation technique? Kid, could it be that you don't know how extremely painful it is to cultivate with a body refinement technique? Moreover, after you attain the first heaven realm, you'll be able to draw profound energy into the body to refine the body. So, there's entirely no need for you to intentionally temper your body." Yang Yi smiled and said, "It's fine. I just want to give it a try." He would naturally not tell the old man that body refinement suited him. However, the good intentions in the old man's voice caused Yang Yi's heart to feel slightly warm. Yin Su shook his head when he heard Yang Yi, and then he looked at the other scroll Yang Yi took and said, "I won't say anything about your cultivation technique, but do you really intend to cultivate this heaven ren drawing technique? Do you know that most sword techniques in our sword sect stress upon speed? But you'll still be drawing your sword while someone has already stabbed their sword towards you. That'll make you suffer a huge loss." Yang Yi said, "Elder, thank you for your good intentions, but I still want to give it a try." Yin Su shook his head and said, "Don't blame me for talking too much, but since I've taken up the position of inheritance elder, I've never seen someone lend a body refinement technique and the heaven ren drawing technique. It isn't that this cultivation technique and combat technique aren't good, and it's instead because both of them are truly too difficult. Moreover, their effects may not necessarily be superior to other techniques. If you're willing to give up on them, then I can allow you to choose once more." Yang Yi smiled bitterly and said, "I truly thank Elder Yin Su for your good intentions, but I still want to give them a try. If it's really too difficult, then he'll earn contribution points and exchange them for other techniques. Is that all right?" Yin Su sighed when he saw that Yang Yi persisted on cultivating these techniques, and he said, "Forget it. With your strength and potential, perhaps you'll really be able to allow these techniques to dazzle the world. Remember, the techniques of the sword sect can't be spread to someone outside the sect, and you must return them within a month of time. Otherwise, you'll be punished severely." Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when Yin Su stopped persuading him, and then he hurriedly nodded. After Yin Su recorded the details of the techniques Yang Yi took them and headed towards Cool Breeze Gorge. However, when he passed by the training grounds, a familiar voice caused Yang Yi to stop moving, and then he looked towards the source of the voice. Chapter 80 Life and Death Arena? This familiar voice belonged to none other than Qingxue, who had invited him to join her group in the outer court that day. At this moment, Qingxue had a livid expression on her face while she argued with a man that stood before her. Moreover, there were respectively a few tens of outer court disciples standing behind Qingxue and this man. Yang Yi didn't know this man that was arguing with Qingxue. However, Yang Yi knew another man that stood by that man's side and was pointing at Qingxue while speaking in an intense manner because this person was precisely Jiang Yuan, who had entered into conflict with him on that day. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before he walked over. Yang Yi had just arrived behind all of them when he heard Jiang Yuan speak fiercely. "Qingxue, I'll give you one last chance. Lead all of your members and join my group or dismiss your group. Otherwise, there'll be no place for you in the sword sect in the future." Jiang Yuan had been covetous towards Qingxue's group for a long time. Amongst all the new small groups that were established in the outer court, only Qingxue's group had the strength to go against his group. So long as he made this group join his own, then once the older batch of outer court disciples and those geniuses on the outer court rankings became inner court disciples, he would control the outer court. Qingxue paid no attention to Jiang Yuan, and she gazed at that man by Jiang Yuan's side instead while a wisp of fear flashed in her eyes. She said in a low voice, "Senior brother Jiang Yuan, you're an expert on the outer court rankings and a senior amongst outer court disciples. Could it be that you're interested in these small-scale arguments between our small groups?" The young man called Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "Junior sister Qingxue, even you're aware that even though I'm only ranked at the 26th position on the outer court rankings, it wouldn't be difficult for me to become an inner court disciple during the inner court exam 2 months from now. Then why has senior brother Jiang come here with Jiang Yuan to oppress junior sister?" Qingxue was puzzled. Jiang Yuan sized up Qingxue with his gaze, and then he said, "Junior sister Qingxue, I'm not interested in these small-scale arguments between your groups, and am only interested in you. So long as you're willing to become my Dao companion, then it wouldn't be anything difficult even if you ask me to subdue all the other small groups. He wasn't bragging because all the strong senior outer court disciples were basically working hard for the exam that would begin in 2 months, and those disciples wouldn't be interested in these small groups. So, if he made a move against them, then he would absolutely be like the autumn wind that swept away the dry leaves. Zhang Yuan's expression hanged when he heard Zhang Wan had paid a huge price in order to make this expert from the outer court ranking help him, and he was originally hoping that Zhang Wan would help him unify all the new disciples in the outer court. However, never had he imagined that Zhang Wan would actually intend to go back on his word for a woman. On the other hand, all the outer court disciples behind Qingxue were filled with righteous indignation, and they glared angrily at Zhang Wan. If they weren't afraid of him because he was ranked on the outer court rankings, they would have charged over a long time ago. Zhang Wan seemed as if he didn't notice their furious expressions at all, and he just continued sizing Qingxue up. Had originally intended to help Zhang Yuan deal with this small group, but he's immediately changed his mind when he saw Qingxue. There were very few female disciples in the sword sect, and those that were so beautiful were even rarer. So, his heart was moved since the instant he laid eyes upon her. Qingxue's expression was extremely gloomy, and then a wisp of a ridiculing smile arose on the corners of her mouth as she gazed at Zhang Wan. This is the bearing of an expert on the outer court rankings? It's truly inferior to a lowly villain in a town. You're actually forcing others to become your Dao companion. How shameful and disgusting. It looks to me like you're even inferior to Zhang Yuan. At the very least, he isn't despicable to such an extent. How satisfying, said Zhang Yuan in his heart. Compared to Qingxue, he hated this expert by his side even more. Indeed, anyone that paid money to get help yet found out their help intended to assist the enemy would feel displeased. Zhang Wen's eyes narrowed, and then a cold glow flashed within them. He said, "Junior sister Qingxue, you have to take responsibility for what you said. Besides that, senior brother isn't forcing you. Senior brother only said that I hope you'll be my Dao companion, yet you humiliated me. So, you have to either apologize to me or accept my challenge." Right, a challenge at the life and death arena. When they heard Zhang Wan, the group behind Qingxue exploded into an expanse of clamorous noise. After that, when they recovered from their hearts, they instantly started cursing in their hearts about how shameless Zhang Wan was. Even some of the disciples behind Zhang Yuan revealed expressions of detest towards Zhang Wan. Because Zhang Wan was a dignified outer court disciple on the outer court ranking, yet had actually challenged a new outer court disciple, and he even wanted to challenge that disciple on the life and death arena. This was truly too shameless. Qingxue's expression was livid. She had never expected that Zhang Wan would actually be so shameless. Apologize? That was absolutely impossible. Yet if she accepted his challenge and went to the life and death arena, then even if Zhang Wan didn't kill her, he would probably humiliate her to his heart's content. Of course, she could choose to refuse his challenge. But she couldn't, because this group of hers had just been established, and if she shrunk back from battle, then she could dream of being able to recruit anyone else in the sword sect after that. Right when Qingxue was in a difficult position, a voice suddenly resounded. "They'll accept your challenge on her behalf." When they heard this voice, everyone was shocked. Zhang Yuan and Zhang Wan frowned while Qingxue was delighted in her heart instead because this voice belonged to Yang Yi. Everyone looked over to the source of the voice, and they exploded into an uproar when they noticed it was Yang Yi. "It's Yang Yi. It's actually him. Haha, there's a show to watch now." Don't get happy too soon. That Zhang Wan is an expert at the 3rd rank of the 1st heaven realm. On the other hand, Yang Yi is still at the mortal realm. Can he defeat Zhang Wan? You probably don't understand. Yang Yi is a formidable figure that was capable of passing through the 22nd level. Do you know what the 22nd level means? You know Zhang Yuan, right? Zhang Yuan was only able to ascend to the 16th level with a strength at the 1st heaven realm, whereas Yang Yi was able to pass through the 22nd level. Do you know what this means? It means my ass. Get to the point, alright? Stop blabbering. It means that Yang Yi's strength had already far exceeded ordinary experts at the 1st heaven realm. However, I never expected that Yang Yi would actually stand up for our big sister Qingxue. Could it be that he has taken a liking to big sister Qingxue? My God, please don't do that. Big sister Qingxue is mine. Why don't you take a look in the mirror? You look like a pig. How could big sister Qingxue like you? Amidst their discussions, Yang Yi had already arrived by Qingxue's side, and he nodded slightly to her. Earlier, he hadn't made an appearance mainly because he wanted to see how Qingxue would face Jiang Wen's conditions. If Qingxue really agreed to it, then he could only say that Head misjudged her. Fortunately, Qingxue, whom Head taken to be a friend, hadn't disappointed him. Qingxue smiled and nodded as well when she saw Yang Yi. For some unknown reason, she had a feeling that Jiang Wen, who was on the outer court rankings, would absolutely not be a match for Yang Yi. Of course, if she didn't witness the scene on that day when Yang Yi instantly crushed Jiang Yuan, she wouldn't have such a feeling. You're Yang Yi? Meanwhile, Jiang Wen gazed at Yang Yi and asked in a low voice. He was extremely fearful of Yang Yi as well. Not to mention him, even everyone else was afraid of Yang Yi because this was an existence that surpassed that demonic woman in natural talent and potential. Yang Yi turned around to look at Jiang Wen before he said, Qingxue is my friend, and am a member of Qingxue's group. So, let's just let this matter go here, and don't come looking for trouble with her and this group in the future, all right? When he heard Yang Yi's tone that gave off a slight impression of weakness, Jiang Wen instantly felt filled with confidence, and he immediately said, let it go. She humiliated me in front of everyone just now, so how can we let this matter go? It's another one of those fellows that don't respond to reason. Yang Yi instantly came to an understanding, and he immediately nodded and said, since it's like that, then let's go to the life and death arena. Jiang Wen's eyelids twitched when he heard this, and he said in a low voice, Yang Yi, this is a matter between Qingxue and me. Do you really intend to interfere? Yang Yi nodded and said, I've already told you that Qingxue is my friend. All right, don't waste your breath. Let's go to the life and death arena. Yang Yi would never waste his breath when facing someone that didn't respond to reason because it was truly an extremely stupid thing to do. A cold light flashed in Jiang Wen's eyes when he saw Yang Yi act in such an overbearing manner, and he said with a gloomy expression, Yang Yi, I admit that your strength and natural talent isn't bad. But don't think that you can bully disciples on the outer court rankings because of that. The geniuses and experts on the outer court rankings are beyond your imagination. When he heard Jiang Wen try to scare him off, Yang Yi laughed with ridicule and said, You truly praise yourself too much. Can you even represent the entire outer court rankings? All right, please cut the crap. Will you come with me to the life and death arena or not? Can you give me an answer? Give him an answer. Will you go or not? Weren't you so confident just now? Exactly. What's wrong? You're scared now? If you're not afraid, then go on. Isn't it just the life and death arena? Are all the disciples on the outer court rankings existences that bully the weak but fear the strong? You challenge someone when that person is weaker than you, yet you shrink back when someone else is strong than you? If everyone on the outer court rankings is like you, then I wouldn't fight to get on the outer court rankings in the future no matter what. For a time, all the disciples behind Qingxue started ridiculing him successively. Jiang Wen clenched his fists tightly when he heard them, and the bulged-up veins on his forehead displayed that he was angry. There were numerous moments where Head almost agreed, yet reason told him that he couldn't agree to it because he didn't have any confidence in being able to defeat someone that had passed through the 22nd level of the Sword Servant Pagoda. After a long time, Jiang Wen took a deep breath, and then he glanced resentfully at Yang Yi before he turned around and intended to walk away. However, right when Jiang Wen had turned around, Yang Yi called out to him, Wait! Chapter 81 Sword School. Jiang Wen turned around to look at Yang Yi while the veins on his forehead bulged, and his eyes seemed as if they could spray fire. He said in a low voice, What? As soon as he finished speaking, the profound energy within his body surged, and he seemed as if he was on the verge of going berserk. Yang Yi disregarded Jiang Wen's rage and said indifferently, Apologize to Qingxue. Yang Yi, don't go too far. Jiang Wen glared fiercely at Yang Yi and spoke furiously. Qingxue seemed to want to say something, yet Yang Yi shook his head lightly towards her, and then he looked at Jiang Wen and said, If you don't apologize, then he'll challenge to a battle on the life and death arena, and he'll kill you. At that moment, he saw Qingxue. A thought had arisen in Yang Ye's heart, and it was a thought to establish his own forces, or perhaps it could be said to establish his own network of relationships. Only by gathering formidable forces and possessed a vast network of relationships would he be able to deal with a colossus like the Flower Palace in the future. Otherwise, if he relied on himself, then not to mention going against the Flower Palace, it would even be difficult for him to survive the pressure that the Flower Palace would place upon him. This incident that occurred before him was an opportunity. It was an opportunity for him to make a show of strength and draw them over to his side. Even though the strengths of these outer court disciples were extremely weak right now, most of them would become the pillars of the sword sect in the future. So, if he could draw them over to his side now, then he would definitely receive help when he dealt with the Flower Palace in the future. Perhaps all of these thoughts wouldn't be realized in the future, but Yang Yi had to grab every single opportunity he had. So, he didn't intend to let the matter go this time. All the other outer court disciples were shocked when they heard Yang Yi because Yang Yi was actually so confident. Yang Yi wasn't invincible even if head passed through the 22nd level. After all, Jiangwen was a third-rank, first Heaven Realm expert. Is he really confident in his ability to kill Jiangwen? After they recovered from their shock, all of them felt excited and delighted. Especially those disciples that stood behind Qingxue. They'd been pressed by Jiangwen earlier to the point they almost felt suffocated. Now, when they saw that Jiangwen actually had his face slapped on the spot by Yang Yi, it was like drinking icy cold water in summer. Awesome! On the other hand, those disciples behind Jiang Yuan revealed expressions of admiration in their gazes towards Yang Yi, and some of them seemed to be lost in thought as if they were considering something. Why did the new outer court disciples form these small groups? It was for the sake of preventing themselves from being bullied, and it was for the sake of possessing the authority to have a say in things. Now, when they saw Yang Yi helping Qingxue's group, all those disciples standing behind Jiang Yuan couldn't help but think that if the senior outer court disciples bullied them, then would Jiang Yuan be able to stand up for them and help them vent their anger? The answer was no. Even though Jiang Yuan was ranked at the first position during the outer court competition, it was obvious from Jiang Yuan's attitude towards Jiangwen. So, when they thought up to here, numerous outer court disciples behind Jiang Yuan had already confirmed their slightly hesitant thoughts from before. Jiang Yuan's heart sank when he noticed their expressions. He knew that this newly formed group of his was probably finished. Yang Yi had noticed the expressions of those outer court disciples as well, and this was exactly the outcome he wanted. He turned around to look at Jiangwen. At this moment, Jiangwen's expression was livid while his fists were clenched together tightly, and Jiangwen was staring fixedly at Yang Yi, as if he intended to utilize his gaze to kill Yang Yi. The flames of rage in Jiangwen's heart were burning to the limit right now, and he truly wanted to chop Yang Yi to death on the spot because Yang Yi was truly going too far. However, reason told him that he couldn't do that. Especially when he recalled what happened to Duan Jun that day, then it wasn't that he was unable, but rather he didn't dare. However, when he noticed the ridiculing expressions from all the other outer court disciples, Jiangwen's reason was burnt away by the flames of rage in his heart. He was a disciple on the outer court rankings, and he couldn't lose face like this. If he apologized under Yang Yi's coercion, then he would become the laughingstock of the entire outer court. Right when Jiangwen was about to act in an unyielding manner, a group of outer court disciples walked over here. When they saw this group of outer court disciples, the expressions of all the outer court disciples behind Qingxue turned grim, and fearful expressions arose in their eyes. Because they didn't know this group of outer court disciples, so it meant that all of them were senior outer court disciples. Jiangwen heaved a sigh of relief when he saw these people, because he didn't have to ascend the life and death arena with Yang Yi. He hadn't fought Yang Yi in the past, yet he knew how terrifying that demonic woman was. Yet even with that demonic woman's ability, she wasn't able to pass through the 22nd level at that time while Yang Yi had succeeded instead. So, Yang Yi's strength was obvious. Jiangwen paid no further attention to Yang Yi, and he hurriedly walked over to greet those outer court disciples. He said respectfully to the disciple in the lead, "Greetings, senior brother Qin Feng." He had no choice but to respect this person that stood before him. Because this person was Qin Feng, who was ranked at the second position on the outer court rankings. Presently, besides that demonic woman, Qin Feng was the strongest amongst the outer court disciples. Qin Feng glanced indifferently at Zhang Wan, and then he looked at Yang Yi and said, I heard you'd returned, so I came here especially to look for you. Do you have the time for a spar? He wanted to see exactly how formidable Yang Yi's strength was since Yang Yi was able to break that demonic woman's record. Yang Yi glanced at Zhang Wan, and then he said, You're standing up for him? Qin Feng shook his head and said, I have nothing to do with him. I only came here to ask you for a spar. When he heard this, Yang Yi didn't hesitate to nod before he said, All right. Qin Feng nodded lightly when he heard Yang Yi agree, and then he said, Come look for me when you advance into the first heaven realm. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Wan and said, You are truly a disgrace to all the disciples on the outer court rankings. The other outer court disciples behind Qin Feng revealed disdainful expressions in their eyes as well. They'd never expected that Zhang Wan would actually interfere in the struggles between the new outer court disciples. After all, according to the rules of the sect, once a new batch of outer court disciples joined the sect, then the senior outer court disciples had to withdraw themselves and give this stage that is the outer court to those new outer court disciples. This was a rule that was passed down in the sword sect. When all of them had entered the outer court as new outer court disciples, the senior outer court disciples had done the same as well. Moreover, after the new outer court disciples joined the sect, the inner court exam would begin in 2 months. So, while all of them placed their attention on the inner court, how could any one of them have the time to pay attention to these new outer court disciples? However, Zhang Wan was one such weird, and he really came to interfere in the matters of the new outer court disciples and bullied the weak. Moreover, he didn't even have the courage to accept the challenge. Qin Feng glanced indifferently at Zhang Wan, who had an unsightly expression on his face, and then Qin Feng led the others and left. If Yang Yi was bullying another outer court disciple that was weak, then as one of the leading figures on the outer court rankings, he would definitely stand up for that person. However, the problem was that Zhang Wan had bullied the weak. So, if he stood out and helped Zhang Wan, then even if he won the battle, he would completely lose all face. Qingxue and the other disciples heaved sighs of relief when they saw Qin Feng and the others leave. Fortunately, not all of the disciples on the outer court rankings were shameless like Zhang Wan. Otherwise, all of them would definitely have no way to survive. Yang Yi looked at Zhang Wan, who had an unsightly expression, and said, Apologize? 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 Damn it. Don't even dream of leaving today if you don't apologize to Big Sister Qingxue. Apologize. Apologize to Big Sister Qingxue. For a time, all the outer court disciples behind Qingxue had encircled Zhang Wan, and they ceaselessly requested that Zhang Wan apologized. A wisp of happiness flashed in Qingxu's eyes when she noticed that the members of her group had actually united. The newly established group of hers lacked unity and cohesion the most, and Shed intended to slowly foster it by heading to the Grand Myriad Mountains with all of them to temper themselves as a group. However, Shed never imagined that it had actually been formed with merely a few words from Yang Yi. Zhang Yuan's expression turned slightly unsightly when he saw Qingxu's group acting in such a united manner. He glanced at Yang Yi, and then he led his group to turn around and leave. With Yang Yi here, it was impossible to win in a one-on-one battle, so only a group battle was possible. However, Qingxu's group was so united right now while many members of his group had the intention to leave the group, so how could they fight against each other? So, he could only lead them away because if he didn't leave now, then there would probably be even more of his members that were affected by Qingxu's group. As for Zhang Wan, had forgotten about the existence of such a person since a long time ago. At this moment, Zhang Wan, who was encircled by them, had stopped feeling hatred and rage, and he was slightly fearful instead. Had never expected that these new outer court disciples would actually unite together. He knew that if he didn't apologize, then these outer court disciples would definitely make a move against him. Even though the sword sect prohibited disciples from fighting anywhere else besides the life and death arena, the precondition to that was that someone didn't incur public wrath. Zhang Wan took a deep breath, and then he looked at Qingxue and said, Sorry. As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced resentfully at Yang Yi before he turned around and left. All of them cheered when they heard Zhang Wan apologize before he left. This incident allowed them to realize that so long as they were united, then even disciples on the outer court rankings would be unable to bully them. Of course, they knew that had mostly apologized because of Yang Yi. When they thought up to here, the gazes all of them shot at Yang Yi carried respect. Qingxue smiled as she gazed at all of the other disciples that seemed excited, and she said, "Brother Yang, our group doesn't have a name. So, why don't you give it a name?" When he noticed the gazes of anticipation everyone shot at him, Yang Yi abandoned his intentions to refuse. He thought for a moment, and then he said in a low voice, "We're disciples of the sword sect, and all of us use the sword. So, how about we call it the sword school?" The sword school? Qingxue pondered deeply for a moment, and then she looked at the others and said, "What do all of you think?" All of them thought for a moment, and then they nodded. Qingxue smiled when she saw this, and then she said in a loud and clear voice, "All right, then we're the sword school from now on." Chapter 82 in complete copy. Yang Yi refused Qingxue's request for him to set the rules of the sword school with her. He knew nothing about managing, so had directly refused. However, he didn't refuse Qingxue's request for him to be the vice schoolmaster of the sword school. Actually, Qingxue had suggested that he took the position of schoolmaster, yet had refused the position. Yang Yi understood Qingxue's intentions. She wanted him to be the master of the sword school so that he would be completely tied together with it. After all, the sword school needed someone that could deter the outer court disciples, and he was undoubtedly extremely suitable for the task. However, in Yang Ye's opinion, the status of schoolmaster was a form of restraint. He wanted to establish connections and a force that could help him in the future. However, had never thought about utilizing the sword school to go against the Flower Palace, because it wasn't realistic at all. Moreover, he was clearly aware of his own ability. If he took charge of managing the newly established sword school, then chaos would definitely ensue. On the other hand, managing these members was only a trivial matter to Qingxue, who was from a large clan. So, Yang Yi had refused the position of schoolmaster. In his opinion, it was sufficient so long as he had a network of relationships within the sword sect in the future, whereas he had to work hard to become strong now. After he finished bidding his farewells to Qingxue and the others, Yang Yi arrived at Cool Breeze Gorge, and then he started cultivating in his sword techniques. After he obtained these sword techniques, Yang Yi was constantly devoid of time to practice them properly because of the outer court exam and the incidents that occurred at his home. Thus, besides the basic sword technique, had only dabbled in the other sword techniques. So, Yang Yi had decided to cultivate bitterly in these sword techniques and attain a certain level of mastery in them. This time, he didn't have much time as well, because the date of the inner court exam was in a little over 20 days. And it would also be the time of his battle on the life and death arena with Lu Qingyu. Yang Yi had naturally not forgotten this culprit, Lu Qingyu. However, since Lu Qingyu had returned to the sword sect, Yang Yi had no way of killing Lu Qingyu immediately. Moreover, he wasn't completely confident in his ability to kill Lu Qingyu. After all, the geniuses on the outer court rankings weren't trash. Actually, Yang Yi wasn't completely confident as well when he faced Jiang Wen just now. Even though he felt that both Jiang Wen and Lu Qingyu weren't as formidable as that sword servant at the first heaven realm within the sword servant pagoda, he didn't know if they had trump cards. They would absolutely not fight in an upright and normal manner like the sword servant. So, had decided to utilize this period of time to diligently practice all of his sword techniques, especially the Heaven Rin drawing technique and the reactive strike that Head created. Head resolved to merge these two techniques together and then train in it to an adept level. As for the sword control technique, it was just like the sword chest. It was his trump card, and he would utilize it carelessly. Yang Yi withdrew his sword, walked over to an iron shell tree that required at least 4 or 5 adults to wrap their arms around it, and then he closed his eyes before he started to recall the key points of the Heaven Rin drawing technique. At a certain moment after around an hour had passed, Yang Yi's eyes suddenly opened. Swish! He drew his sword and then sheathed it. His movements were extremely swift. Crack! The iron shell tree before Yang Yi rumbled and collapsed, causing leaves to be blasted into the air. Yang Yi was slightly delighted in his heart when he saw this. It was because of the effects of this move And it was because Head noticed that it was indeed possible to increase the strength of his attack by a great deal at the instant he drew his sword according to the drawing technique. And it was that explosive force he was looking for. However, his speed wasn't sufficiently swift because according to the description of the Heaven Ren drawing technique, he would have only attained an initial grasp of the technique when not a single sound could be heard while he drew his sword. Drawing the sword without making a sound? How fast would it need to be to accomplish that? Yang Yi had originally thought that the reactive strike he created was already very swift, but when he saw this description, he noticed that his reactive strike was still not fast enough, and it had to be improved. During the following period of time, besides eating, Yang Yi spent all of his time on cultivating. Yang Yi's time was arranged in this way. In the morning, he trained diligently in the reactive strike and Heaven Ren drawing technique. At noon, he started to train hard in the sword control technique, whereas he cultivated the Gale Steps at night. Throughout the period of 24 hours in a day, Yang Yi merely rested for 4 hours, and he utilized 20 hours on cultivating. Under such painstaking cultivation, Yang Yi grew more and more skilled in his drawing technique after 10 days passed by. The sound created at the moment he drew his sword grew softer and softer, but that sheath of his could be considered to be utterly destroyed. On the other hand, his sword control technique had extended from its precious scope of 3 meters to a scope of 6 meters. He was able to control his sword in an area of 6 meters to carry out some basic movements. Moreover, Yang Yi noticed a problem as well. The difference in the difficulty of controlling a real sword and an energy sword with the sword control technique was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. He was able to control energy swords at will, but it seemed extremely strenuous as soon as he tried to control real swords, and this caused him to feel slightly puzzled. However, he quickly came to an understanding. It was because the energy swords were immaterial. So, it was naturally comparatively easier to control immaterial objects. However, real swords were different. They were material and had weights of their own. After he figured this out, Yang Yi temporarily gave up on training with energy swords, because the might of an energy sword wasn't as formidable as a real sword in the end. After all, energy swords couldn't exist in the air for extended periods of time, while real swords could. Of course, Yang Yi hadn't given up completely on energy swords. After all, if he was able to control over 100 energy swords, then it would be extremely terrifying as well. As for the Gale Steps technique, his accomplishments were pretty huge as well. If Yang Yi utilized the Gale Steps technique now, then he could leave a faint afterimage behind. Both the Gale Steps and Heaven Ren drawing technique stressed upon explosive force. So, when the combination of Yang Yi's reactive strike and Heaven Ren drawing technique were further combined with the Gale Steps and Yang Yi's terrifying physical strength, the might it created was extremely terrifying. Yang Yi believed that if some first Heaven Realm experts underestimated him, then it would be very likely for them to be annihilated with a single strike. Of course, it wasn't those first Heaven Realm experts with solid cultivations like the Sword Servants. However, even if it was in a large sect like the Sword Sect, first Heaven Realm experts with completely solid cultivations like the Sword Servants were extremely rare. In short, Yang Yi's improvement in these 10 days was extremely great. On this day, when Yang Yi was diligently cultivating his sword techniques in Cool Breeze Gorge, Su Qingshi had brought Little Yao here. When she saw him, Little Yao instantly pounced into Yang Yi's embrace, and then she started crying. As he embraced Little Yao in his arms, Yang Yi was slightly on the verge of tears. The string of mishaps that occurred to his family was undoubtedly a huge blow to Little Yao, who was only a little over 10. At the same time, he felt deeply guilty because if he possessed sufficient strength, then his mother wouldn't have been captured by the Flower Palace. When he thought of the Flower Palace, a gold glow flashed in Yang Yi's eyes. He resolved that he would definitely make the Flower Palace pay. After a long time, Yang Yi pushed Little Yao away lightly, and then he wiped off the tears on her face. Suddenly, Yang Yi's eyes lit up, and he cried out involuntarily, "Little Yao, you're already a profounder?" Indeed, Yang Yi had sensed the fluctuations of profound energy within Little Yao's body. At this moment, Su Qingshi said from the side, "Your mother was right. Little Yao's natural talent is extremely good, and her speed of cultivation is extraordinarily swift. Moreover, she cultivates very diligently as well. She has already attained the first rank of the mortal realm in a short period of 10 days. Yang Yi was delighted when he heard this, and he said seriously to Su Qingshi, "Thank you." He felt heartfelt gratitude towards her. Because of Su Qingshi, there would definitely be no one in the sword sect who dared to bully little Yao. Moreover, Su Qingshi's strength was so formidable, so if little Yao cultivated by Su Qingshi's side, then her speed of cultivation would definitely be much swifter than ordinary outer court disciples. Su Qingshi glanced at Yang Yi and said, "It's nothing. I really like her as well." Yang Yi smiled, and then he looked at little Yao and said, "Little Yao, you have to work hard and cultivate by big sister Su's side. Do you understand?" Little Yao nodded and said, "Big brother, they'll work hard. Once little Yao becomes an expert, they'll go save mother with big brother, and well beat down all those baddies." As she finished speaking, a strand of coldness flashed in little Yao's eyes. Obviously, she felt extremely hatred towards those members of the Flower Palace as well. Yang Yi rubbed little Yao's reed and said with a smile, "All right. After little Yao becomes an expert, little Yao can follow big brother to rescue mother. At that time, our family won't separate again." After talking with little Yao for a while, Yang Yi thanked Su Qingshi once more. "Thank you for taking care of little Yao." If Su Qingshi didn't agree to take care of little Yao, then for the sake of taking care of her, he wouldn't have any time to cultivate at all, and if he didn't have any time to cultivate, how could he possibly rescue his mother? Su Qingshi's beautiful brows knit together slightly when she heard Yang Yi thank her again. She was slightly displeased and said, "I told you, I really like little Yao as well. Right, that technique I saw you cultivating just now was pretty strong. Was it the Heaven Rin drawing technique?" Yang Yi said, "Not entirely. I'm only relying on that instant of explosive force provided by the drawing technique." Su Qingshi nodded lightly when she heard this, and then she said, "No wonder, because it was different from the Heaven Rin drawing technique that I know." When she spoke up to hear, she gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Do you know that the Sword Sect's Heaven Rin drawing technique is an incomplete copy?" An incomplete copy? Yang Yi was shocked in his heart. Chapter 83 Help. Su Qingshi nodded and said, "The Heaven Rin drawing technique is a high-grade profound rank technique that a senior of my sword sect created. Because it only possessed 2 moves yet revealed enormous might, it was extremely loved by countless disciples of the sword sect. It could be said to be extremely popular at that time." Yang Yi was shocked in his heart. Never had he imagined that the Heaven Rin drawing technique was actually a high-grade profound rank sword technique, and he immediately asked, "Then why has this sword technique been reduced to the yellow rank, and it was even buried in the technique pavilion?" Su Qingshi seemed to have thought of something, and then a cold glow flashed in her eyes. She said after staying silent for some time, "The Heaven Rin sword technique you're cultivating now isn't the true Heaven Rin sword technique at all. The true technique is divided into 2 moves, Draw and Heaven Rend. Its true ultimate move is formed when these 2 moves are combined, especially when the imposing aura and force that explodes out at the instant of drawing the sword is combined with the second move. This sword technique can even compare to an earth rank technique." Yang Yi nodded, and he said to himself, "No wonder. Since he obtained this sword techniques, Head constantly had the feeling that it was missing something, and it turned out that the technique lacked an offensive move. However, it wasn't especially important to Yang Yi because his reactive strike stressed upon utilizing calmness to restrain action, and it restrained the opponent with a single move. On the other hand, the Heaven Rin sword technique's second move took the initiative to attack, and it stressed up seizing the initiative and imposing aura. Perhaps the move Heaven Rin was much more formidable than his reactive strike, yet Yang Yi still preferred the technique that Head created himself. However, if he was able to look through that move, Heaven Rend, then it would probably be quite helpful to his reactive strike technique. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi asked, "Does the original still exist?" Su Qingshi shook her head and said, "It's gone." The senior from that time hadn't finished recording down this sword technique before he was encircled and killed by members of the Ghost sect. So, this sword technique can be said to be lost. Actually, The heaven wren drawing technique you're cultivating now can be considered to be the original because that senior had only finished recording the first move, and it's this drawing technique that you're cultivating right now. Yang Yi felt rather disappointed when he heard this. However, he wasn't especially disappointed. It was lucky if he could and fate if he couldn't. Yang Yi didn't really mind. Moreover, had already obtained the first move, and it was extremely good when combined with his reactive strike. Meanwhile, Su Qingshi said in a low voice, "If you encounter anyone from the ghost sect in the future, then kill them if you can. Because if you don't kill them, then they'll kill you as well. Moreover, if you kill them, you'll be able to obtain contribution points." Yang Yi was shocked in his heart as he gazed at Su Qingshi's icy cold expression. This woman really hates the ghost sect to the bone. He still remembered that while they were at the bottom of Death Abyss, this woman wanted to kill him just because he wanted to utilize Bloodhand's weapon. Exactly how deep is their enmity? Moreover, contribution points would be provided for killing members of the ghost sect. What did this mean? It meant that it wasn't just Su Qingshi who hated the ghost sect, and even the sword sect hated it. Otherwise, it would be impossible for there to be such rewards to encourage disciples of the sword sect to kill members of the ghost sect. Big sister, is the ghost sect very bad? Meanwhile, little Yao, who had been listening to their conversation, suddenly spoke in a slightly timid voice. Yang Yi asked as well, "Qingshi, exactly what sort of enmity is there between our sword sect and the ghost sect?" When she heard Yang Yi call her Qingshi, Su Qingshi's expression became slightly uncomfortable. However, she didn't object to it, and she just glanced at Yang Yi and said in a low voice, "A feud that has lasted through generations. The enmity between the ghost sect and sword sect has already existed for almost 100 years. Not to mention events from a long time ago. Just in the recent years, quite a few elders and genius disciples of my sword sect were killed by the ghost sect. Moreover, my mother perished at the hands of the ghost sect as well." As she finished speaking, a strand of coldness suddenly erupted from Su Qingshi, and it caused little Yao to be unable to help but press herself closer to Yang Ye's chest. Yang Ye's expression changed as well. Had never imagined that Su Qingshi's mother would have actually perished at the hands of the ghost sect. No wonder she holds such hatred towards the ghost sect. Yang Ye's experiences were slightly similar to Su Qingshi, so he really understood how she felt. He immediately said, "If I encounter anyone from the ghost sect in the future, then he'll definitely eliminate them." Yang Yi was the type of person that wouldn't offend others so long as others didn't offend him. However, the ghost sect was an exception, because even if he didn't kill them, they would kill him. Their sects had been in a feud for generations, and it could be said that everyone that joined the sword sect would become an enemy of the ghost sect at that very moment. Moreover, he didn't have a good impression of anyone in the ghost sect because he still remembered how Bloodhand had made a move against him and how those members of the ghost sect had pursued him. When she heard Yang Yi, Su Qingshi's gaze fluctuated slightly before she said, "Even though the ghost sect's reputation is bad, their strengths are really formidable, especially some of the strange and mysterious technique and forbidden techniques they possess. If you encounter a member of the ghost sect in the future, you must be careful, and you absolutely must not resist stubbornly if you're not a match for that person." Yang Yi nodded and said, "I'm not an idiot that would still charge forward when I'm not a match for my opponent." Su Qingshi hesitated for a moment, and then she said, "Besides bringing little Yao here so that the two of you could see each other, I came here for another reason. I have something I need your help with." "You need my help?" Yang Yi was slightly surprised, and he asked, "What do you need?" Su Qingshi asked, "Do you remember when we encountered the members of the ghost sect in the Nether Wolf Gorge last month?" Yang Yi nodded. "Of course I do. At that time, you said that besides Bloodhand, there were two more experts on par with Bloodhand in the vicinity. Is what you need my help with related to this matter?" Su Qingshi nodded and said, "We suspect that the members of the ghost sect are hatching some plan against our sword sect. However, the forces we sent to the Nether Wolf Gorge were unable to notice any clues. We're sure that they haven't left, and they're still hiding within Nether Wolf Gorge, but we're unable to find where they're hiding." "What do you want me to do?" asked Yang Yi. Su Qingshi pondered deeply for a moment and asked, "Are you able to communicate with dark beasts?" Yang Yi was stunned, and then he said with an astounded expression, You want me to head to Nether Wolf Gorge to ask dark beasts about it? Su Qingshi nodded and said, if you can communicate with dark beasts, then that's exactly my intentions. Don't worry, I never told anyone that you possess the Nether Wolf and that mysterious violet mink, and I came to look for your help in private this time. No one will find out about it. Yang Yi asked the little fellow, and when he saw the little fellow nod, Yang Yi said, I can't communicate with dark beasts, but the little fellow can. However, are you sure this will work? Su Qingshi said, I can't confirm that it will, but it's the only way I can think of now. If the dark beasts don't know where they're hiding, then the sword sect can only increase the area of its search. Even though it's a very disadvantageous move, the sword sect would have no other choice. Yang Yi said, all right, let's head to the Nether Wolf Gorge now. There's no rush. Su Qingshi said, in order to take precautions against any unexpected events, I have to make preparations first. They'll come to look for you 3 days from now, all right? Yang Yi nodded and said, all right. Su Qingshi nodded lightly, and then she looked at little Yao and said, let's go. You still haven't finished your work for today, so you can't waste any more time. Little Yao gazed at Yang Yi with slight reluctance. Even though Su Qingshi was very nice to her, she still wanted to be with her older brother because it felt extremely safe while she was with her older brother. When he noticed little Yao's reluctant gaze, Yang Yi felt a feeling of tenderness in his heart. He rubbed little Yao on the head and said in a gentle voice, silly little girl, big brother is in the sword sect, and you're in the sword sect as well. So long as you finish the work that big sister Su arranges for you, then you can come here to look for big brother. Now, go back with big sister Su. You have to listen to big sister Su, all right? Little Yao nodded and said in a light voice, big brother, you take care of yourself as well. Little Yao word had to become stronger. Once little Yao becomes strong, they'll go rescue mother with you. Little Yao will definitely work hard. Yang Yi rubbed her head tenderly, and he swore in his heart that he wouldn't allow little Yao to be harmed no matter what. Su Qingshi held little Yao's hand. She glanced at Yang Yi before she waved her right hand, and then they vanished from Cool Breeze Gorge atop the Su Qingshi's sword. Yang Yi gazed at the flowing light on the horizon for a long time, and then he took a deep breath before he turned around and walked once more towards the iron shell tree. After that, he started to continue practicing his drawing technique again. If he wanted to protect little Yao from harm, then he needed a formidable strength to accomplish it. Yet now, his strength was still slightly weak. Even though his strength was already not bad below the first heaven realm, he was no more than an ant when compared to experts of Su Qingshi and Feng Yi's level. Even though this was slightly painful, it was the truth. So, he had to work even harder. Chapter 84 Oblivious State. Early in the morning 3 days later, Su Qingshi arrived at Cool Breeze Gorge. She didn't show herself, and she watched from afar as Yang Yi ceaselessly drew his sword and sheathed it. As she watched and watched, Su Qingshi revealed a surprised expression. She wasn't surprised by the speed or might of Yang Yi's drawing technique. Even though Yang Yi's drawing technique's speed and might was extremely formidable, it was nothing to her. She was surprised because Yang Yi had actually entered into a type of oblivious state. An oblivious state referred to the moment when someone was too concentrated on a matter that only that matter remained in one's eyes and mind, and everything else was unable to catch one's attention at all. Such a state was extremely difficult to enter, and she knew how difficult it was to enter such a state because she had entered such a state in the past. The requirements to enter an oblivious state was extremely harsh. One had to be concentrated while there were no distracting thoughts in one's heart, and one even required a certain level of luck to actually enter into such a state. Of course, the benefits of such a state was extremely obvious, and it was that the person who'd entered such a state would yield twice the results with half the effort while doing anything. For example, Yang Yi was training his drawing technique now, and under the influence of this oblivious state, the effects of his training right now were absolutely a few times superior to its normal effects. It was even to the extent that he might even be able to comprehend some unexpected things. Su Qingshi had never expected that Yang Yi would have actually entered such a state. After all, even she had only entered such a state twice in her entire lifetime. Is Yang Yi's natural talent too monstrous, or is his luck too monstrous? No matter what, it's good news for the sword sect. because the younger generation of the sword sect really needs a leading figure. If there's still no one capable of ascending the ascension rankings this year, then the embarrassing state of possessing no experts would really arise in the sword sect within the next few years. At that time, the sword sect would really decline. When she thought about the sword sect's future, Su Qingshi revealed a worried expression. After a long time, she sighed lightly, and then she looked at Yang Yi, who was ceaselessly drawing his sword and sheathing it. If Yang Yi participates in the next ascension rankings, then perhaps Hell still have a chance. But if it's the ascension rankings this year, then there's very slim hope even if Yang Yi possesses 5-element profound energy. Those that hadn't participated in the ascension rankings would never understand how cruel and terrifying the ascension rankings was. At this moment, it was just as Su Qingshi thought. Yang Yi had entered into an oblivious state. Of course, Yang Yi didn't know that had entered such a state. 3 days ago, after Su Qingshi left with little Yao, Yang Yi had started training diligently once more. However, had never expected that he would have a flash of inspiration at the instant he drew his sword, and for the sake of preventing this inspiration from vanishing, Yang Yi stopped eating like he had before this and forgot everything as he cultivated bitterly. In other words, Yang Yi had already been in this state for 3 days and 3 nights. Time gradually passed by, and in the blink of an eye, it was already noon. Yang Yi's speed grew swifter and swifter, and it was swift to the point he himself was only able to see a cold glow, whereas the sound of the sword being drawn grew softer and softer. At this moment, even though it still hadn't vanished completely, unless someone listened closely, it was extremely difficult for anyone to hear that trace of soft sound. Su Qingshi, who had been watching Yang Yi all morning, grew more and more shocked the longer she watched. Even though this move Yang Yi was practicing couldn't pose a threat to her at all, it was merely because of Yang Yi's strength and cultivation realm. If Yang Yi was at the same realm of cultivation as her, then she wondered if she would be able to resist such a swift sword strike. If she excluded her combat experience and combat instincts that she had gained from the first heaven realm and later, she noticed that it was extremely difficult for her to block this move, because she noticed that Yang Yi was only utilizing his physical strength to train, and he hadn't utilized his profound energy. If Yang Yi utilized his profound energy, then with the boost provided by his golden profound energy, exactly how terrifying would the strength of this move become? Bang! An enormous iron shell tree was slashed horizontally into 2, and it fell to the ground. At this moment, Yang Yi opened his eyes, and then he turned around to glance towards the surroundings. When he noticed that a large expanse of iron shell trees had fallen in the surroundings, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Only when he saw all of these fallen iron shell trees did he remember that had already been cultivating bitterly for 3 days and 3 nights. Right at this moment, Su Qingshi appeared before Yang Yi, and then she glanced at the iron shell trees in the surroundings. The cut on the iron shell trees in the distance was still slightly uneven, whereas the cut on the iron shell trees around Yang Yi were smooth like glass. Su Qingshi couldn't help but be slightly dazed when she noticed these cuts that were smooth like glass, because she wondered exactly how terrifying his physical strength was to be able to accomplish this without utilizing profound energy. Yang Yi immediately felt slightly dazed when he saw Su Qingshi appear. Just like in the past, Su Qingshi was still wearing a white dress while her long hair was tied up behind her head by a white ribbon, and her figure floated slightly above the ground. Moreover, the dress she wore hung tightly to her skin because of the wind in the surroundings, causing her figure to seem curvaceous and extremely charming. When he thought about what had happened between him and her at the bottom of Death Abyss, a trace of a strange feeling instantly arose in Yang Yi's heart. He didn't feel complacent or proud because that wasn't something she'd done willingly. He knew that with this woman's status and strength, she wasn't someone that he was worthy of right now. This wasn't a form of inferiority complex, and it was merely that Yang Yi clearly recognized reality. In this world, besides family love, friendship and love required strength as its foundation, and it was even to the extent that some familial love required strength as its foundation as well. When one didn't have strength, then even one's family might look down on one. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi suppressed the feelings in his heart and said, "Sorry for making you wait." Su Qingshi heaved a sigh of relief when she heard Yang Yi because she'd noticed when Yang Yi looked at her. She didn't like that sort of invasive gaze, but fortunately, Yang Yi quickly returned to normal. Otherwise, with her disposition, it would probably be very difficult for the two of them to continue getting along with each other. Su Qingshi waved her right hand, and her green sword left a green afterimage behind as it descended before her. Her figure floated up lightly to descend onto the green sword, and then she looked at Yang Yi and said, "Let's go." Yang Yi nodded, and then he leaped up and descended behind Su Qingshi. Right after he descended behind Su Qingshi, a strand of faint fragrance assaulted his face, and it caused Yang Yi to feel slightly dazed. However, he quickly recovered from this because he didn't want to make this woman look down on him. Su Qingshi waved her right hand lightly, causing the green sword to charge into the sky. Yang Yi, who stood behind Su Qingshi, staggered, and he almost fell off the sword. Fortunately, his hands were swift, and he hurriedly grabbed Su Qingshi's waist, allowing him to avoid falling down. Su Qingshi revealed a slightly unnatural expression when Yang Yi grabbed her waist. However, she didn't stop him, and she just sped up instead. In next to no time, both of them arrived at the border between the Snake Forest and Nether Wolf Gorge, and then Su Qingshi kept her sword away and looked at Yang Yi before signaling that he should get started. Yang Yi nodded, and then he called the violet mink out. The violet mink had just woken up, and its lively and large eyes were slightly drowsy. It rubbed its drowsy eyes as it glanced at Su Qingshi, and then it flickered onto Yang Yi's shoulder. After that, it rubbed its little head against Yang Yi's face, as if it was asking Yang Yi to let it go back to sleep. Yang Yi embraced the violet mink in his hands and said, "Little fellow, help me with something and then go sleep, all right?" The violet mink glanced bitterly at Yang Yi, and this glacé caused a chill to run down Yang Yi's spine because this little fellow really acted too much like a human. "Just help me a little. You can go back to sleep after you help me, all right?" Yang Yi continued to ask for its help. Even though the little fellow was slightly displeased that Yang Yi disturbed its sleep, it still nodded its little head after Yang Yi implored it for a while, and it displayed that it was willing to help. When he saw the little fellow agree, Yang Yi hurriedly spoke of the reason Su Qingshi has asked for his help. After a short moment, the little fellow waved its claws at Yang Yi, as if it was trying to express something to Yang Yi. Yang Yi had a slight headache indeed when he saw the little fellow waving its little claws, and he couldn't help but think in his heart, "If only the little fellow can talk to me." After a short moment, Yang Yi finally understood what the little fellow meant, and then he looked at Su Qingshi and said, "The little fellow wants us to capture some low-rank dark beasts, and it's better the smaller they are." Su Qingshi glanced at the little fellow, and then she turned around and flashed towards Nether Wolf Forge. After around 30 minutes, Su Qingshi returned, and she had a large bag in her hand. Su Qingshi walked over to the violet mink, and then she opened the bag. There were around 20+ small dark beasts within the bag. These dark beasts were extremely small. The largest was only the size of a fist, while the smallest was only the size of a thumb. After the bag was opened, all of these small dark beasts were in disorder, and they were just about to flee when the little fellow demonstrated its might. Chapter 85A Treasure. The violet mink let out a light grunt. The figures of the 20+ small dark beasts instantly stiffened when they heard it, and they immediately raised their heads to look in between Yang Yi's arms. After that, those small dark beasts seemed as if they'd seen something terrifying, and their eyes were filled with terror while their bodies shivered. Even though Yang Yi and Su Qingshi had witnessed the effects of the pressure emanated by the violet mink in the past, they still couldn't avoid feeling slightly shocked when they witnessed this scene again. Especially Su Qingshi. She truly wondered how Yang Yi had subdued this mysterious dark beast that possessed the bloodline of a saint. Under the command of the violet mink, all of those small dark beasts formed two lines obediently. They lined up from left to right, from shortest to tallest, and the originally disorderly dark beasts were quickly arranged in an orderly manner by the little fellow. When he noticed that the little fellow was busy showing off and had forgotten what it was supposed to do, Yang Yi struck the violet mink on the head with displeasure, and he said, "Little fellow, quickly get down to business." The violet mink nodded, and then it started communicating with the small dark beasts. After around 15 minutes passed, the violet mink raised its head to look at Yang Yi, and then it pointed its little claw towards Netherwolf Gorge. Su Qingshi and Yang Yi were delighted when they saw this, and then Yang Yi asked, "Little fellow, you're saying they're over there?" The little fellow pointed at those small dark beasts, and then its little claw pointed towards Netherwolf Gorge. It seemed to be saying that the small dark beasts said that those people were over there. Yang Yi nodded, and then he looked at Su Qingshi. Su Qingshi understood him. She waved her hand and placed all the small dark beasts into the bag again before she brought Yang Yi alone as she flashed towards the direction that the violent mink had pointed at. After around an hour and under the guidance of those small dark beasts, the two of them arrived before a rock wall. The rock wall was only a few meters tall and over 30 m wide, and the surface of the rock wall was covered in a huge amount of weeds. Obviously, it had existed for quite a long time. As he gazed at the rock wall that the violet mink pointed at, Yang Yi frowned and asked, "Little fellow, are you sure that those little beasts aren't mistaken? Those people are hiding inside here?" As he gazed at the rock wall that looked completely normal, Yang Yi truly felt slightly doubtful. The violet mink blinked, and then it asked those small dark beasts again. After a short moment, the little fellow pointed at those dark beasts before pointing once more at the rock wall. Yang Yi and Su Qingshi exchanged glances, and then Su Qingshi nodded before she placed all of those small dark beasts on the ground. The small dark beasts didn't leave after they were placed on the ground, and they gazed pitiably at the violet mink. Obviously, they didn't dare leave if the violet mink didn't allow it. The violet mink nodded, and then these small dark beasts instantly jumped for joy. After that, they ran swiftly towards the rock wall while Yang Yi and Su Qingshi hurriedly followed him. When they arrived before the rock wall, all of these small dark beasts bore their way into a small hole at the bottom of the rock wall. Meanwhile, the violet mink scratched Yang Yi's head before pointed towards the rock wall. Right when Yang Yi was about to say something, Su Qingshi's expression suddenly changed, and then she pulled Yang Yi along with her as she vanished on the spot in a few flickers. She concealed herself and Yang Yi in a dense bush over 30 m away. Just a short moment after Yang Yi and Su Qingshi vanished, a cracking sound suddenly resounded from the rock wall, and then under Yang Yi and Su Qingshi's astounded gazes, the rock wall slowly opened like a door. After that, two black-robed figures whose appearances couldn't be seen clearly walked out from behind the rock wall. The black-robed figures seemed to be slightly vigilant. They glanced towards the surroundings, and when they noticed no one of the black-robed figures said, "Haida, I told you, it's impossible for anyone to come here. It was definitely a dark beast that passed by just now, yet you didn't believe me. Do you believe me now?" The man called Haida said, "It's still best for us to be careful. The members of the sword sect have suddenly gone dormant. The elders said that the sword sect is definitely hatching some sort of plan against our ghost sect, so we must be careful." The other black-robed man said, "It seems to me like the sword sect was unable to find us, so it gave up. However, you're right as well, and it's better to be careful. Otherwise, if everyone's place of hiding was exposed because of us, then even seeking death would be impossible for both of us." Haida nodded, and then he glanced once more towards the surroundings. When he saw there was nothing unusual in the surroundings, he immediately said, "Come, let's head back." Right at the moment the two of them turned around, Su Qingshi suddenly appeared behind them, and then she didn't seem to have done anything, yet both of them fell silently to the ground. This scene caused Yang Yi, who was within the bush, to be extremely shocked, because he hadn't noticed how Su Qingshi had left and how she had attacked. So, exactly how fast did she have to be to accomplish this? Yang Yi suppressed the shock in his heart and walked over with the violet mink. Yang Yi glanced at the corpses on the ground and said, "What should we do with these corpses?" Su Qingshi said, "Dark Beast will come to deal with him soon. Now that the hiding spot of the ghost sect has already been found, you can return to the sword sect." "What about you?" Yang Yi asked instinctively. Su Qingshi glanced at the dark depths behind the door, and she said, "I'm going in to have a look. They're definitely hatching up a huge plan inside there." Yang Yi pondered deeply and said, "We've already noticed where they're hiding, so why don't we wait for the experts of the sword sect to arrive before going in? It's too dangerous to go in now." Su Qingshi glanced at Yang Yi and said, "With the strength that I possess, even if I'm not a match for them, they'll still be able to escape." Moreover, they're doing things so carefully, and I've already killed 2 of their members, so it's impossible to guarantee that they haven't already noticed this. What if they have another path of escape inside there? Then we would have done all of this for nothing. When he saw Su Qingshi was determined to go in, Yang Yi stopped persuading her and he said, "Then I'll go in with you." Su Qingshi frowned slightly and said, "You're too weak." The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. "Can't you be a bit tactful about it?" Yang Yi pointed at the violet mink and said, "With the little fellow there, we'll be able to find them even if they flee through another exit." Su Qingshi glanced at the violet mink, and then she hesitated for a moment before she nodded. With Yang Yi's strength, it was very likely that he would more of a hindrance than a help to her, but the mysterious violet mink was different. She still remembered the scene of the violet mink scaring away the nightbirds. After the 2 of them passed through the entrance, they noticed the cave was a passageway. This passageway was extremely large. Moreover, it wasn't flat, and it headed down instead. There were numerous stone steps before them, and it extended all the way down to the point it was impossible to see the bottom of it. Even though sunlight couldn't shine in, everything within the passageway was clearly visible because there was a moonlight stone placed in 3 intervals on the passageway that led underground. Yang Yi and Su Qingshi exchanged glances, and both of them were able to notice a wisp of a serious expression in each other's eyes. Both of them continued down along the stone stairs, and they only reached the end after around an hour had passed. After they arrived at the bottom, both of them continued along the passageway towards the depths of this place. During this period of time, they'd encountered some black-robed figures, but they were noticed in advance by Su Qingshi's formidable divine sense, and then she dealt with them soundlessly. After walked for around another 2 hours, Su Qingshi stopped moving, and her face was covered in a cold expression. "What's wrong?" Yang Yi asked in a light voice. Su Qingshi gazed at the passageway that was still continuing on without end and said, "This direction leads to the sword sect." Yang Yi's eyelids twitched when he heard this, and he thought in his heart, Su Qingshi was right. The ghost sect is definitely planning something against the sword sect. Someone's coming. Su Qingshi suddenly grabbed Yang Yi's hand before flashing and vanishing on the spot. The passageway was straight, and there were no corners, so Su Qingshi and Yang Yi could only hide themselves at the top of the passageway. Yang Yi naturally didn't have the ability to float in the air without relying on any external forces, but Su Qingshi could. In next to no time, a black-robed figure appeared within their fields of vision. When the black-robed figure passed by beneath Yang Yi and Su Qingshi, he suddenly stopped moving and said, Why do I smell a stranger?" Had been constantly in contact with people that carried a bloody aura, so he was very sensitive to the smell of a strange. Right at this moment, Su Qingshi made a move. A sword light flashed, and then the black-robed man's head instantly flew out. Yang Yi descended from above and gazed at Su Qingshi as he said, "You seem to have been unwilling to kill him just now?" Su Qingshi nodded slightly and said, "He has attained the king realm, so a soul plate of his is kept in the ghost sect. If we kill him, his soul plate in the ghost sect would shatter immediately. In other words, in at most 15 minutes of time, the experts of the ghost sect here would find out about his death. We have to make the best use of our time." Yang Yi said in a low voice, "Qingshi, you said that there are 2 experts on par with Bloodhand around here. If we're exposed, then the situation we'd be in would be extremely dangerous." Yang Yi wasn't afraid of death, but he didn't want to die meaninglessly. Su Qingshi said, "Don't worry. I notified the experts of the sword sect in the vicinity as soon as we entered through the entrance. If I'm not wrong, then our forces have probably already entered this passageway." When she spoke up to hear, she glanced at Yang Yi and said, "However, you're right. It'll be extremely dangerous for you to enter with me. After all, you're too weak. So, stay here or turn around and converge with the expert of our sword sect." As soon as she finished speaking, Su Qingshi paid no further attention to Yang Yi, and her figure flashed ahead. As he looked towards the depths of the passageway, Yang Yi took a deep breath, and he was about to turn around and converge with the experts of the sword sect. Su Qingshi was right. His strength was too weak now. Even though Su Qingshi was slightly direct, it was the truth. If he followed Su Qingshi in, and they encountered any danger, then he would just be a burden. Even though all of these were facts that were unable to be changed right now, Yang Yi was still slightly disgruntled in his heart. He wanted to possess a formidable strength. He wanted Su Qingshi to take him seriously, and he wanted to have no need for Su Qingshi's protection while he protected her instead. However, all of these were things he wanted, yet he was just a weakling. At the very least, he was one for now. Reality was just so cruel. I have to work harder, Yang Yi muttered as he gazed into the distance. Right when Yang Yi was about to turn around, the violet mink on his shoulder suddenly pointed its little claw towards the distance, and it seemed to be asking Yang Yi to head over there. Why? Asked Yang Yi when he saw the little fellow ask him to follow Su Qingshi. The little fellow waved its little claws in the air for a long time before Yang Yi finally understood the little fellow, and his expression immediately changed drastically. You're saying that there's something terrifying there, and it's extremely dangerous, yet it's a treasure? The little fellow nodded. It was slightly conflicted because it wanted that treasure, yet it was too dangerous as well. It wasn't afraid of that danger because if it wanted to flee, then there was practically no one that could catch up to it. However, Yang Yi couldn't do the same. When he realized what the little fellow was trying to tell him, Yang Yi didn't hesitate to charge towards the distance in pursuit of Su Qingshi. Chapter 86: Seizing the Treasure. A cave had been dug open a few kilometers beneath Void Mountain, which was where the Sword Sect resided. This cave was extremely vast, and it wasn't a problem for it to accommodate a few thousands of people. There were countless moonlight stones embedded on the walls of the cave, and the illumination of the moonlight stones made it seem as if it was daytime within the cave. There was a pool of blood at the center of the cave. It was extremely large, and it occupied almost 50% of the cave. Besides being filled with blood, there were also some white bones within the pool of blood. However, those bones didn't belong to beasts, but to humans instead. There was a fist-sized blood-red pearl floating in the air above the pool of blood. The blood-red pearl seemed as if it was made from fresh blood, and it was a gorgeous red in color. There were 4 black-robed figures standing around the pool of blood. At this moment, these figures were pouring their profound energy into the red pearl that floated above the pool of blood, and with the profound energy it received from the 4 of them, the blood-red pearl ceaselessly emanated a form of strange energy. This energy was dark gray in color, and it slowly drifted towards the surroundings under their control. When Su Qingshi rushed over here and saw the pool of blood and the pearl, her expression changed drastically. Right when she was about to make a move, she suddenly noticed something, and she frowned before swiftly flashing towards the back. Yang Yi had traveled at full speed for almost 4 hours, yet was still unable to catch up to Su Qingshi. However, had obtained great gains all along the way. Had encountered numerous corpses all along the way, and all of them were killed by Su Qingshi. Su Qingshi looked down upon their possessions, but Yang Yi didn't. Had plundered 6 spatial rings all along the way, and all of them were spatial rings that possessed large spaces within them. Most of these corpses belonged to experts at the First Heaven Realm and King Realm. Yang Yi felt slight disdain towards the possessions of First Heaven Realm experts, but he really wanted the possessions of King Realm experts. All along the way, besides those 6 spatial rings, Yang Yi had obtained around 3,000 plus energy stones, 20 plus high-grade yellow rank dark treasures, and even 2 low-grade profound rank dark treasures. One of those profound rank treasures was a piece of back armor that protected the heart, and Yang Yi immediately wore it upon obtaining it. The other profound rank treasure was a saber that had human bones embedded into it. Yang Yi had no use of it, so he casually tossed it into his spatial ring. Besides these treasures, there were also some cultivation techniques, and 2 amongst them were even at the profound rank. However, Yang Yi gave up on cultivating them as soon as he read their introduction, because practically all of these cultivation techniques required blood as a medium or required other inhumane methods to cultivate. Even though he had been gathering treasures all along the way, Yang Yi hadn't slowed down at all. The little fellow said that there was danger, then it meant that there truly was danger, and he didn't want anything to happen to Su Qingshi. After he took a ring of a black-robed figure, Yang Yi swept his gaze towards the surroundings, and he didn't slow down as he continued running forward. Right at this moment, something flashed before his eyes, and then Su Qingshi appeared in front of him. Su Qingshi's beautiful brows knit together as she gazed at Yang Yi, who was gasping slightly for breath, and she asked, "What are you doing here?" Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed that Su Qingshi was fine, and he said, "The little fellow said that it's dangerous, so I was slightly worried." Su Qingshi's eyelids twitched lightly when she heard this. Is he worried about me? When she thought up to hear, a wisp of an unusual feeling flashed in Su Qingshi's heart, but it was quickly suppressed by her. She glanced at Yang Yi and said, "It's extremely dangerous inside there. Turn back now and converge with the experts of the sword sect." "Then what about you?" asked Yang Yi. Su Qingshi turned around to gaze towards the depths of the passageway, and she said in a low voice, "I'm going to spoil what they're doing." Right at this moment, the violet mink pointed its little claw towards the distance, and it seemed to be saying that it intended to go there as well. Yang Yi originally intended to persuade Su Qingshi, but he instantly gave up when he saw the little fellow express its intention to go over as well. Truthfully speaking, he was very worried about Su Qingshi and the little fellow, but he knew that he couldn't ask Su Qingshi and the little fellow to not act in this way because he was worried. Because both Su Qingshi and the little fellow were free to do as they pleased, and he didn't have any authority to tell them what to do. Most importantly, they had the ability to protect themselves. Presently, he was the weakest amongst all of them present here. So, when he thought up to here, Yang Yi felt extremely helpless, especially helpless. Head already worked very hard, but no matter how hard he tried, it was impossible to change the fact that his current strength was extremely weak. As if it sensed Yang Yi's feelings, the violet mink touched Yang Yi's face with its little claws, and then it rubbed its head against his head. Su Qingshi seemed to understand Yang Yi's thoughts as well. Her lips moved lightly, yet she didn't say anything in the end. Yang Yi's heart felt warm when the little fellow tried to console him, and he rubbed the little fellow's head before he looked at Su Qingshi and said, "You go with the little fellow. Both of you be careful." He really wanted to say that he was going with them, but he didn't because he knew that he would only be a burden for them. Right at this moment, Su Qingshi's expression suddenly changed, and she said, "Shit, they seem to have noticed us, and they intend to flee. Leave, quickly." As soon as she finished speaking, Su Qingshi flashed towards the distance, and she vanished before Yang Yi's eyes in the blink of an eye. After that, rumbling resounded from extremely far away. The violet mink blinked, and then it swung its little claw and vanished from Yang Yi's shoulder. Yang Yi was stared blankly for a brief moment, and then he withdrew a high-grade strength talisman and slapped it on his body. Right when he intended to charge forward, a shrill and grim voice suddenly resounded from afar. "Ah!" The pearl of baleful blood was taken by that violet-colored little fellow. Quickly chase after it. This voice had just finished speaking when Yang Yi noticed a strand of violet light flash in the distant passageway. In the next moment, this violet light appeared before Yang Yi. However, the violet mink's claws were holding a fist-sized and red-colored pearl at this moment. The violet mink seemed to be extremely excited and happy, and its little eyes blinked without end. Yang Yi was slightly dazed as he gazed at the pearl in the little fellow's claws. The violet mink glanced at Yang Yi, and then it pointed behind Yang Yi. After that, it transformed into a strand of violet light that entered into Yang Yi's vortex dantian under his astounded gaze. Yang Yi was stunned for around the time of a single breath, and then he turned around and ran back towards the entrance. Even though he didn't know what the little fellow had done, had understood what the little fellow meant. It asked him to flee quickly. Yang Yi hadn't even ran for a few meters when he sensed a few terrifying auras coming from behind him. Yang Yi was shocked in his heart and hurriedly utilized the Gale Steps technique as he ran forward madly. Yang Yi didn't know what cultivation realms those terrifying auras possessed, but they were undoubtedly not existences that he could go against right now. Don't waste your time on that, woman. Quickly chase after that violet-colored dark beast. We must get the pearl of baleful blood back. Yang Yi heard these words from afar, and he couldn't help but think in his heart. That pearl the little fellow held in its little claws just now, was that pearl of baleful blood? He was slightly curious and bewildered, but he didn't have the time to look at the pearl now. Right at this moment, Yang Yi's expression changed abruptly, and he instinctively executed the Gale Steps technique and flashed horizontally to the left. Bang! A deep hole that was over 10 m deep appeared where Yang Yi stood just now. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched as he gazed at the deep hole, and then he raised his head to look at a black-robed bald man that had suddenly appeared before him. Yang Yi's heart shook as he gazed at this man because this person's strength was absolutely not inferior to Feng Yi. A wisp of surprise flashed through the black-robed man's eyes when he noticed Yang Yi had actually dodged his attack, and then he swung his right hand, causing a strand of powerful energy to shoot violently at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression changed. He utilized Gale Steps once more and dodged to the side. However, he was slightly too late. Fortunately, this strand of powerful energy that was originally aimed at his heart deviated from its target and struck his left shoulder instead. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted flying, and he collided with the wall. The black-robed man frowned when he noticed Yang Yi was still alive. This ant at the mortal realm actually avoided 2 of my attacks? How could this be possible? Even though I only utilized less than half of my strength, it isn't something that someone at the mortal realm can avoid. The black-robed man was just about to attack once more. Right at this moment, an anxious voice sounded out from behind the black-robed man. Has the pearl of baleful blood been retrieved? If it has been retrieved, then leave this place immediately. The sword sect already knows about this place. When he heard this voice, the black-robed man's expression turned grim, and he paid no further attention to Yang Yi and flashed towards the distance. Yang Yi instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the black-robed man leave. He wiped off the fresh blood that flowed from the corner of his mouth, and then he glanced at the profound rank armor on his left shoulder that had already sunken in. Yang Yi said in a low voice, "My strength is still too weak in the end. I must find a way to improve my strength after I leave this place." Right at this moment, a miserable and shrill cry sounded out from the direction the black-robed man fled towards. In the next moment, 4 middle-aged men that wore bluish-white robes flew over on their swords, and the 4 of them were slightly stunned upon noticing Yang Yi. One of the middle-aged men were just about to speak when the sound of battle suddenly resounded from afar, causing their expressions to change. They paid no further attention to Yang Yi, and they flew swiftly towards Su Qingshi. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief upon noticing their arrival because Su Qingshi would probably not be in danger any longer, whereas the members of the ghost sect were probably finished. Yang Yi wrapped his injuries in a careless manner, and then he turned around and walked towards the exit. After he walked out of the exit, Yang Yi walked towards the Grey Wolf's cave. He wanted to see exactly what sort of treasure that pearl the little fellow stole was because it actually made the little fellow take such a risk to steal it. Chapter 87 Pearl of Baleful Blood. After he arrived at the Grey Wolf's cave, Yang Yi hastily called out the violet mink, and the blood-red pearl came out along with the violet mink. The violet mink held the pearl in its claws as it passed it towards Yang Yi, while its little eyes had narrowed into a line. As he gazed at the pearl that lay before him, Yang Yi said with shock, "This pearl is for me?" The violet mink nodded. Yang Yi didn't take the pearl, and he stretched out his hand to rub the violet mink's fluffy little head instead and said in a light voice, "If you encounter any treasures in the future, you must not take a risk like the one you took today. In my heart, your safety is the most important. Understand?" A trace of a strange glow flashed in the violet mink's eyes, and then it nodded before it flashed onto Yang Yi's shoulder and rubbed its little head against Yang Yi's face. Yang Yi smiled, and then he looked at the red pearl that floated before him. Right when his hand was about to grab onto the pearl, a gust of cool wind blew over from behind Yang Yi. After that, a white glow flashed as Su Qingshi appeared before him, and Yang Yi's hand that was about to touch the red pearl had been grabbed by Su Qingshi. When he saw Su Qingshi that appeared abruptly before him, Yang Yi was stunned, and then he said, "Qingshi, you..." Su Qingshi heaved a sigh of relief when she noticed that Yang Yi hadn't touched the pearl. After that, she let go of Yang Yi's hand, and she gazed at the pearl with a serious expression as she said in a low voice, "You can't touch this pearl." After he dealt with the members of the ghost sect with the other members of the sword sect, she had hurriedly come looking for Yang Yi because she was afraid Yang Yi would touch the pearl. Fortunately, Yang Yi hadn't. Why? Yang Yi asked instinctively. Su Qingshi said with a solemn expression, "This pearl is called the Pearl of Baleful Blood. It's a pseudo-Dao artifact that was condensed from the resentment and blood of a few hundreds of thousands of people. Monstrous baleful energy is hidden within this pearl, and it's just unable to escape from the pearl now because it was suppressed by the extraordinary experts of the ghost sect. If you touch this pearl, then it's very likely for your mind to be affected by the baleful energy within it." A pseudo-Dao artifact? Yang Yi was shocked. A pseudo-Dao artifact was an existence that surpassed heaven-rank dark treasures. Yang Yi had never imagined that this pearl before him would actually be a Dao artifact of legend. Su Qingshi nodded and said, "This pearl of baleful blood can be considered to be an ultimate treasure of the ghost sect. If the disciples of the ghost sect who cultivate its cultivation technique possess this pearl, then their cultivations would advance at a tremendous pace. Moreover, if the monstrous baleful energy within the pearl was completely released, then even an Exalt Realm expert might perish in a moment of carelessness." Yang Yi was shocked in his heart upon hearing this. Had never imagined that this pearl the little fellow stole would actually be so terrifying. What sort of existences were Exalt Realm experts? They were existences that countless people looked up to. Yet the baleful energy within this pearl was actually able to kill an Exalt Realm expert? When he thought up to here, Yang Yi's eyes burned with desire. This is a treasure. If I encounter an expert I can't defeat in the future, then wouldn't it be an easy victory if I released the baleful energy within this pearl? Su Qingshi glanced at Yang Yi and seemed to know what he was thinking. She immediately said in a low voice, "You can't use this pearl." Yang Yi was stunned, and then he asked, "Why?" "The baleful energy within this pearl isn't something an ordinary person can resist at all. Even those four Exalt Realm experts were only able to slowly release the baleful energy within it to damage our sword sect's spirit vein. Not to mention releasing the baleful energy within the pearl. Even touching this pearl would probably cause you to lose your mind." Su Qingshi spoke in a low voice. They were damaging the sword sect's spirit vein? Yang Yi was puzzled. Su Qingshi said, "There's a natural spirit vein beneath the sword sect. All those years ago when the founding ancestor passed by here while roaming the world, he noticed that there was a natural spirit vein here, and in a spur of a moment, he established the sword sect. This spirit vein is definitely a reason why our sword sect could become one of the 6 great powers. Besides cultivation techniques and dark techniques, the reason the people of the mortal world want to enter a sect is that every single sect has a spirit vein. Cultivating where a spirit vein existed allowed one to cultivate much faster than an ordinary person." Yang Yi said with surprise, "Then wasn't the ghost sect's actions equivalent to destroying the foundation of our sword sect?" A cold light flashed in Su Qingshi's eyes as she said, "Their objective was precisely to destroy our sword sect's foundation. However, would never imagine that they would actually start digging an underground passageway all the way from 500 kilometers away in the Netherwolf Gorge to the area beneath Void Mountain. Nor had we imagined that they would actually utilize the Pearl of Baleful Blood to destroy our sword sect's spirit vein. Fortunately, we noticed them in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable." Yang Yi raised a question that was bothering him. Since this Pearl of Baleful Blood can destroy the sword sect's spirit vein, then why didn't the ghost sect dispatch even stronger experts to activate it completely? Su Qingshi shook her head and said, 2 reasons. The first reason is that they can't dispatch experts above the spirit realm because all of those experts are within the surveillance of my sword sect. If their experts above the spirit realm vanished, then the sword sect would find out at the first possible moment. In this way, the sword sect would definitely be on the lookout. The second reason was that there was no need for experts above the spirit realm, because if they activated the Pearl of Baleful Blood at full strength, then the monstrous baleful energy would definitely alarm the experts of my sword sect. At that time, their plans would definitely fail. So that's how it is. Yang Yi nodded. He seemed to have thought of something and asked once more, "Is there any way to withstand the baleful energy within this pearl?" Yang Yi was slightly unwilling to be unable to use it. After all, the might of this pearl was too terrifying. Su Qingshi pondered deeply for a moment and said, Only two types of people can utilize this pearl without restraint. The first type of person is an expert with extraordinary strength, like experts at the monarch realm that's above the exalt realm. The second type of person is someone with an extremely firm will. Not to mention the pearl of baleful blood. Someone with a firm will could withstand even more evil things. How is one considered to possess a firm will? Yang Yi continued. When she saw that Yang Yi refused to give up, Su Qingshi's beautiful brows knit together as she said, someone that comprehends the intent of legend can be considered to be someone with a firm will. Perhaps such a person exists in the origin school in the Grand Qin Empire, but there's no such person in my sword sect. To be more precise, it has already been 1,000 years since someone within the sword sect comprehended intent. As she finished speaking, Su Qingshi had a slightly dejected expression. Yang Yi completely abandoned any intention to utilize this pearl when he heard this. Even though he was slightly reluctant to give up, it couldn't be helped. This pearl was something that would bring him down along with his enemy, and he was truly unable to bear utilizing such a thing. Su Qingshi hesitated for a moment before she said, I want to take this pearl back to the sword sect and allow the sect to seal it, so as to prevent it from falling into the ghost sect's hands. Yang Yi was stunned. He hadn't said anything when the violet mink on his shoulder moved abruptly. It waved its little claw and took the pearl of baleful blood into its arms, and then it glared fiercely at Su Qingshi as if it was saying that this pearl belonged to it. Yang Yi rubbed his nose and said, Qingshi, this thing is something the little fellow stole, and I don't have the right to ask the little fellow to give it to you. I'll absolutely have no objections if you're able to make the little fellow hand it to you. I'm not acting shamelessly on purpose. You ought to be aware that the little fellow and I are friends, and we're not master and servant. Su Qingshi glanced at Yang Yi. She naturally didn't believe Yang Yi because the mysterious violet mink before her practically obeyed Yang Yi's every single word. If Yang Yi asked the violet mink to hand the pearl over, then it would absolutely not refuse. However, since Yang Yi spoke in this way, it displayed that Yang Yi didn't want to hand it over. This time, if it wasn't for Yang Yi and the violet mink, she would be utterly unable to notice the ghost sect schemes. And if the ghost sect was allowed to continue, then even if the sword sect's spirit vein wasn't completely destroyed, it would definitely be extremely damaged. At that time, the sword sect's losses would be immeasurable. So, how could he have the nerve to ask Yang Yi to hand the pearl over to her? Just as Su Qingshi thought, Yang Yi was unwilling to hand it over indeed. Even though this pearl was only a pseudo-Dao artifact, it was still a treasure. He might not be able to utilize it now, but it didn't mean that he wouldn't be able to utilize it in the future as well. No matter what, it was better to keep such a treasure in his possession. Of course, the precondition was that Su Qingshi agreed. Su Qingshi remained silent for a long time, while Yang Yi remained silent as well. Both of them had conveyed their intentions, and the decision lay in Su Qingshi's hands. After a long time, Su Qingshi glanced at Yang Yi and said, Only I know the whereabouts of this pearl. Don't expose this pearl in front of anyone in the future, otherwise, even the sword sect won't be able to save you. Thank you. Yang Yi spoke in a serious tone as he gazed at her. Su Qingshi's wrist twisted, and a wooden tablet appeared in her hand. She passed it to Yang Yi and said, Hey, race a total of 10,000 contribution points of the sect, and it's a reward for your contribution this time. You can exchange it for some cultivation techniques or treasures after your return to the sect. However, I suggest that you keep them and strive to obtain even more contribution points. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Qingshi didn't stay here any longer, and she walked out of the cave. After she left, Yang Yi's gaze descended onto the wooden tablet in his hand. It was around the size of his palm, and the number 10,000 could be seen at its center. As he gazed at it, Yang Yi was delighted in his heart. A reward of 10,000 contribution points wasn't a small amount at all. After all, outer court elders merely obtained around 1,000 contribution points every single month as their salary, whereas these 1,000 contribution points could be exchanged for low-grade yellow-rank treasures or techniques. On the other hand, these 10,000 points could be exchanged for a good low-grade, profound-rank treasure. In short, Yang Yi had obtained great gains during his trip to the Netherwolf Gorge this time. No, it should be said that he made a fortune. After all, There were 2 profound rank weapons and a few tins of low-grade and mid-grade yellow rank treasures in his spatial ring. After he put the wooden tablet away, Yang Yi walked out of the cave, and then he flashed towards the sword sect. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.